Hello everyone, my dear followers. Today I want to welcome you to the second chapter of What If Naruto Discovered He Had a Long-Lost Daughter with RIAS GREMORY. Remember, if you want more chapters, just leave a comment, no matter what it is. Now, without further ado, enjoy.
Chapter 9 We meet again asterisk. Asia, Kiba, and Issei are entering through the door. Issei is still rubbing the blows to his head that he received. Asia healed his wounds, but the sensation of the blows from the wooden katanas was still present in his body. Kiba, we've arrived, Madam President. RIAS, welcome, looking at her entourage, I'm not even going to ask why you're rubbing your head, Issei. Issei, better for me, that way I avoid remembering that scene. Asia sees the two dressed frogs on the desk. Who are they? Issei, a pair of toads. RIAS, let me introduce them. These are Fukasaku and Shima-sama, two of the three highest authorities of Mount Myaboku, and renowned sages. They are the teachers of Jiraiya and Naruto. I already mentioned them when I told you the story. Kiba, so it's them. Issei, really? A little disappointed, from the way the president described them, I imagined them bigger and more imposing. Shima makes a movement with his tongue, sweeping Issei's legs to the side and knocking him to the ground, but not before spinning him around 4 times in the air. Shima, is that it, or do you want a more explicit demonstration? Issei, getting up from the ground, it's not necessary, I already understood the message. Kaneko stares blankly at Issei, that's what you get for being an idiot. Issei irritated, and well deserved on this occasion. Kiba, I don't see Naruto-sama around here. RIAS, apparently there was a problem when they got here, so Naruto got separated from them along the way. He's probably still at the academy. Kiba, do you want me to come and get him? Fukasaku, it's not necessary, I can feel him getting closer. Kaneko trying to sense any trace of chakra, I don't feel anything. Shima chuckles slightly, teasing Kaneko. It's normal, little Nico. We can sense him because he has a summoning contract with us, and even if he didn't, we're masters of senjutsu. Sensing the presence of other living beings is like breathing to us. Kaneko, senjutsu masters. Shima, of course, RIAS-chan said you had a problem with him. Fukasaku, we can help you learn to control it so you never have to fear it again. Kaneko, a little scared, really? Fukasaku, you don't live 900 years without learning anything, I assure you we can help you with that. Kaneko smiled at the toads as she felt the friendly and kind chakra radiating from them. Thank you very much, Shima and Fukasaku-sama. Shima, say thank you when we've done it, for now we wait for this child to arrive. Fukasaku, I sense the presence of 2 other demons near Naruto with a strength similar to RIAS and Akino-chan. Akino, era, it seems Naruto-sama met Sona-sama and Tsubaki-san. Kiba, someone from the student council must have run into him and taken him to Sona-sama. Issei, in that case, we just have to wait, right? Akino, meanwhile, I'll go and prepare tea and cookies. Shima, rosemary tea would be much better. Akino, understood, leaves the room to go to the kitchen. Issei saw RIAS staring into space. Is something wrong, President? RIAS snaps out of her thoughts, huh? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about what I'm going to talk to Naruto about when I get there. Fukasaku, don't worry, everything will be alright. RIAS smiles slightly and nods her head. With Naruto. Naruto, walking beside Sona, looked around, never having been to these places before. So school lasts until you're 25? Sona, depending on the career you want to study, it can last up to 30 years. Naruto, terrified and nauseous, said, how awful. In my world, school lasts until age 12, and if you want to study something other than shinobi, it lasts until 16. After that, you're officially considered an adult. For shinobi, the moment we become ninjas, we're considered adults. For example, my teacher Kakashi graduated as a shinobi at age 5, so he was considered an adult at that age. Otherwise, it's until 16. Sona, interesting. Since they're trained for combat, they're given the same rules, laws, and punishments that would apply to any adult. When did you graduate, Naruto-san? Naruto, that's right, I joined when I was 12, but I could have done it earlier, I just failed the exam 3 times mostly because I honestly hate being in school and other more personal things. Tsubaki laughs softly, I figured as much, seeing him I knew he wasn't the type to enjoy studying books. Naruto grimaces in disgust. I hate standing still. I prefer learning things through action, not from a pile of text. Besides, no one ever instilled a love of studying in me, so it was much harder for me to do it. Tsubaki, and your parents? Naruto, they died the day I was born. Tsubaki, I apologize for my imprudent curiosity. Naruto, you don't have to, it's not like you offended me or anything. Sona, were you an orphan? Naruto, I always have been. I won't go into details, but the way I live with my village wasn't the same when I was a kid. Back then, many wished I were dead. Sona is even more curious, and why is that? Naruto clears his head a little, I can't tell you, military reasons, I hope you understand. Sona, comprehensible. Naruto, anyway, getting back to the original point, I didn't have that kind of education, so for me school was a prison. It wasn't until later, during my time at the academy, that I wanted to become a shinobi, but a combination of many things made it harder for me to graduate. Maybe if I had had a normal family, I probably would have graduated on my first try, but oh well, that's in the past. Sona, what rank are you right now? Naruto, I'm a Jonin, a candidate for Hokage, only, well, I'm not yet for 2 reasons. I'm still too young and I need to study everything related to politics, geography, strategic skills, etc. etc. It's a pain, but if I want the position, there's no other option. Sona, RIAS mentioned something about your strength and your current position in your village because of her informant. Naruto, yes, it's something I need to talk to her about seriously. When she sent the letter and mentioned the informant, it threw the village's security into complete chaos, causing them to quadruple their patrols. It was very irresponsible of her to do something so stupid. She should have left it with the toads and let them give me the letter. The positive side is that we discovered all the leaks in the village, but that doesn't change the fact that she stirred up a whole hornet's nest. Sona, I figured as much. The way you described your world, I thought that would happen after you mentioned the informant, RIAS. Sometimes she doesn't consider the consequences of what she says or does, causing problems where there weren't any before. Naruto, the good thing is that Fukasaku-sama explained to the 6th Hokage about this spy and everything calmed down, but the village's security is much more vigilant now to avoid these surprises. He must be very good at his job if I didn't notice, or rather, if no one else did. Sona, and he calls himself the Crow Syndicate, an informant and freelance spy. He's not a fighter, but his camouflage and hiding techniques are so good that he's constantly hired in the underworld, and his reputation is built on never revealing his clients' secrets. It's unknown whether he's a demon, a fallen angel, a yokai, or something else. All that's known is that he's always disguised as a plague crow. Naruto, I see, that explains a lot. Sona, the Crow Syndicate is ruthless in its work, which is why everyone seeks it out. It's also true that it charges ridiculous amounts of money, but RIAS has enough money to employ it until she dies. Naruto, really? Sona nods her head. Now that I think about it, I became curious about the subject of the pieces you mentioned. Sona smiles slightly, I would tell you, but for political and military reasons I can't. I hope you understand. Naruto smiled with amusement, understandable. Sona, if you want information you have to give something of equal value. Naruto, I told you about the demons of my world, I consider that to be valuable enough. Sona, true, but it was a biology and history topic, so you'll have to rephrase the question to compensate for the previous information. Naruto, in that case, I'll have to think about asking about it. They are walking past the soccer field when suddenly a ball is heading dangerously towards Sona. One of the players was terrified to see the ball going straight for Sona. Watch out, President. Sona wasn't worried about the ball in the slightest, he only had to move his head to avoid it, but it wasn't necessary. Naruto caught the ball with his hand and with a single flick of his little finger launched it into the goal at a speed imperceptible to the average human eye. All the students present were shocked to see how he stopped the ball and the next second the ball was inside the goal. Sona, Naruto-san's intervention wasn't necessary. She looks at Naruto with a slight smile but thanks anyway. Naruto blushed at Sona's gesture of gratitude but didn't show it on his face. You're welcome, he said. Tsubaki snaps her fingers, performing a Citri family seal that makes everyone around her forget what happened in the last 30 seconds. The humans of this world have no knowledge of us, so please be more careful when doing these things, Naruto-sama. Naruto, embarrassed, I'm so sorry, it's just a habit of moving like this. Sona, we're almost there. Naruto stared at a building that looked somewhat old compared to the rest of the academy. It was enormous, it looked like a mansion. Tsubaki opens a special door and touches it, and on the other side a girl gives permission to enter. Sona entering through the door, "Good afternoon, sorry for the inconvenience. Fukasaku, you're finally here, kid." Shima, "What the hell?" She clears her throat, "What the hell were you doing?" Naruto, "Just exploring after being thrown into a school, you know I hate them with all my soul, and they dropped me in the middle of one. Be grateful I'm here and not in Konoha. If it was a joke, it was awful." Shima, "You're lucky I love you so much, kid, or I would have knocked you unconscious on the floor for talking back to me." Naruto grins shamelessly, "Don't push it." Kiba, "Good afternoon Sona-sama and Tsubaki-san." Sona, "You must be Fukasaku and Shima-sama, nice to meet you." Fukasaku, "The pleasure is all ours, thank you for escorting our boy." Shima, "We apologize if this caused you any problems." Sona, "There weren't any of them. Where is RIAS?" Akino, "She went to take a bath. She wasn't comfortable." Sona, "I understand, in that case I'll take my leave." She turns to look at Naruto who was next to Fukasaku and Shima, "If you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you another time, I'm really intrigued and curious about your world." Fukasaku, "It's no trouble at all. Shima, we'd be happy to talk when we have time." Naruto, "Of course, it was a pleasure meeting you, Sona and Tsubaki-chan." Sona, "The pleasure was all mine, in that case we'll withdraw." Tsubaki, "Remember Naruto-sama, a little more control when interacting with the humans here. Have a wonderful afternoon." Naruto, embarrassed, "That's how it'll be. I apologize again." Naruto watches as they both leave through the door, Naruto without taking his eyes off Sona, nobody notices except for Fukasaku and Shima. Shima whispers to Fukasaku, "Do you think the girl moved something in Naruto?" Fukasaku, "Naruto never took his eyes off the girl until she left, so I'm sure he did." Shima, "This could be bad." Fukasaku, "Time will tell, darling." Asia approaches Naruto amiably, "Good afternoon, so you're Ria-sama's husband, Uzumaki Naruto, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Asia Argento, I'm a bishop of Ria-sama." Naruto, snapping out of his thoughts, shakes Asia's hand, "The pleasure is all mine, Asia-chan." Issei stared at him intently and then recognized the boy's eyes, "Wait a minute, you're the red-haired boy I ran into." Naruto noticed Issei and started laughing, "Did you like your lesson?" Issei, "I already told you it was a misunderstanding, damn it." Kaneko, "Even you don't believe your own lies," looks at Naruto, "My name is Kaneko Tojo, I am a Toodle of Ria-sama, a pleasure to meet you Naruto-sama." Naruto approaches to shake her hand, "The pleasure is all mine, Kaneko-chan." The moment he gets close, Kaneko jumps away from him and hides behind Akino, confusing Naruto, "I understand, shy girl." Fukasaku, "She can also use chakra, and she can sense it." Shima, "Your dense chakra is causing her senses to go out of control." Naruto, "I see, sorry Kaneko-chan, I'd like to press it harder but I'm already at the maximum." Kaneko, "I'm the one who apologizes, my action may have seemed rude." Naruto, "Not at all, your reaction is understandable, it happens to me sometimes." Akino, "My name is Akino Himejima, I am Ria-sama's queen." Kiba, "My name is Yudo Kiba, I'm a knight piece of President Rias." Issei, "I am Issei Hyodo, I am President Rias's 8 pawn pieces." Naruto, "Saji-san's double. Does that mean anything? I mean, what do the pieces mean? And what's the point of having more pieces?" Akino, "Let me explain while we wait for Ria-sama." Naruto takes a seat on the couch, the evil piece system is based on the game of chess. There are a total of 15 pieces, 1 queen, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks, and 8 pawns. They are awarded to high-class demons with a noble title, which is king. These pieces are used to reincarnate other beings into demons and make them servants of high-class demons. The evil pieces were created by Ajuka Beelzebub to replenish the number of demons after the Great War. Each piece has a corresponding value. These values are used to determine which piece can be used to reincarnate someone. Their strengths, talents, or abilities play a role in determining its value. Different evil pieces cannot be used together. Evil pieces can be exchanged between high-class demons. Unused evil pieces can change according to the master's growth, allowing the king to use fewer pieces when reincarnating humans into demons. However, they are not completely omnipotent, as they cannot be used to reincarnate gods, Buddhas, and dragon gods into demons. Queen, worth 9 pawns. The queen's trait is having the trait of the rook, the knight, and the bishop. Rook, worth 5 pawns. The rook's defining characteristic is its immense strength and defense. Knight, worth 3 pawns. The knight's defining characteristic is its speed and mobility. Bishop, worth 3 pawns. The bishop's trait is an increase in its magical abilities. Pawn, worth 1 pawn. The pawn's feature is its possibility of being promoted to queen, rook, knight, or bishop in enemy territory. Aside from the evil pieces, there are also special pieces known as mutation pieces. If reviving a person requires 8 pawns, as is the case with Issei, 1 mutation piece would be enough to revive that person. The mutation piece can be a queen, rook, knight, bishop, or pawn. It is said to be very rare. It is also possible for a normal evil piece to transform into a mutation piece. I hope my explanation was clear. Naruto tried to process everything he had been told, staring blankly into space. Akino, huh? Wasn't my explanation clear, Naruto-sama? Shima, it's okay, let her process everything you just told her, she'll react at any moment. Fukasaku, sometimes he is slow. Naruto slaps his hand, an imaginary light bulb turning on in his mind indicating that he understood everything. I see. Shima, do you see it? This made Naruto grimace, and at the same time everyone else got a bead of sweat on the back of their necks. In the distance they heard a voice approaching. RIAS, who are you guys talking to? Has Naruto-san arrived yet? Akino, indeed, Madam President, you are here. She entered the room a little excited and nervous, which wasn't noticeable at first glance, while she dried her hair with a towel. Naruto looked at her and the only thing that caught his attention about the girl was her hair, just as Kurama said, a redhead girl, although of a different shade. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Rias's physique, as Jiraiya would say, perfect proportions in all her measurements relative to her height. However, to be honest with himself, nothing he hadn't seen before, the most striking thing was her hair. Traveling with Jiraiya for almost 3 years, considering his level of perversion, had exposed him to all kinds of women. A normal person would react to her beauty, he would, if it weren't for the fact that this is the mother of his daughter, the woman who erased his memories and hid a daughter from him for 3 years, not to mention the chaos she caused yesterday in Konoha. Therefore, any positive emotion Naruto might have felt upon seeing her turned into anger, but he decided to suppress his emotions so as not to make the problem bigger. RIAS, upon seeing Naruto, could only get excited. Seeing him in a photo is one thing, but seeing him in person is a completely different story. Without a second thought, RIAS threw herself at him to hug him. However, the excitement was short-lived as her face hit the ground, since Naruto instinctively dodged her. Issei, President, are you okay? Asia, was she hurt? RIAS, a little surprised to see that Naruto had dodged her, said, I'm fine, I just got a little excited. Issei, hey, you should apologize. Naruto, and why would I do that? When you do something like that, you have to have a minimum of trust in that person, and well, you know, I don't remember her at all. Besides, in the shinobi world, killing someone is a very classic technique for a kunoichi. Issei, are you implying that RIAS Kaicho would hurt him? Naruto, no, but a ninja has to distrust even his own shadow, and I mean that very literally. One of my best friends can literally kill you with your own shadow. Kiba, surprised, really? Naruto nods. Fukasaku, well, this time the boy is right. You can't go through life thinking that the person in front of you is really who they say they are, at least in the world we came from. It's a golden rule. Issei, but still, RIAS shakes herself, don't worry, Issei-san, they're right. I got too excited about seeing him again, thinking he remembered me. It was a mistake on my part. RIAS, allow me to introduce myself again, I am RIAS GREMORY, daughter of Zeoticus GREMORY and Venolana GREMORY, heir to the GREMORY clan and currently your wife. It is a pleasure to see you again, Naruto-san. She gives him a sincere smile. Naruto, I suppose the pleasure is all mine. RIAS takes a seat on the couch and Naruto sits next to the toads, and I'm really sorry about erasing your memories, but it was necessary so as not to distract you from your duties. Your missions were so important that knowing you have a daughter would have been a huge setback and probably a major problem in being able to complete them. Naruto, to the point that I'm not even able to recognize you in the slightest. There were ways to hide that information without having to erase it. Now I just look at a stranger I'm obligated to help. RIAS and her entourage could sense Naruto's hostility in his tone of voice, his posture, and his fixed gaze, but they had anticipated this before his arrival. RIAS, don't despair, RIAS. You knew he would come with hostile intentions for having hidden everything from him. Just get straight to the point without provoking him. Issei whispers to Akino, a little ways away from the place. It's clear she's totally on the defensive. Akino, probably still very angry about what happened, she's trying to control herself as best she can. Issei, do you think this will end badly? Akino, if RIAS, the president, plays her cards right, nothing should happen, but I'm not sure. Naruto-san's expression says it all too well. RIAS, I'm so sorry you feel this way, but it was necessary for your sake and our daughters. Naruto, the same daughter you took from me for 3 years. RIAS felt a pang in her chest at Naruto's words, but she couldn't lose her composure in this situation. I'm truly sorry. I wanted to tell you from the beginning, but Fukasaku and Shima told me how delicate the situation with Akatsuki was and the war they provoked afterward. That's why I didn't want to burden you with more responsibilities than you already had. That's why I asked them to erase your memory. Naruto, looking at Fukasaku and Shima, is that true? Fukasaku, it was, we were the ones who explained your situation to her and she made the decision, we considered it the most appropriate, we had already discussed it. Naruto sighs, damn it, I just wanted to check. RIAS sighs inwardly, relieved to have avoided the topic, but she can feel the tension surrounding Naruto intensifying. She decides to change the subject to see if she can relax him before continuing. By the way, Naruto-san, where's our baby? Naruto, Akane is with me right now. This confused everyone except RIAS, Fukasaku, and Shima. Asia, right now. I don't see her anywhere. Issei, is he playing hide and seek? Or is he in the building? RIAS, no, humans from the elemental nations can clone themselves, so I can assume you're with a clone of yourself, right? Naruto, indeed, I left him at my house, I considered it appropriate since he has no reason to know or be part of this. RIAS, I totally agree. Issei, so you can be in many places at the same time. Naruto, specifically, I can be in 1,000 places at the same time without getting tired. Issei, really? Naruto nods. Akino, Era, I wonder what kind of uses RIAS Kaisho clones could have. Both Naruto and RIAS felt a chill for different reasons. RIAS felt a chill because she remembered what Naruto did with the clones that night, blushing deeply. Meanwhile, Naruto felt a chill when he heard the way Akino said it. Naruto, mental note, do not approach or be alone with this woman, he thought, clearly worried and a little scared. Thanks to Akino's comment, Naruto's tension decreased considerably, and he was almost calm, though he still kept his gaze steady and his guard up. Akino serves a cup of tea to RIAS, Naruto, and both sages. Naruto thanks the cup of tea, but not before examining it with his chakra to make sure there was nothing unusual about it. Then he realizes he didn't do the same with Tsubaki's cafe. How strange, I always make sure that what I consume isn't poisoned using the technique for detecting poisons or toxins. I wonder what those two did to make me trust them so much. Then Akino served cookies, but Naruto passed them up since he didn't have the stomach to eat anything at the moment. RIAS takes courage when she sees that Naruto is more relaxed, even though he is still on the defensive, he has to keep it up so that the plans go smoothly and without further setbacks. As for trying to build a relationship, simply being attractive won't be enough, she'll have to truly win him over with her personality and actions. She may be feeling his rejection right now, and she can't blame him for it, it's a consequence of erasing his memories and hiding her daughter for 3 years. Although it will be more difficult for her than she thinks, because Violet Eyes crossed her path earlier. End of chapter. Chapter 10 Procedure *. RIAS, okay, leaving aside the memory issue and our daughter's situation, let's move on to the next topic. Regarding the reason I asked you to come, Naruto, no, before that, I want you to tell me why the spy, this Crow Syndicate guy. RIAS, I suppose it was Sona-san who told you about him. Naruto, first, I want to know why you sent people to watch me. What was your purpose? RIAS, to see what kind of person you would become once you had solved all your problems. Naruto, why? RIAS, to know whether or not to introduce you to your daughter, because I don't want to see her suffer and I didn't know what kind of person you would become after solving your problems. That's why I asked that you be watched to see if it was appropriate to introduce you to Akane or if you should continue your life without knowing. Naruto looks at Fukasaku and Shima. Did you agree to that? Shima, you didn't think we'd take RIAS-chan's baby away, did you? Fukasaku, we knew for sure that none of that was going to happen and that he didn't have to worry about anything, so we didn't even bother to discuss it. RIAS, regretting her mistrust, I truly apologize for doubting Fukasaku and Shima-sama's judgment. Fukasaku, there's no need to apologize. Naruto, fine, I'll take it, but next time don't be so blatant about planting an informant to watch me. I remind you that the village I live in is full of professional assassins. Do you even know the level of chaos you caused in the village? Replacing and relocating all the technological security equipment, replacing and upgrading all the anti-intruder seals on the 4 barriers surrounding Konoha, relocating every ninja to entirely new positions, as well as increasing their numbers to ensure there isn't a single area left unguarded. Do you know how much money all that had to be spent on? I don't know how much money the average clan in the underworld has, but that presentation of our daughter is an arm and a leg for us, not to mention that we ninjas live in a climate of distrust. Now they'll have it in their heads for months that there's some guy dressed as a crow who can sneak in whenever he wants without them even noticing, and they have to catch him as soon as they see him. RIAS is alarmed by what was said, as Naruto's tension and hostility have tripled compared to the beginning, and his entourage has noticed. She hadn't thought about that. She thought that when they found out she was Naruto's daughter, everything would calm down without getting too alarmed. She didn't think the hornet's nest would have stirred up to that extent. RIAS, I'm sorry, the raven told me when I spoke to him, but I didn't think it had escalated to this magnitude. Naruto, well, next time don't do it. If you wanted to tell me about our daughter, you should have asked Shima and Fukasaku to escort her to Konoha and explain the situation, obviously omitting the spy part. That way we would have saved ourselves all the trouble. RIAS didn't know what to say about it, since he was right. Now she was completely flustered, and Akino noticed because RIAS started playing with her hair, indicating that she didn't know what to say after realizing she'd made a huge blunder, since she'd scared them, and understandably so. Naruto sighed heavily, knowing that things hadn't been thought through in detail. If they were really spying on him, it was logical that the whole village would react that way. Naruto, look, in the end it didn't escalate, but I won't allow something like that to happen again, so let me make this clear, if I find that Crow Syndicate guy, I'll kill him. RIAS, that's not a good idea. Nobody knows what species it is or what it's after. All we know is that it's a paid spy. Naruto, I don't care, he knows too much and he has to be silenced. Kurama's eyes reflected in his face is a clear indication that he is not playing or telling a joke. Naruto really is going to kill him and RIAS knows it. RIAS's entourage took a step back once they saw Kurama's eyes and his murderous intent. Everyone except Issei, since his left hand prevented him from doing so. Issei was confused by his arm's movement and remembered that he used Craig's power in that arm. The great red emperor celestial dragon will not be intimidated by a 9-tailed fox. RIAS, well, I can't really comment on it, since I don't belong to any group. Naruto, I just wanted you to know, now we can get to the matter at hand. Naruto's eyes returned to normal. RIAS sighed inwardly with relief, knowing she wouldn't be questioned any longer. Alright, I'll explain it to you in the simplest way possible. At the meeting with my family, my parents and my brother, who is also the current demon king Lucifer, will be present. He will act neutrally in this matter, serving as both judge and defendant in the decision-making process. On the other side will be the Phoenix clan. They want to marry me off to the third son, RIAS or Phoenix, of the current clan leader to preserve the pure demon bloodlines, which are scarce due to the great war that took place years ago. Also present in the room will be all the demonic advisors, who are the oldest demons in the underworld. The important thing here is to convince my brother that my relationship with you is totally official, formal and real so that the arranged marriage can be dissolved. The Phoenix clan will try to convince you otherwise, since you're human and their original goal was to preserve the pure blood of the demons. Therefore, they can invalidate my marriage to you. They can use as a pretext the fact that you have nothing to do with us, which is true in a way. My brother will be completely impartial in this, so we can't count on his help. If we prove to my brother, and especially to my parents, that we're truly a couple and that you're a better option even though you're human, then they won't proceed with the arranged marriage, regardless of what the Phoenix clan says. Otherwise, we'd have to play our last card, which is the rating game. The problem with that is that we wouldn't be able to beat them since Asia and Issei have only been demons for a month. So they're still very inexperienced. But if my husband and RIAS were to fight for my hand in a cavalry duel, then the winner would keep my hand and the matter would be settled. Naruto, in short, losing your virginity, getting legally married, having a daughter, erasing my memories, hiding the fact that I have a daughter from me for 4 years, and disrupting the peace of an entire village was all for nothing. Naruto's comment felt not only like someone stabbing him in the chest with a sword, but also like a large rock hitting his head. Naruto looks at Fukasaku. How strong is this RIAS? Fukasaku, being a phoenix, his healing rate is 3 times faster than yours, but in terms of power, strength, etc., your base form is more than enough. The guy has lived a carefree life of luxury, he's far too arrogant, and his entourage is made up entirely of women, and from what I saw, each one fulfills a fetish. You can probably imagine what I'm talking about. Naruto sighed in annoyance upon learning about the kind of miserable person he had to deal with. Is it really necessary to act like this? Wouldn't it be easier to just accept the rating game and be done with it? RIAS, I'd like that, but to train Issei and Asia enough would take me at least a month, and I don't think they'll give me that much time, at most 2 weeks. Naruto, damn it, he thought for a moment and it dawned on him, taking into account the status of the demon clans and since my clan doesn't exist in this reality right now, I'm Naruto GREMORY, right? RIAS, technically yes. In the elemental nations I would be Uzumaki RIAS since GREMORY doesn't exist in your world, so applying the same logic here you are GREMORY Naruto, but I don't understand what you're getting at with that. Naruto smiles, in that case, I'll be the one to do the rating game. This left everyone speechless. RIAS, huh? You doing the rating game? Naruto, that's right, just play by his rules. RIAS, but to play, you need to have a retinue and be a demon, and even if they don't care about being a demon, you still need your followers who will be the ones to fight for you. Naruto, I have 3 students, more than enough to win that ridiculous game. RIAS, but you don't even know what a rating game is about. Naruto, well, I don't see you explaining it to me, but in theory it's a game of shogi or chess as you call it, defeat the king and that's it, something ninjas are good at. RIAS feels a little insulted to hear how he simplifies the rating game. It's not as simple as that, as the name itself indicates, it's strategic battles between the pieces. It's like playing chess, but in real life, it's a 2-sided fight. Naruto, I know that well, I participated in a war, and if you were really watching me you know perfectly well the kind of enemies I've fought against. RIAS, I know that well, but it's not that easy, there are many rules that must be followed and these can be edited to generate different combat scenarios. For example, a set amount of time before the kings can face each other, a time limit for the general combat, that only the pieces can fight, etc. Even if they agree that you'll be the one playing with your students, rest assured that the rules won't be in your favor, unlike us who wouldn't dare do something like that. RIAS began to talk about the subject, unnerving Naruto to the point where he activated a silencing seal on her, causing her to lose her voice. RIAS was slightly distraught at not being able to hear her own voice, or even her own thoughts. The seal of silence is a technique created by the shinobi of the catacombs, used to silence prisoners as well as a form of punishment for those who dared to speak and transmit blasphemies of Konoha. Issei, what did he do to RIAS Kaicho? Naruto, I put a silencing seal on him, he started saying a bunch of nonsense and I got irritated. RIAS stares intently at Naruto, I'll put it this way, right now, you're the one between a rock and a hard place. I, on the other hand, can just leave right now and pretend this never happened. After all, I don't owe you anything, on the contrary, you owe me a lot. So if you want my help, we'll do it my way, since what you're proposing, pretending we're a pair of lovebirds, isn't going to work. I'm sure your parents and your brother have lived long enough to realize we'll be blatantly lying. So the best thing we can do is take the easy way out, which is the rating game. Naruto deactivates the silencing seal and RIAS can hear his voice and thoughts again. RIAS, in that case it would be a cavalry duel. Naruto, but where would the fun be? RIAS was angered by the comment, it's not supposed to be funny. It has to be taken seriously. If you treat it as a joke, they'll definitely force me into the engagement without the possibility of the rating game. No matter how strong you are, they're not going to take you seriously. Naruto, and you think I'm taking this as a joke? If I were taking it as a joke, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. I'm doing this so my daughter's mother can get out of the pit she dug herself into. Besides, the cavalry duel won't work, simply because if Kaneko can sense my strength level, other demons will too, so they'll know that Guy doesn't stand a chance and will therefore prevent it from happening. So I repeat, the only solution is the raiding game. RIAS remained silently pondering what Naruto had said, and no matter how much she thought about it, all the results were the raiding game. RIAS sighs in frustration, damn it. Fine, we'll do it with the raiding game, I just want you to promise me something if we do it that way. Naruto, and that would be it. RIAS, the Phoenix clan is one of the warmest among the demon pillars, along with the GREMORY. The only unpleasant and repulsive one is RIAS, so if we're going to do the raiding game, I ask that you don't humiliate him. I mean, RIAS deserves all kinds of humiliation, but the problem is that if you do, the whole clan will pay the consequences, and they don't deserve to be treated that way because of the problems RIAS caused. So if you fight him, make it as close a fight as possible. Naruto, you take the fun out of life. Naruto's comment made a couple of neurons fire as a lock of hair thrashed violently, an indication that she was very angry. RIAS, I say this because the status of the pillars is very important, as we must appear strong and unyielding to the lower-class demons so that we can be an example to follow in achieving greatness. If they are severely humiliated, many lesser clans will break their ties with the Phoenix clan because they will see them as weak, and that will cause many problems for the family members who don't deserve that kind of treatment. In a pleading tone, that's why I ask you to be mindful of what you will do. If they accept the raiding game, if you overstep your bounds, it will affect the entire Phoenix family, and I don't want them to suffer because of RIAS's arrogant and perverse actions. Naruto sighed at what had been said. My previous comment was just a joke, it wasn't meant to be taken so seriously, but anyway, I'll do what you say, I'll try not to humiliate the Phoenix clan, but I'm not promising anything, I guess I'll get shot in the leg later. Asia, shooting yourself in the leg. Issei, it's not literal, it's an expression that means an action has had the exact opposite effects to those expected by its author. RIAS sighed in relief. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your understanding, and I'm really sorry for all the trouble I've caused you. After this, I promise I won't bother you with these kinds of pointless problems again. Naruto, well, since I guess some things have to happen eventually, the meeting's next week, right? RIAS, that's right, gets a little nervous, wouldn't you mind waiting here? Anyway, our baby is with a clone of you, this way you'll understand how this world works, and if we have the opportunity to speed up the meeting we will. Naruto, I have no problem with that. Hearing that made RIAS happy. Fukasaku and Shima-sama, could you please tell and explain this to Konohamaru and the others? Shima, of course, my child. Fukasaku, we'll tell them what you want to do and make sure they're ready for the occasion. Naruto, thank you very much, and tell Konohamaru this for me. He whispers a few things to Fukasaku and Shima. Fukasaku, I don't know what you're trying to tell him with that, but I'll let him know. Naruto, don't worry, he'll understand perfectly. Shima sighs at what Naruto said. I guess there are some things about you that will never change. Naruto, wouldn't be Uzumaki Naruto if he didn't do them. Shima, don't tempt me, brat, or I'll throw boiling coffee at you. This made Naruto sweat. Fukasaku, alright kid, see you later. He looks at RIAS, please take care of him for us, trouble often follows him. Naruto gets annoyed, I know I'm cursed, you don't have to tell everyone. RIAS, don't worry, we'll take care of everything. And thank you both so much for everything. Shima, you're welcome, darling. See you later. Everyone said goodbye to both frogs, who disappeared in a puff of smoke after making many hand signals. Naruto, alright, now that we're done here, I'll go explore. Akino, wouldn't you like to eat first? It's already 4 p.m. Naruto, surprised by the time, looks out the window. Time sure has flown. Don't worry, Akino-chan, I have food with me. A scroll appears in his hand. Here's everything I need. RIAS, before that, let me show you her room. Naruto, that's not necessary, I'll find a place to sleep. RIAS, of course it's necessary, I can't let you sleep on the street after everything you're doing for me. Besides, it would be rude of me not to offer you a place to stay here at the occult club. Naruto, I'm a ninja, I'm used to sleeping in nature, and it's often more pleasant than sleeping in a bed. I've already seen it. RIAS, if necessary, if they find you sleeping outside, it would be seen as an act of egocentrism and lack of respect towards the person who is helping us, who is also Akane's father and my husband, so I cannot allow something like that. Naruto, well, whether you like it or not, I'm going to sleep outside in nature, so if you'll excuse me. RIAS gets angry and confronts him, and I said I can't allow it. I couldn't forgive myself if you catch a cold and have to use up your resources when you're our guest. Naruto lifts her by the waist, surprising RIAS, and places her to one side. Well, that'll be my problem. Besides, I highly doubt I could get sick. RIAS steps in front of him again, and I already told you I can't allow that. It's not about that. The right thing to do is for me to take care of whatever you need while you stay in my house, and especially in my world, just like you did for me years ago in yours. Naruto, I'd heard you were stubborn, but I didn't think you were that stubborn. Besides, I don't remember that, so it doesn't count. Naruto throws a kunai with the flying thunder jutsu towards where the desk is, taking RIAS's entire entourage by surprise, and with a single snap of Naruto's fingers, RIAS appears on top of her desk. RIAS flies in and blocks the door. You have no right to call me stubborn when we're exactly the same in that respect, so please stay here. Naruto touches RIAS's shoulder and she freezes instantly, and I said I'm going to sleep outside, so stop messing around. RIAS tries to speak, but even her mouth is completely paralyzed. Naruto carries RIAS by the waist like a jug of water and places her on one of the sofas. The paralysis will disappear in a few minutes, so if you'll excuse me, I'll explore the city. Naruto leaves the building. RIAS's entourage can hear their president ranting and cursing as she tries to move. Issei stood pondering Drake's actions under Naruto's murderous glare, wondering what this behavior meant. End of chapter. Chapter 11, The Calm Before the Storm. Naruto's clone once left Koa Academy with a sigh of relief. He had finally left that place, although he knew he would have to return there several times. In any case, he had already fulfilled his mission, so since he couldn't make himself disappear, he had no choice but to look for the original. He followed his own trail, which ended in a city called Tokyo, where he found himself in a betting shop with a guy who could very well be Tsunade's friend, drunk, and with a gambling problem, playing cards while accompanied by 3 beautiful girls each, and on top of that, judging by his facial expression, he is drunk. The clone, seeing this, wanted to strangle the original, but he got under control and sent an amount of chakra so that the original would notice, or at least Kurama. Kurama, hey brat. Naruto, what? Can't you see I'm about to bankrupt this table? Kurama, look to your left. Naruto regained his senses upon seeing the clone. Oh. Naruto made one last bet to bankrupt the table, which meant everyone withdrew upon seeing Naruto's confidence, and he was no less than the Imperial Limestone with a black heart. Naruto, well, that's all from me, I'm at my limit. Azazel-san, it was a pleasure meeting you, and thank you for the help with the identity papers. Azazel, ha ha ha. You don't have to give it up, it was really fun. It's been years since someone played along with my nonsense. He hands her a phone. Here. Naruto, what is this? Azazel, a telephone. I suppose they don't exist in your world. You can communicate with me with that device. Ask someone to teach you how to use it. Naruto, don't you need it? Azazel, no way, it's the one I won a couple of hours ago from the vending machines. It's all yours. Naruto, oh, thank you. Azazel hands her a number written on a business card. There's my number, so you can contact me and add me to your contacts, so we can go out and have fun from time to time. Naruto, ha 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 ha, that's for sure, brother. They bump fists and say goodbye, just as Naruto also said goodbye to the beautiful ladies who also gave him their number. Note how Naruto and Azazel said goodbye. Naruto exchanges his chips for cash, around 40 million yen, and follows his clone to a private location. Suddenly he felt the clone kick him in the ribs. Being drunk, he didn't notice in time, and why was that? Clone, for leaving a poor clone to deal with our daughter's mother's situation at a shitty school while the original goes off to have fun without giving a shit about the mission. Naruto, of course I care about the mission, you're here for a reason, right? And you also know this conversation is pointless because in the end we're the same person. Clone, I know, I just wanted to vent. Now get this shit out of your system so you know everything. Naruto, heh, not even my clones respect me, I've fallen very low. Clone, just finish this shit so you can go to sleep, this is going to take a while. Naruto, yes yes yes. Naruto snaps his fingers and the blood clone explodes, leaving a pool of blood. All the clone's data is integrated into Naruto. Well, that sucks. Anyway, I'll go over the plan with the guys when they get here tomorrow. He looks at the pool of blood. I should have put a bucket underneath first. He uses a water release jutsu to collect the blood and then throws it in a trash can. Naruto returns to Koho City and finds himself in the middle of the forest near what appears to be some kind of abandoned monastery. He senses traces of energy emanating from it. Naruto thought it was the perfect place to sleep since nature felt good everywhere, unlike the academy where the energy was too heavy and all the air was polluted. He climbed the tallest tree in the forest. Naruto began to think about everything that happened today when he arrived here. Naruto makes an improvised bed with branches from the surrounding trees, lying down on it. Damn, my behavior today was quite deplorable, not knowing about my daughter for 4 years, the loss of memories, the damned spy, being married, that everything that happened was for nothing and now being involved in this situation that is none of my business. Somehow I managed not to explode. I hope he really believed that the reason I didn't want to stay there was because I prefer to sleep in nature and not because I didn't want to be there. He began to think about his daughter. What could my daughter be doing? Perhaps she's researching or creating a jutsu that would allow me to communicate telepathically with my clones. Naruto sniffs himself. Shit, I smell alcohol, cigarettes and women's perfume. Well, whatever, tomorrow I'll go get my new house and take a bath there and well, I'll see how I improve my relationship with RIAS and her entourage. Anyway, this seems like it's going to be a long haul. He falls asleep almost in fractions of a second because of the alcohol. Meanwhile, with RIAS was getting ready for bed. RIAS sighs in defeat. Even though I managed to get Naruto to agree to help, I felt more like an enemy than an ally. I didn't think he'd be so upset about everything that happened. Although, well, I kind of deserved what happened in Konoha. My attempt to surprise him caused him to have a very bad impression of me. His refusal to eat and his decision to stay here to sleep is a very clear sign of distrust towards me. She sighs. Could it also be because I'm a demon? That could have added to the problem too. Remember that Naruto is deeply in love with a girl named Sakura, the crow told him. Could it be because of Sakura? It could be that too. After all, he found out overnight that he's married to a stranger and they share a 3-year-old daughter. She shakes her head. No, it can't be that, at least not entirely. The crow told me that Naruto gave up on having any chance with her when her relationship with that Sasuke guy became official. She sighs deeply. I hope I can resolve this feud between us as soon as possible, or else I'll never have a chance, and I want Akane to have her parents together. She undresses completely and lies down on her bed, covering herself with her sheets. Will I really have a chance? She sighs deeply again. Feeling like an old woman with so many sighs, it's not worth thinking about anymore. Tomorrow is another day. She closes her eyes and falls asleep. Meanwhile, with Issei, damn it, I can't get that demonic fox face out of my head. What the hell was that thing? Was it Naruto's or someone else's? Could it be that Naruto is hiding something inside his body that's shaped like a fox? And why does my left hand react violently every time I think about it? He looks at his left arm. Now that I think about it, RIAS Kaicho told me that my sacred gear is from a celestial dragon called Draig, the Red Dragon Emperor. For some reason I don't understand, he must be angry with Naruto-san, or whatever is inside him. Anyway, I need to clear this up. Maybe I'll go talk to Naruto-san tomorrow. He tries to fall asleep as best he can. Meanwhile, in Naruto's mind, Naruto is slowly waking up, looking around in bewilderment, as he is not in his makeshift bed of tree branches but in a normal one in what appears to be a very sophisticated room. Confused Naruto, what's going on? He looks at himself, and why the hell am I naked? I didn't get that drunk to end up in a situation like this, or was the clone thing a dream? He's not sure if what he's seeing is real or a dream. He was never good with alcohol. He sat up somewhat defensively, pulling the sheet over him. He scanned the room, finding everything around him completely unfamiliar, which only added to his confusion. Naruto, well, whoever lives here lives in luxury. How much does all this cost? Not noticing that there's another person in the same bed who gets up at the noise with a slight yawn, indicating they're awake. What's wrong, my love? Is something the matter? Naruto felt the most powerful shiver he had ever felt upon recognizing the voice. He turned around to look in the direction of the bed and saw Sona Citri lying there completely naked. Naruto incredulous, Ona-chan. Sona raises an eyebrow at Naruto's confused expression as she takes her glasses from the dresser beside the bed. What's wrong, honey? You look like you've seen a ghost. Naruto, legitimately scared, thought, what are we doing here? What did we do? What the hell did I do? He thought to himself, Kurama, what the hell did I do and why didn't you stop me, damn it? However, he didn't get an answer from Kurama. Guys? He didn't get a response from any of the Biju. Sona looks at Naruto in confusion, well, this is your room, and we had our honeymoon here. Naruto in white honeymoon. Sona yawns, by the way, my love, she gets up completely naked, causing Naruto to try to cover his eyes, but for some reason he can't move. Sona takes his member in her left hand while with the other she caresses his abdomen. It's only 5 a.m., and what if we continue where we left off? I'm still not satisfied, love. Naruto, flushed red, tried to escape, but his body wouldn't obey, and the Bijou didn't respond to his cries for help. No. 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 Wouldn't you rather leave it for later? I think it would be a better idea to go have breakfast first to replenish our energy and all that. Sona licks her lips and throws Naruto to the ground. What I want for breakfast is right here. Sona begins to move like a snake through his body, tempting him to sin, while his eyes never stop staring at his intense violet eyes. Sona, in a lustful voice, says, don't resist, you know you can't. And prepares for action. Naruto panicked as he saw how it was about to begin. The scream was so loud that everything around him was deformed and began to fall into the abyss. Back to the real world. Naruto lets out such a loud scream that there was no place in Kuo City that didn't hear it. Naruto's awakening was so abrupt that he fell out of his makeshift bed, hitting each branch until he landed in some thorny bushes. Damn it all. Naruto wrote in an imaginary notebook that the next time he slept in nature, he shouldn't do it in a tree that was about 10 meters tall and had a lot of thorny bushes underneath it. He heals from the damage without any problem, but that didn't make it hurt any less. Naruto, damn it. Why the hell is this happening to me? And I mean that literally. Naruto remembered the dream with Sona. I curse Ero Sennin for forcing me to read that book while we were training. Naruto started wondering why on earth he had imagined that scene with Sona, since he acted the way he always did with everyone. And then he remembered Sona's violet eyes. Naruto, do I feel attracted to Sona? He shook his head and remembered that all demons have an aura of physical attraction around them due to the sinful nature of this species. There are even demons called succubi whose main ability is precisely that, according to the books he was forced to read to understand the activities of the fire monks and priests as part of his studies to become Hokage. Naruto, yes, that's probably it. I was affected by that strange power demons use to lure other people. I need to be much more careful. Especially at the meeting, which will be swarming with them. Naruto shook off the dust and all the branches that had stuck to him from the bushes, and then his stomach growled. Naruto, looks like I'm hungry. Naruto was about to get his portion of ramen since Sakura or Tsunade weren't here to scold him. Itadakamasu. He sat down on a rock and proceeded to eat breakfast despite it being late. Naruto stretches to get his new home, which, thanks to Azazel's help, now has an identity in this place. And then he'll ask someone how to use his new communication device. Naruto walks through the city streets until he reaches his new home where the man from yesterday was already waiting for him. It's a simple apartment, one room, a kitchen, a small dining room, and a bathroom, more than enough. I finished signing the papers and now the house is completely his. He still has to furnish it, but that's a topic for another day. Naruto takes a shower in the bathhouse of the apartment building and comes out completely clean. Naruto, it's noon, but it doesn't matter. Naruto glanced at a few candy and pastry shops that looked delicious and didn't let his gluttony wait, buying all kinds of sweets with the money he'd earned from gambling. Getting money to gamble was easy, a little petty theft here and there, and then the casino multiplied it many times over, so money wasn't a problem at the moment. Naruto thought that bringing sweets to RIAS and her entourage was a good start to trying to get along with them after his shocking introduction. Now, upon seeing a ramen stand and knowing that it exists here too, once the RIAS issue is resolved, Naruto will search every last ramen establishment on the planet to see if any of them can live up to the great Ichiraku. Naruto feels relieved to see that no one approaches him to ask questions or give him a gift. Being a complete stranger has never felt so satisfying. When Naruto arrived at the academy, he found Issei already in Asia, probably because it was lunchtime at the academy, as Tsubaki explained to him about how schools work here. Naruto jumps up and positions himself near them. Naruto, hey guys, how are you? Issei, good morning, Naruto-san. Asia, good morning Naruto-sama, I hope you had a blessed night. Naruto, likewise, Asia-chan. He starts laughing nervously, remembering his dream. Oh, by the way, the sama isn't necessary, it makes me a little uncomfortable when people call me that. Asia, are you sure? Naruto, sure, it's more convenient if they tell me my name directly without prefixes. Asia, very well, if you feel more comfortable that way then I'll do it. Then he remembers something. Excuse me, Naruto-san, is it true that the god, he suffered a severe headache, but finished the sentence, of your world is a tree? Naruto is surprised by the question. Well, technically speaking, that's right. A long time ago, someone with enormous power proclaimed herself a goddess, but she became a tyrant and was defeated by her children, who also earned the title of gods. I couldn't tell you more because I'm not religious and I don't really know much about it. I apologize for not being able to say more about it. Asia is a little disappointed because she's really interested in that. I understand, there's no need to apologize, thank you very much for sharing the information. Naruto, there's no need, he sighs inwardly, I can't tell her about Kaguya, the forbidden fruit, and all that, it would be too dangerous. He changes the subject slightly, and why are you so interested in that, Asia-chan? And by the way, are you alright? You look like you've been hit on the head. Now that I think about it, you were reacting like that yesterday too. Issei, Asia-chan used to be a Catholic nun, but due to certain incidents she ended up transforming into a demon. We demons are forbidden from saying that word, doing so gives us a severe headache. Asia cries comically, I can't forget my teachings and my roots since God always, she suffers another headache. Naruto, with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck, cries out louder. It must be a constant nuisance. The three arrive at the academy and Naruto heads straight to the occult club while Asia and Issei head straight to their respective classes. There was a note somewhat hidden for him, intended to tell him of a secret entrance so he could wait inside since everyone was in class at that time. Naruto entered the building and began a cursory examination, not wanting to pry into anything that wasn't his business, and besides, he was certain the toads were keeping a close watch on the house. He then found the kitchen and had the brilliant idea of cooking for them, a way to try and minimize what had happened the day before. The question now was, what would he cook? Naruto wanted to examine the ingredients he had in his kitchen, but he wanted them to taste the flavors of the elemental nations. The problem was, he didn't have the ingredients to do so, he only had food prepared by him. And it was very simple food, just to buy time. So there was no other option but to send a clone to get ingredients, and to avoid wasting time, it basically had to fly. Once they returned, she started cooking, nothing fancy, just okonomiyaki and tonkatsu. She also made fried fish, and to top it all off, she prepared dango, a special recipe Anko had given her for her birthday, served with the typical side of rice. But she also made fried rice, rice with gravy, and meat rice. Naruto has always considered his cooking to be ordinary, nothing special. However, Akino can't say the same, since she's always in the building at this time to have the food ready. When she entered the kitchen, she saw Naruto cooking like a 5-star chef, every movement, every cut, was impeccable. Akino didn't want to break his concentration, so she left quietly and returned to class. She told RIAS what he was doing, surprising her and making her a little anxious about the final result. Naruto realized that perhaps he had done all this too early, so he put a temperature seal on all the dishes to keep them warm at all times, and he refrigerated the dangos for when the time was right. Naruto began waiting in the living room. Considering the time he had met them the previous day, they probably had another 2 hours of school left. So he began to concentrate and meditate while he waited on the floor. Naruto was curious about the natural energy of this world, so he began to enter sage mode. Upon doing so, he realized it wasn't so different from the energy of his own world, however, the natural energy of this world was contaminated, as if someone had dumped toxic waste into a pool of clean water, making it much wilder and more violent. Naruto was worried this would affect him, so he immediately exited Sage mode. He knew he could control it, but there was no point in taking a chance and risking something going wrong. There would be time later to practice. Naruto looked at a board on the table with pieces on top, which he deduced was a chess set. He examined the pieces to see if it was played similarly to shogi. 2 hours had passed, and out of boredom, Naruto fell asleep on the couch. Just then, Akino and RIAS enter through the front door. And they both look at Naruto asleep at the desk. Akino, era, it seems he fell asleep waiting for us, how cute, walking towards the kitchen, I'll go see if he needs anything else on the table, leaves the room. RIAS, I'm glad you're here. I was worried you might lose patience because you're not one to stay in one place for long. She carefully approached him to get a closer look and gently touched Naruto's birthmarks, causing him to purr and making RIAS laugh happily. Akino, era, don't try to eat it here and now, the others might discover you, RIAS-sama. RIAS lets out a small squeal of surprise and looks at Akino completely embarrassed. Of course not, Akino, why would you even consider that I would do something like that? Akino, because you already had it once and it's clear you want more. This made RIAS blush deeply. RIAS, blushing furiously and annoyed, asked, can we change the subject? Akino, of course, RIAS-sama, Naruto-sama has prepared more than just a simple plate of food. RIAS, really? Akino nods and accompanies her to discover all the food Naruto made and the dangos that are in the refrigerator. Akino, wow, who would have thought? I imagined something simple, but she went to all this trouble for us. Although it's a bit strange, since all the plates have a kanji glowing red on the side. RIAS, it must be some kind of seal to keep the food warm, but if you want to be sure you can ask her once she wakes up. After 20 minutes Issei arrives along with the rest who were a little surprised to see Naruto asleep on the couch. RIAS said not to wake him up. However, Kaneko couldn't help but approach him, sensing a chakra similar to that of a Nikomata emanating from his body. Unconsciously, she stroked Naruto's whisker marks, wondering if they were real. This caused Naruto to purr. Embarrassed, Kaneko quickly withdrew her hand, but not before visualizing in her mind a huge two-tailed tiger with its body completely engulfed in blue flames. Kiba, is something wrong, Kaneko? Kaneko snaps out of her surprise and shakes her head. No, I was just curious if the marks on her face are just scars or some kind of whisker-like thing. Asia, although she's very cute, she purrs like a cat. Issei, which is strange because I imagine him more as a fox unless foxes also purr and I don't know it. RIAS looked at Kaneko's attitude with surprise, since she usually avoids physical contact with other people, but it was probably due to the chakra emanating from Naruto, so she didn't pay it any mind. They continued their activities when suddenly seals appeared in the middle of the room, indicating the arrival of Fukasaku and Shima. But there were also 3 boys who, judging by their appearance, were 2 years younger than Kaneko. Fukasaku, well, this time we arrived all together. Shima, I thought someone was going to be blown away again like what happened to Naruto. RIAS, Fukasaku and Shima-sama, it's a pleasure to see you again. Everyone greets both toads. Fukasaku, the pleasure is all mine, RIAS-chan. And Naruto-chan, RIAS, he's asleep next to her. Shima, in that case, let's wait for him to wake up, the boy sleeps as hard as a rock. Akino, Fukasaku and Shima-sama, are they Naruto-sama's students? Before Shima could introduce them, the boys got ahead of her. Moegi strikes a pose. Good afternoon, beautiful ladies and flamboyant gentlemen. My name is Moegi, the future most powerful kunoichi in the land of fire. Get to know me. Udon strikes his pose. I love strategy and all kinds of mathematics. My name is Udon. Konohamaru excitedly striking the best poses of the 3 of them, and I'm the future 8th Hokage and we are. The 3 posing together with huge smiles on their faces, the future San of the hidden village among the leaves. Everyone was surprised and sweat dripped from their necks at the boys who were Naruto's students and everything they did in their presentation. RIAS, at that moment, pictured her brother and the rest of the Demon Kings in their Power Ranger costumes, all posing together. Fukasaku, ignoring the whole act they performed because he was so used to Jiraiya, well, they've already introduced themselves. Shima, future Sannin, Konohamaru, yes, since they are recognized throughout the village as a team, as well as individually, not to mention that each one was the teacher of one of the members of Team 7, we thought it would be a good goal as a team to surpass them. Moegi, we will be stronger than them, definitely. Udon, that's right. Kiba, what energetic kids. RIAS, they're Naruto's students for a reason. He introduces himself, as well as each member of his entourage, to Naruto's students, causing the three of them to respond happily. Issei, how old are they? Konohamaru, we are 13 years old. Kaneko, they're 2 years younger than me. Konohamaru, a little arrogant, but without malice, and definitely stronger than you. This annoyed Kaneko. Kiba and Akino took it with amusement. RIAS was somewhat indifferent to that statement, while Asia and Issei had no doubt that it was true at least for the moment. Konohamaru looks at RIAS and begins to carefully examine things from certain angles, making RIAS a little uncomfortable and confusing everyone. After thinking for a few seconds, he smiles broadly and gives a thumbs up. Naruto Aniki has excellent taste, as it should be. At that moment, Moegi hits Konohamaru hard for acting disrespectfully. This embarrassed RIAS, as she too had hoped Naruto would like her as much as she liked him. Akino just laughed at Konohamaru's actions. Kaneko squinted at him, thinking he was another pervert. Kiba thought he was a very energetic boy, and Asia looked at him with a noble and innocent expression, thinking Konohamaru was referring to Rias's personality. Issei, seeing how Konohamaru acted regarding Rias's beauty, this one's one of mine, also gets punched by Kaneko for being a pervert. Konohamaru, okay, we can't waste any more time. RIAS, what are you planning to do? Konohamaru, the only way to wake Naruto up is with a strong blow or by scaring him. But I need a victim. Issei, victim. Konohamaru, you're perfect. He took a deep breath and shouted, Naruto Aniki, Issei-san is insulting the ramen. At that very moment, Naruto leaps at Issei, completely enraged, applying a flame in no time, surprising RIAS's entourage with its speed since it was instantaneous. Naruto, what do you think you are, you bastard? Ramen is life, it's a sacred gift from the gods. How dare you disrespect this sacred food? Apologize now, you damned sinner, and maybe, just maybe, I'll forgive you for such an offense. Issei trying to breathe and break free. I didn't say anything, it's just a lie. Help, a degenerate is attacking me. Konohamaru, you see it, ha ha ha. Moegi hits him hard in the abdomen, knocking him to the ground for using Issei as a victim to awaken Naruto. Udon is going to reassure his older brother, Naruto Aniki, that was a lie to wake him up. Calm down. Naruto reacts and lets go of poor Issei, who was begging for his life while crying in a comical way. Naruto, I'm sorry Issei, I thought you were committing the worst of sins in front of me, I promised to make it up to you somehow. Issei angrily pointed at Konohamaru while Asia was healing his neck and arm pain. You little bastard, you'll pay for this. Konohamaru, please, that wasn't a big deal, ha ha ha. Naruto silences him with a smack on the head, annoyed at him for using Issei to wake him up. Naruto sits down on the couch. Fukasaku and Shima-sama, there are still 6 days until the meeting, why did you bring you here? RIAS deliberately sat next to Naruto, intending to subtly get closer to him. Naruto noticed, but didn't think much of it. Shima, they asked us to bring them ahead of schedule. Konohamaru, we wanted to plan the fight in case we have to fight, as Fukasaku-sama mentioned. Moegi, that way, no loose ends will be left untied. Udon, and thus ensure victory. Naruto, I understand, in that case we can get to work. He remembers the food, but before that, let's eat. Before he can say about the prepared food, Akino interrupts him. Akino, all the food she prepared for us in the kitchen, everything is ready. Issei, really? Asia, thank you very much. Kaneko, thank you. RIAS, thank you so much for preparing it for us, it wasn't necessary to prepare it for us. Naruto, there's no need, I acted very aggressively yesterday, and I feel a little embarrassed about it. I don't usually behave like that, I was just angry about everything that happened in such a short time. RIAS, you don't need to apologize, it's understandable given your position, especially considering what happened with your village regarding the informant. After all, as the future 7th Hokage, you have to put your village above everything else, that's what a leader and guardian must do to protect their own. Naruto, thank you so much for understanding, looks at the others, alright guys, let's eat then, walks towards the kitchen, I have to prepare something for Fukasaku and Shima-sama, as well as for Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon. Akino, don't worry about it, leave it to me. Naruto, thank you for the offer, but Shima and Fukasaku don't really like human food. I have to prepare something specific for them, but I accept the help with my students' food. Akino, in that case, I'll go with him, goes with Naruto to the kitchen. Konohamaru and the others laughed when they learned that RIAS had stirred something within him, as had Shima and Fukasaku. RIAS makes a victory gesture, knowing she's just scored points, something inside her knew it. Alright, guys, let's head to the dining hall and gratefully accept the food. Everyone nodded and Shima and Fukasaku climbed onto Konohamaru's back to be transported to the dining room. Issei lagged a little behind everyone. Damn, I thought I'd have a chance to talk after class. I have to ask him when we all leave. He went to catch up with the others. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Crow, very well. Here I have the information on Uzumaki Naruto, your sister's husband, as well as information on the humans of that world, as you requested. It should be noted that this information is entirely superficial, as I cannot obtain any more information about him, because if I do, his village will capture and kill me. Surzex, I understand, thank you very much, I will deposit your money for your work. The crow nods and leaves. Graphia, are you sure you want to look for information about him behind his sister's back? Surzex, examining the documents, said, I need to know if this man isn't a danger to us, and especially to my sister. The fact that he's from another world has me completely worried. He showed a document to Graphia. Look, he continued, I've never heard of humans capable of using chakra like yokai. And according to these records, there are humans as strong as us, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure the crow is hiding much more information about these humans that he's not sharing with me because of the oaths of loyalty he swore to RIAS regarding this man and those people. Graphia, do you want me to go talk to him and examine him? Surzex organizes the documents. No, we'll find him at the meeting anyway, but let's not let our guard down. According to these documents, these humans are almost sworn enemies of demons. So we can't rule out that this is a trap on their part. Graphia nods. I just hope I'm exaggerating and that it's nothing serious. He gets up from his desk and starts walking out of his office with Graphia following behind. Meanwhile, on one of the coat racks in the same room, there is a small frog that has been watching him for the last 4 years to inform Fukasaku and Shima about this. End of chapter. Chapter 12 The Alphas Meet Asterisk. Naruto prepared the food for Fukasaku and Shima, as well as Akino prepared those for Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon. Everyone ate in the dining room. Everyone was surprised by Naruto's cooking skills, thinking he had incredible culinary abilities like some chef. Naruto said it was just everyday cooking, surprising everyone. As for him they were simple, everyday dishes. Everyone thanked Naruto for the food and sweets, as did Konohamaru's team towards Akino. RIAS asked about the kanji on the plates, and Naruto explained that they were for maintaining the food's temperature. This way, it doesn't have to be served immediately, and can be eaten at the desired temperature at the right time. Something that really interested Akino was the idea for when she had to prepare food, so she wouldn't rush when it came time to serve it. Naruto told her that he would later help her convert the kanji into a magic seal. Something Akino appreciated. Fukasaku and Shima leave because they still have a lot of work to do. Everyone says goodbye to them. Akino showed Konohamaru and the others the rooms, something they greatly appreciated. Asia helped clean everything along with Kiba. Kaneko went to water the garden since it was her turn to do so, and RIAS took the opportunity to organize her family documents as part of her training to be the future heir of the GREMORY clan. She also took the opportunity to retrieve all the cosplay photos she had taken with her daughter to show Naruto, hoping to inspire him to cosplay after the meeting and the arranged marriage, which she saw as a plan to bring them closer together. Issei approaches Naruto while everyone else is busy. Issei, excuse me, Naruto-san, may I speak with you alone? Naruto, of course Issei, but, what's the reason? Issei, it's a question I have, and you're the only one who can answer it. Naruto, a little confused, let's go outside and walk around. Issei, thank you very much. They both leave the occult research club and go for a walk in the middle of the courts where no one would pay them any attention. RIAS returns with her photo album of her daughter, but notices that Naruto and Issei are gone. RIAS, huh? Where did they go? She makes a face of disgust, and I wanted to show him these pictures with our beautiful daughter. She thinks of them again. Issei has been acting strange since yesterday. Is something wrong? I'll go look for them. With Naruto and Issei, Naruto stops near some volleyball courts where no one from the club is currently practicing. What do you want to talk to me about, Issei? Issei, you see, Naruto-san, since yesterday I've been seeing a fox-like presence emanating from you. Naruto, oh, a fox. He fixes his gaze on Issei. What did it look like? Issei, he had a truly terrifying appearance and was orange in color. Naruto, and what else? Issei, well, his eyes somehow connect to his ears, a completely black shadow. Naruto, well, you saw right, now tell me why that's upsetting you. Issei, well, I don't know if I should tell you this, but in this world there are divine artifacts called sacred gears, and every time I visualize that fox, my sacred gear is that of a dragon called Drake, the red celestial emperor dragon, and for some reason it gets agitated and acts aggressively. I manifest it with my left hand, but RIAS, the Kaicho, told me that eventually I'll be able to use it throughout my entire body. But that's not the important thing. I'd like to know why it acts so aggressively towards the fox. Naruto, and have you spoken to him? Issei, I haven't spoken to him yet. I don't even know if he's alive and if the sacred gear is just his power. I tried to talk to him, but it was no use. Naruto, I think I know what the problem is, but telling you straight up wouldn't be intuitive enough, so we'll go talk to him directly. Issei, and how will we do that? Naruto enters sage mode and places his hand on Issei's head. Suddenly, Issei felt himself falling into an abyss until he hit the ground. Issei, but why the hell am I in Akihabara? He looks at the sky and is surprised to see that everything is dark, not knowing if it's day or night. What the hell is going on? He looks at the shops and there's absolutely no one there, but everything he likes is there too, anime, video games, but especially erotic stuff. I'm surrounded by the things I like most, and I think a lot of those things are actually mine. Naruto, it's because we're in your mind. Issei jumps in surprise at the sight of Naruto and before he can complain, he's confused. In my mind? Naruto, that's right, psychological jutsus aren't my thing, so we need to hurry. And seeing all this, now I understand why Kaneko-chan keeps calling you a pervert. Issei, I can't help it, I'm in the prime of my youth and I have to enjoy it to the fullest, especially seeing the beautiful women around me. I simply can't help it. However, saying I'm a pervert all day long is an exaggeration on Kaneko's part. When I need to be serious, I am serious, sometimes. Naruto, sometimes. Issei, there have been situations where we have to be serious, but let's just say the situation escalates to the point where my perverted side comes out. Naruto, for example. Issei, not long ago we went to look for our relatives, a kind of pet that performs simple tasks for us like messages and more. Naruto, let me guess, one of those creatures destroyed the girl's clothes. You tried to keep them but the girls destroyed them. Issei, surprised, yes, how did you know? Naruto, I'm watching it right now on the TV upstairs. Issei is confused when he sees a huge television on one of the most important buildings in Akihabara showing what happened, including the scene where the girls are left half naked because of a green slime. Yeah, if it's that day, he starts to cry. My beautiful Slotaro, they didn't let us be together. Naruto, can you change the scene on TV? I mean, I don't mind seeing Kaneko and Akino's beautiful physiques, but that's not why we came here. I ignore the fact that RIAS was also affected by the slime's acid. Issei, sorry, let's see, imagines a Yu-Gi-Oh! Game and appears on television, so that expresses what I think. Naruto, perfect, because Akino's black lingerie was making me really uncomfortable. Issei, why would such beauty make you uncomfortable? Naruto, you have to learn to read between the lines. Akino seems to be the kind of woman who likes to use a whip and be the one to penetrate with a toy. Issei, scared, huh? You think they're like that? Naruto, definitely, maybe not on the first or second try, but it was bound to happen. Issei swallows hard. Mental note, be careful with Akino-senpai if something like that happens. Naruto, that's right, but now let's go find that dragon. Issei regaining his senses, my sacred gears. Naruto, that's right. Let's find what's most out of place here. Issei nods his head and they begin searching Issei's mind. Issei's mind was enormous, easily 5 times larger than Naruto's, which meant a huge jumble of thoughts and ideas swirled around in his head, especially since everywhere he looked he saw schoolgirls or perverted things. The kid's hormones were raging. Something about that piqued Naruto's curiosity. "Naruto, tell me, what was the reason you became a demon and how did it happen?" "Issei, I was about to die at the hands of a fallen angel, and I'm still too young to do that. I had a strange piece of paper with me the day of the attack, the one used to summon demons. I desperately wished someone would save me, and RIAS Kaisho saved me along with the others, but I was so badly injured that she had to use the evil pieces to save me. It cost her all 8 pawns. After that, and after she explained what I had become and what I could do as a demon, I set myself a goal." He hid the part about how she healed his wounds. He didn't know how Naruto would react, and he didn't want to know either. "Naruto, what a strange way to heal someone." Issei is confused, and when he sees Naruto looking up, he can only see the television showing what happened that day in his room, scaring him. I swear I didn't do anything, it was all a joke, Kaisho, I swear." "Naruto, why are you scared? It's not like I'm going to do anything to you." Issei, confused, "Well, she's his wife, and you don't expect to see your wife in situations like that. And well, I love eki and hentai stuff, but I have my limits, and one of those limits is that I will never support NTR. "Naruto, NTR. Issei, it means netarare, a Japanese word that basically means cuckold, where a person's love interest is stolen by another person." Naruto, "Oh, I understand." Issei, "And like I said, I do not support those things, I consider them repulsive and in very bad taste. Who the hell wants to be cheated on? Definitely not me, and I thought that might bother you because that was RIAS's doing, not mine." Naruto, Issei, you're overthinking this. I only met RIAS yesterday. I know absolutely nothing about her except what I've been told recently. What she's done these past 3 years that has no connection to my daughter couldn't matter less to me, so just relax. Issei sighs in relief. "Oh, it's a relief to hear that, it's one less weight on my body." Naruto, going back to the previous topic, what is your goal? Issei, nothing more and nothing less than the demon king of the harem. Naruto falls to the ground upon hearing that, realizing that Issei's dream was the most bizarre thing Naruto could have ever heard in his life. Naruto, are you serious? Issei, that's right, that's my goal and I'm going to achieve it no matter what. But of course, I have no intention of forcing anyone. If I want a harem, it will be made up of women I love and who love me. Naruto, I understand, but I don't know what to think about it. It's a very strange goal. Issei, I think my dream is pretty normal. Naruto, I doubt there's a single man in my world who has that kind of dream. Issei, really? Naruto, that's right, I could say that most men in my world are more conservative and above all traditional. What I'm trying to say is that if a man has several wives, it's not out of whim, but rather because he was forced to do it or does it out of necessity, whether for political, military, economic reasons, etc., etc., etc. For example, in my world there is a law that forces shinobi from nearly extinct clans to have several wives for the sole purpose of having several children to preserve the clan's legacy. Issei, so nobody chooses to have a harem of their own free will? Naruto, there are probably exceptions I don't know about, but generally speaking, most people don't think that way. While saying there are no perverts would be a blatant lie, I can say that 95% of them are closeted. Issei, when RIAS Kaisho said that in your world you had a feudal Japanese lifestyle combined with modern technology, she meant it literally. Naruto, feudal Japan. Issei, that's the name of this country, and centuries ago we had a political system almost identical to yours. Naruto, I understand, perhaps that explains a slight connection between your world and mine. Issei, it could be. But I think it's something much more than that. Naruto, I think the same way, but at least it's a very interesting fact. He took out a sheet of paper and wrote a bunch of characteristics at maximum speed. Issei, what are you doing? Naruto finishes writing. Here, he hands her the sheet. Issei, what is this? Naruto, everything you need to be the harem king. Issei reads the sheet with interest. Girls' requirements. Naruto, yes, if you want to be the harem king, the girls in your harem need to have at least one of those physical, species, psychological, hobby, and material taste characteristics in order to be crowned with that title. Issei, I understand now, thank you very much Naruto-senpai, I will keep that in mind, he bows a couple of times. Naruto, don't thank me, now let's continue. They continue walking when they both reach a street that on the other side had a huge crimson-red metal wall. Issei, what is this? Naruto, looks like we found him. Issei, so this is the sacred gear. Naruto, it seems that if it's in your mind, it means there's an entity inside him, so that means that dragon still lives and we can talk to him, let's find a way in. Issei nods and they look for some kind of door. They walked for a few minutes and then they found a huge door with a huge green pearl in the middle. Naruto, alright, here we are. Issei, are you sure we should go in? Naruto, relax, I'm here to protect you. Issei swallowed hard and opened the door in front of him. He was surprised that the door wasn't as heavy as he had imagined, and they both went through it. On the other side it was completely dark and, hearing nothing, Issei lost all fear. Issei is disappointed to see nothing, there's supposed to be a huge red dragon here, and there's nothing. I feel cheated. Issei wasn't noticing, but right in front of them stood a huge red dragon with green eyes, staring intently at Naruto. Its body was hidden in the darkness, but its green eyes were clearly visible. At that moment the entire room was covered in fire, scaring Issei, but he calmed down when he saw that the fire wasn't hurting him. Then he heard a faint growl and turned around to see where it was coming from, somewhat frightened. Issei was terrified to see the enormous green-eyed dragon in front of them. Issei wasn't frightened because it was a dragon, that was to be expected, but because of its immense size, which measured around 100 meters in height, and wondering how on earth he couldn't see it with such a size. Naruto, so you're Draig, the Red Dragon Emperor. Draig, a lot of trust for a human being. Before Naruto could say anything, Kurama appeared, bursting forth from Naruto's body in massive bursts of energy. Issei was utterly shocked to recognize the fox and noticed that it had grown to the same size as Draig. The only difference was the 9 enormous tails, which were almost twice the length of the fox. Kurama, looking down at Draig, said, now say it again in front of me, you simple lizard. Draig, a lot of confidence for just a dog. Kurama grins, showing his sharp teeth, want to find out. At that moment, both entities began to kill each other with their eyes. Issei, wait, don't start fighting inside my head. Naruto-sama, what's going on? And who is he? Naruto, his name is Kurama, the 9-tailed fox, he is an entity from my world similar to Draig who is in your sacred gears. Kurama, except that they didn't turn me into an everyday object. Draig, I don't see my position as any different from yours, you furry sack. After all, you're inside that human too. Kurama, I'd be happy to show you the difference between us. At that moment, they both assumed a fighting stance, waiting to see who would attack first. Issei is terrified to see the two of them about to fight. Stop please, if you start fighting inside my mind, you'll kill me. Naruto, calm down Issei, the moment this becomes dangerous for you I'll sever the mental link. Issei, crying comically, that doesn't reassure me at all. Meanwhile, with RIAS. RIAS was looking for Naruto and Issei since the two had simply disappeared. Some of the school clubs were still active, so it was normal for some cheerful people to greet RIAS, until one of them had the courage to approach her. Soccer captain, hello RIAS-senpai, who are you looking for? RIAS, I'm looking for a blonde guy with cat-like markings, he's a friend of mine who's coming from abroad to visit Japan. Football captain, I watched him being escorted by one of the trio of perverts towards the volleyball courts, I think it was Issei. RIAS, thank you very much, I'll be going now. The football captain respectfully says goodbye and returns to his teammates to continue practicing. RIAS heads towards the courts and from a long distance she sees them standing in front of each other in the middle of the road and for some reason Naruto is holding Issei's head. RIAS, what are those two doing? Trots to get there as quickly as possible. In Issei's mind, Issei, and why do those two want to kill each other? Naruto, supremacy, as simple as that. Issei, supremacy. Naruto, tell me Issei, do lions exist in this world? Felines with manes on their heads, which only the males have. Issei nods his head. What happens when a lion feels threatened by another? Issei understanding the message, so, you're not telling me this is like Godzilla vs Ghidorah? In my mind, Naruto, I don't know who those are, but if you mean a fight between two alphas, then yes. That's why you were looking at Kurama in your mind, it was Draig indirectly telling you that you had another alpha near you, or at least that's how I interpret your visions. Issei, you're not going to tell me that, because of these two, he swallows hard, we have to fight? Naruto, ha 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 ha, of course not, this is their business, but at least I've answered your question. Issei, so you also have a sacred gear? Naruto, no, it's something very different but with almost the same purpose. At that moment both Kurama and Drake roared loudly at each other, stunning Issei and a little bit Naruto. I'll tell you later, I think it's time to clear your mind before they start attacking each other in here. He looked up to speak to Kurama, but at that moment they heard RIAS's voice, causing Naruto to abruptly leave Issei's mind. Issei was also abruptly thrust back into reality. RIAS stood in front of them, confused to see them staring at each other. What's going on here? RIAS removed Naruto's hand, and they both reacted. Naruto, RIAS-chan, Issei, RIAS-sama, RIAS, Issei-kun, Naruto-kun. What are you doing? You vanished from the occult research club out of nowhere, and I find you here standing motionless, staring at each other. Someone might have seen you and misinterpreted it. Naruto, Issei had doubts about his powers and a vision he had about them, so I entered his mind to see what was happening. Issei realizes that Naruto isn't telling the whole truth, and it's probably because of Kurama, so he chooses to lie to RIAS too, even though it could get him into trouble if she finds out. Indeed, but it seems it wasn't anything serious, just my sacred gear reacting to his senjutsu. Nothing to worry about. I'm sorry, RIAS Kaisho, I didn't want to tell you or the others anything so as not to worry them unnecessarily. RIAS smiles at them both. I see, so that's what it was, I worried for nothing, very well let's go to the club. With that she starts walking back. Both boys nodded and silently followed RIAS. Issei pondered what had happened, especially the list Naruto had given him, and began sorting through it to find girls who met all those criteria. End of chapter. Chapter 13 Preparing the Ground *. The trio walked over to Konohamaru. Moegi and Udon stood in front of Naruto as they were looking for him after Akino showed them the rooms where they were going to sleep. Konohamaru, Naruto Aniki, we finally found him. RIAS, we'll go ahead, Naruto-kun. Naruto, sure, see you later. Both demons retreat. Moegi, we were looking for him everywhere. Udon, we want to start preparing everything for the fight even if it doesn't end up happening. Naruto, oh, sure, but before we do that, we need to ask in general terms how the rating game works. Konohamaru, but we already know that. Moegi, Fukasaku and Shima-sama explained it when they came to talk to us. Naruto, yes, but only the basics. We need to know the location, the terrain, the conditions, the rules, where it will be held, and along etc. And for that, we have to ask about it before making plans. Konohamaru, I understand. In that case, let's go to RIAS-san and ask her about it. Naruto, no, let's go to Sona Citri, his friend and rival who's also at this school. Konohamaru, and why with her? Udon, something tells me that Naruto Aniki made Miss RIAS angry. Moegi, what did Naruto do now, brother? Naruto, and why do you think I automatically did something? Konohamaru, it wouldn't be the first time he's made someone angry with a comment or joke. Naruto, and they're supposed to be my students. The trio laughs at their older brother. She's the closest one we have right now and I think she can give us a more detailed description of the matter. Besides, RIAS has work to do, so let's let her do her homework, so follow me. The three obeyed and followed Naruto to the student council and knocked on the council door. Tsubaki, who is it? Naruto, it's me, Tsubaki-chan, may I come in? Tsubaki, go ahead, Naruto-sama. Naruto opens the door and they see Tsubaki and Sona sitting on the sofas. Sona places some documents on the table. Do you need anything, Naruto-san? She turns to look at him. Upon seeing Sona's eyes, Naruto went into another trance. He felt her violet eyes slowly absorb him, but knowing this would happen, he pulled a needle from his sleeve and stabbed her leg so quickly that no one noticed the damage, then put the needle away. Naruto, yes, I wanted to ask you about the combat conditions of the ratings game. Sona, combat conditions. Naruto, that's right, I mean the terrain, the weather, the rules, where it takes place, etc. Sona, and why are you interested? Tsubaki gives her seat to Naruto, who thanks her and sits down opposite Sona. He tells her what he has planned in case she speaks out and presents evidence of his marriage to RIAS. However, the important thing is that they take the safe route and fight in the rating game to break the arranged engagement. He also explains why he didn't accept the idea of a nightly duel. Sona, I see. Speaking for myself, I really hope you teach RIAS Phoenix a lesson. His arrogance and pride will bring ruin to his noble clan. She adjusts her glasses. Very well, I'll explain where and how the raiding game takes place, but before that, I'd like to know why I didn't ask RIAS about it. Naruto, to be frank, I think you could give me a better explanation about the whole thing. Sona, I understand, in that case I will repay that trust in me. As you already know, it is a duel of two retinues in the pure style of chess. You won't know the rules until the fight starts. The weather varies depending on the location of the fight. The sets are exact replicas of the original. This is done to avoid damaging real-world locations. For example, if the fight takes place in a forest, the real forest remains unharmed thanks to this set design. Naruto, so if I want the duel to take place at this academy, will an exact copy of the area be made? Sona, that's right, and since I'm absolutely sure they won't take you seriously, they'll give you the chance to choose the stage. You can use that to your advantage. Naruto, in that case, may I ask that you allow my students to examine every last corner of this institution? Sona, I have no reason to refuse, I really want to help RIAS solve this problem. Tsubaki, yes, President. Sona, please inform the others that Uzumaki Naruto's students will be inspecting all the facilities so they are not to be interrupted. Tsubaki nods, stands in front of Konohamaru and the others, please follow me. It will be quicker if I introduce you to my companions. The trio looks at Naruto, who nods, and they begin to follow Tsubaki, closing the door behind them as they leave the student council building. Sona is curious about the students in Naruto. How old are they? Naruto, they're 13 years old. But don't let their age fool you, they've proven to be really strong. That's why I'm confident they'll have no problem winning the raiding game. Sona, I see. Although I still think the cavalry duel was the best option. Naruto, I know myself well enough to know that if I choose that option, I'll unconsciously end up humiliating that guy in the most humiliating way possible, and probably making enemies of the entire clan in the process. Besides, if they realize my strength, they'll surely try to avoid me at all costs. So, the most sensible option seems to be participating in the raiding game and having my students teach them manners. That way, he gets humiliated, and I don't make enemies of his family in the process. Sona, if you put it that way, I can't contradict you. Naruto, anyway, thank you very much for allowing me to examine the academy. I owe you a favor. Sona becomes interested upon hearing that. In that case, she summons a chessboard on the small table between the armchairs. RIAS told me that you will be the next leader of your shinobi village. I think she said you will become the 7th Hokage. Naruto is a little surprised to hear that Sona knew, although when he thought about it made sense. After all, she was RIAS's best friend. I'm still in training, there are many things I have to study and perfect before becoming the next leader. Sona, in that case, I'm interested in seeing how the future military leader of a shinobi village fares in a game of chess. You can return the favor by playing against me. This confused Naruto a little, a condition Sona noticed. You see, I don't have anything better to do right now, and it's been a long time since I've had a good opponent. To this day, I've remained undefeated. And I want to see the intellectual potential of your world. Naruto smiles amusedly, so if I lose you'll see me as an idiot. Sona smiles slightly, that will depend on you. And your decisions when making your moves. Naruto, that sounds fun. Unfortunately I don't know how to play chess, I only know how to play shogi. Sona, it's simpler than shogi, I can explain it to you without any problems and we can play a practice game before we play a serious one. If you're interested. Naruto, if you would be so kind, please. Sona, in that case, please pay attention. At the start of the game, each player must have a white square in the bottom right corner of the board. The initial position of the pieces is always the same. The second rank is occupied by 8 pawns. The rooks occupy the corners, and the 2 knights are placed beside them, followed by the bishops. Next to these, the queen always occupies the square of her own color. Finally, the king is placed next to the queen, on the remaining square. There are 6 types of pieces, each with its own unique way of moving. A piece cannot move through another, except for the knight, and it can never move to a square occupied by another piece of its own color. However, pieces can move to squares occupied by the opponent's pieces in order to capture them. In fact, the pieces move around the board to occupy a square with one of these three objectives: to capture an opponent's piece, replacing it by occupying the square it was on, defend the pieces of your own side to prevent them from being captured, or control the important squares on the board. The king is the most important piece, but also one of the weakest. The king can only move one square in any direction, up, down, sideways, or diagonally. The king can never move to a square where it would be in check, that is, where it could be captured. Remember that when the king is directly threatened by another piece, it is said to be in check. The queen is the most powerful piece. She can move in any direction and as many squares as she wants, as long as she doesn't pass over a piece of her own color. As with all pieces, if the queen captures an opponent's piece, her move is over. The rook can move as many squares as it wants, but only forwards, backwards, or sideways. The bishop can move as far as it wants, but always diagonally. Each bishop starts on a square of a certain color and must remain on that color for the entire game. Knights move very differently from the other pieces. They advance 2 squares in one direction and then one more at a 90-degree angle, tracing an L shape on the board. Knights are also the only pieces that can jump over other pieces. Pawns have the unique characteristic of moving and capturing differently. They move forward, but capture diagonally. Pawns can only advance 1 square per turn, except for their first move, when they can advance 2 squares. Pawns can only capture a square diagonally in front of them. They can never move backward, not even to capture a piece. Pawns cannot move if they encounter a piece occupying the square directly in front of them, nor can they capture such a piece. Pawns have another special ability: if they reach the other side of the board, they can be promoted to any other piece except a king. It's a common misconception that they can only be promoted to pieces that have already been defeated, but you can have up to 9 queens if you manage to get all your pawns to the other side of the board. The last rule regarding pawns is called en passant capture, which in French means in passing. If a pawn advances 2 squares on its first move, and in doing so lands next to an opposing pawn, the opposing pawn has the option of capturing the first pawn by occupying the square that the first pawn would have occupied had it only advanced 1 square. There is another special rule called castling. This move allows you to do 2 important things in a single turn: place the king in a safer position and bring the rook out of its corner into play. In one turn, the player can move the king 2 squares to one side, and at the same time, the rook in that corner is moved next to the king on the square on the opposite side. And finally, the player with the white pieces always moves first. Did you understand everything I said? I think I was as clear as possible. Naruto, actually, yes, chess and shogi aren't that different. Maybe that's why it was easy for me to understand. Sona, okay, in that case, let's move on to the practice game so you can familiarize yourself with the pieces, and then to the real game. Remember, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me. Naruto, thank you very much. In that case, let's begin. They both began the practice game, in which Sona took the game calmly so that Naruto could fully understand chess. After half an hour, Naruto had lost, but now he perfectly understood the way the pieces moved as well as the movement patterns of the game for future strategies. Naruto told himself that now was the time to put into practice everything Shikamaru had taught him about military strategy in his Hokage classes, using the shogi as a reference. Sona, so what did you think? Do you think you're ready for a serious game? Naruto grins brazenly. I hope you're ready to bite the dust. Sona smiles confidently. Not if I make you bite it first. The game officially restarted. Naruto carefully examined all of Sona's movement patterns, perfectly recalling everything Shikamaru had told him about military maneuvers and the importance of positioning on the board, which in this case meant the position of the pieces. Naruto had learned all of this by being humiliated by Shikamaru in hundreds and hundreds of shogi games. When they first started playing against Shikamaru, the games never lasted more than 5 minutes, but the last time they played, the game lasted around 5 hours. He still lost, but he made Shikamaru sweat, because at the end of the game, Shikamaru sighed heavily upon realizing he had won. If that wasn't an indication that Naruto had improved a lot, then he didn't know anything. What Naruto did to better understand how the game works and apply it to strategies was the rule of 3. However ridiculous it sounded, He applied his limited knowledge of mathematics to make moves in shogi, and each time he did better in his games. With that ideology in mind, he was able to last those 5 hours against what was probably the best shogi player in the elemental nations. To this day, he still hasn't defeated him, but at least now he's forcing him to use all his intellect to win, and for Naruto, that's a victory. Sona, upon seeing Naruto's first 4 moves, took the game very seriously. She wasn't playing against an idiot. The more moves he made, the more dangerous his plays became, and at the same time, she began to get more and more confused as she saw how the moves didn't seem to have any specific reason. It was as if Naruto were rolling a die to move one of his pieces, making it impossible to predict his moves. After an intense hour, the game ended in Naruto's favor, as Sona's king had been cornered along with his queen and 2 rooks. No matter what move he made, his game was already doomed. Naruto, I guess this is checkmate. Sona-chan, he smiles happily. Sona is incredulous. After 5 years undefeated, she's lost. She can't believe it. She knows the opponent she faces is no joke, but she had defeated many important demons, as well as old-school demons and survivors of the Holy War. Yet, despite all that, she has been defeated. Unfortunately for me, that's how it is. Naruto, it was fun, definitely easier than shogi, hahaha. She sounds frustrated but doesn't show it physically. Can I ask for a rematch? Naruto, right now? Sona nods. Well, the guys haven't returned yet, so why not? Let's go for it. Sona, thank you, arranges the pieces and starts the game again. Another hour passed where Sona changed her strategy only to see, frustrated, how Naruto's movements were even more erratic, causing her defeat once again. Sona, one more please. Naruto, huh? Okay. Sona rearranges the pieces again and proceeds to use another strategy to surpass Naruto in this third game, but unfortunately for her, Naruto's strategy doesn't seem to have any kind of logical structure, at least not for her, where she spends another hour causing her to lose again. Sona is deeply frustrated and now has a headache. I lost again. Naruto smiles at her. Come on Sona-chan, don't take it personally, it's just a game and I hope this has helped you understand our military capabilities. Sona is about to say something when she hears one of her entourage speaking. Saji, shocked by what happened, I can't believe the president lost twice. Ruruko in the same state, I can't believe our president lost, this can't be. Konohamaru, I knew you'd win. Naruto Aniki, points at Saji, in your faces, ha 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 ha. Moegi slaps Konohamaru, don't be rude. At that moment, Sona and Naruto realized that the entire student council, as well as Naruto's students, were inside the classroom watching their game. Naruto, when did they arrive? Udon, an hour ago, when Sona-senpai lost and restarted the game, we didn't speak to him so as not to distract him from the game. Tsubaki, after showing her all the points of interest they could use to their advantage, we went back to ask if that was all the activities for today. When we arrived, we saw her playing, and as Udon-san said, we didn't want to interrupt the game. Sona, are you finished yet? What time is it? Momo, it's 8:34 p.m. Naruto, time really does stand still in this world. He stands up and joins his students, looking at Sona. I had a lot of fun, it feels great to play a board game and not get frustrated in the process. Sona sighs heavily, well, I can't say the same. The last game was a total frustration, I didn't know how to respond to your moves anymore. She gets up from her seat and stands in front of Naruto, looking at him intently with great interest. How did you reach that level of deduction? So far, very few people have figured out my playing style. Naruto blushed as Sona stood so close, her intense violet eyes gazing at him with genuine curiosity and attention. Huh. Well. I have a friend who you could consider the best shogi player in the world. In my Hokage training, he's my teacher of military strategy, as well as terrain awareness and control. He uses shogi as a reference for his lessons. Embarrassed, he continued, I learned all that by constantly getting beaten by him. Konohamaru, you should have seen him, his face of frustration worthy of a painting on the wall. Moegi, a year watching him get constantly humiliated, ha ha ha. Udon, watching their tantrums when they lost was priceless, he he he. Naruto, furious, glared at his students hiding behind Tsubaki, that was information they shouldn't have known, damn it. This made the trio laugh a little louder, and Sona's entourage couldn't help but chuckle, at least a little, at Naruto's veins bulging. Sona sighed, a wide smile spreading across her face that surprised her entire entourage, as seeing her smile like that was rather unusual. He. You have some very curious students. Those were some very satisfying games, even though I lost them all. You don't mind if I ask for a rematch in the future, Naruto-san? I promise I'll make the next game even more challenging. Naruto, sure, whenever you want, but don't think you'll beat me. Sona, we'll find out when we play again. The tone of voice Sona used sent a pleasant shiver down Naruto's spine. It caused him to scratch his cheek, a slightly amused reaction that didn't go unnoticed by the others. Sona looks at her entourage, that's all for today, you can go home. I'll see you here at the usual time. Sona's entire entourage nods and leaves, except for Tsubaki, who always stayed with Sona 24 hours a day. Sona's entire entourage is wondering if Sona is starting to develop an interest in Naruto. They know that Naruto and RIAS's engagement was intended to end her engagement to the Phoenix clan, but in the end, they are married. Naruto, alright, we'll be going now too. I still have a lot to do with my students. Sona, likewise, I still have a lot of work to do, it was a pleasure having you here. Naruto unconsciously smiled from ear to ear at her. The pleasure was all mine, Sona-chan. Have a wonderful night. Sona, before you go I want to give you something. She walks to her desk and checks a drawer. Curious Naruto approaches, and what's that? Sona pulls out a small box made of exquisite materials and reveals a golden chess king, shocking Tsubaki. Are you sure about giving that to her, Sona-sama? It could cause controversy. Sona, I lost to him 3 times in a row where I used my best strategies, and I promise to give it to whoever beats me in a game of chess. The first game I played was just to test Naruto's abilities and to pass the time, but then I took it very personally in the next 2 and lost fairly, so it's only fair that he has it. Naruto, if it's such a personal and important item, you don't need to give it to me just to play a few games of chess. Besides, it seems like giving it to me could cause problems. Sona, I want to give it to you not only because I promised I would when my discreetly arranged engagement is over, but because you deserve it. Even though I only just learned to play today, I was completely crushed in all 3 rounds, so it would be dishonorable not to give it to you. Naruto, are you sure? Sona smiles warmly at him, yes, this belongs to you, where the phrase has a double meaning. Naruto takes the small box containing the chess piece and is surprised by its quality, it must cost a fortune. Naruto smiles at Sona as he puts the item away, thank you so much Sona-chan, I'll treasure it. Naruto leaves the classroom with Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon following him, while saying goodbye to Sona and Tsubaki. Tsubaki worried, I understand the reason why she gave him the piece, but won't this cause problems with RIAS and her sister? Sona, there's a reason I didn't tell Naruto-san about the meaning of that piece, I only said I would give it to whoever beats me at chess, not the true purpose behind it. Tsubaki, and do you consider that correct? Sona, and why wouldn't it be? Tsubaki, well, legitimately doesn't know what to say. Sona, let time speak for itself. If RIAS's situation improves and she achieves her goal, it will be a nice reward for her victory. If she fails, I'm free to make whatever decision I want. And from what I heard RIAS say, it will take her a lot of work to achieve it, since after all, there was no real reason to come all the way here to ask me about the rating games when RIAS is more than willing to give her all the information. This means she doesn't trust her, and I can't blame her for that distrust. Tsubaki, well, Sona, student council president, I'll trust your judgment. Just tell me one thing, do you have feelings for Uzumaki-san? Sona, I don't know if it's attraction, I think it's because I haven't had this much fun since the last time, it's gratifying to have real competition in chess again, especially when he mentioned his friend from his world, now I really want to see the full potential of that place. I want to see how capable they are and learn from them to improve and become a better heir to the Citri clan, and in turn, improve its quality and status. Also, I admit that Naruto-san is very charismatic, as are his students. It was impossible not to smile at them. I'm just getting to know him, but I'm starting to understand a little why RIAS likes him so much. However, it's too soon to give a sincere opinion about Naruto-san. Changing the subject, we still have work to finish. Tsubaki nods and they continue with their work, before retiring to sleep. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others were sitting on an outdoor bench where there was a table on which Udon had designed a perfect map of all the facilities, including ventilation systems and electrical wiring. Moegi highlighted all the points for carrying out ambushes, as well as the perfect places to set traps. And Konohamaru noted all the quick access points, as well as shortcuts to position himself on the map before anyone else. After an hour of planning absolutely everything they would do, they returned to the occult club. Akino, welcome back Naruto-sama, Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon-san. Dinner is ready, we're just waiting for you. Naruto, hello Akino-chan, thank you very much. Where are RIAS and the others? Akino, RIAS Kaisho is finishing her work so she can take a bath while the rest have already retired to their respective homes. Naruto, in that case, thank you very much for taking the trouble to prepare dinner for us. Akino, it's no trouble at all, I hope you like it. The four of them enter the living room and head to the dining room to enjoy Akino's delicious meal. By the time they've finished eating, Akino has cleared away all the dirty dishes, and Moegi offers to help her clean them, which she gratefully accepts. Konohamaru and Udon go to Akino to ask where they can take a bath, and she tells them they can use the upstairs bathroom, which is big enough for 4 people. They both thank her and go to take a bath before going to sleep. Moegi, who considers Akino a truly beautiful woman, began asking her for beauty tips as they headed downstairs to take a shower. Before she could get in the shower, Naruto intercepted her. Naruto, alright, I'm off, I'll see you all early tomorrow. Akino, don't you plan to stay? Naruto, I have my own house. Akino, when did you get it? Naruto, yesterday, I won a contest where the grand prize was a private apartment, and I got help forging documents. I would have told the guys to stay over at my place, but there's no furniture right now, so I'll put up my own tent inside and buy some furniture tomorrow. Akino, in that case, it's best if she sleeps here in a bed and then tomorrow she can do everything she needs to do. Besides, she'll need money to get that furniture, so it would be good to discuss it with RIAS. Kaisho, Naruto, I already sorted out that money issue, and yes, everything was legal. Akino, in that case, it would be a good idea for me to sleep here tonight. Naruto, I would if I couldn't see your intentions. Akino, my intentions? Naruto, you can hide it in your body, but your gaze tells me everything. If I agree to stay, you'll lead me to RIAS's room, making me think it's a guest room, where I'll likely find a naked RIAS, creating a very awkward situation that could end very badly. And how do I know this? Simple. Thanks to my daughter, I discovered that RIAS is an exhibitionist, and I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, to avoid any kind of trouble, I'll sleep at my own house. 30 seconds of awkward silence. Akino, was I too obvious? Surprised to see that they had discovered her plans. Naruto, your mocking and lustful eyes betrayed you. Akino, then I must practice more, but I insist that she stay, it will make her very happy. Naruto, yes, but I don't trust them that much yet. Akino, she doesn't have the confidence to stay but she does to abandon her students. I don't find that very logical. Naruto, I trust my students, and because I don't have the space or rather the comfort to have them at home, so unless this is all a front for a trap, nothing will happen to them. Akino, neither do you. Naruto, of course, it's not like you were trying to set a trap for me a few seconds ago so I'd end up in the same room as RIAS. Akino, don't be so dramatic, nothing bad will happen if you stay in RIAS's room, Kaicho. Naruto, that's what you think, I imagine all sorts of scenarios where everything can go to hell. He clears his throat with the last part, so see you tomorrow, get some rest. He disappears in a puff of smoke before Akino can try anything else. Akino, what bad luck, I suppose there will be other opportunities to bring them together. RIAS comes out of the shower in her pink robe. Oh, Akino, I heard Naruto's voice, did you show him his room? Akino, no RIAS Kaisho, it turns out he already got his own house. RIAS, huh? So you're not planning on staying? Akino, she just left. RIAS sighs heavily, she doesn't trust me at all, not even a little bit. I really messed up badly the way I introduced our baby. Akino, don't worry, President, I'm sure that if you're patient and use your charms, he'll eventually fall at your feet. RIAS sighs again, I hope so, in any case, I'll go to my room. Then she remembers something, by the way, he didn't tell you where he went. When the boys arrived, I didn't hear from them all day. Akino, I forgot to ask, but I'm sure the boys must know, opens the bathroom door. Moegi-chan, where did you go after going with Naruto-sama? Moegi, we went with Ria-senpai's friend. Rias, surprised, with Sona. For what purpose? Moegi, we went to ask her for details about the rating game, and while we were there, with the help of her entourage, we examined the entire academy in case we could hold the rating game here, to gain a greater advantage. Rias, HEY, and why didn't you come with me? Moegi, that's what we told him, but he said he would get more extensive and accurate information from Sona-senpai. Rias curls up in a ball on the floor, her self-esteem at rock bottom. She doesn't trust me at all. Moegi, Ria-senpai, give her time. What happened with Akane-chan really hit her hard, I'm sure she understands that. Rias gets up sighing like an old woman, yes. I know. Moegi, you go in full of confidence and I'm sure Naruto-senpai will fall for you, you have the advantage with your physique and hair. Rias, my hair. Oh, do you mean because the Uzumaki clan is red-haired too? Moegi, exactly, trust me, take a confident step with optimism and you will succeed. Rias happily, thank you so much, Moegi-chan, for your vote of confidence. Akino then accompanies Moegi to the bathroom while Rias retires to her room to rest. Moegi remembering something, oh, that's right, I didn't tell you that Naruto and Sona were left alone all that time playing that chess game and that Sona gave him that golden piece after losing 3 times in a row. Well, it's probably not important at all. Meanwhile, Udon and Konohamaru are playing a game of Battlefield in the enormous jacuzzi, using the Suetun element to create the ships and a wooden board placed in the middle to obscure the ship's positions. They also use liquid soap as projectiles, which they control with Suetun, while striking poses. A fun way to practice chakra control that they invented to pass the time in the jacuzzi and hot springs. Everyone left the baths and went to their respective rooms for the night. Naruto had arrived home and prepared his equipment for the night. Tomorrow he would fill this house with furniture for his and his daughter's comfort. The days passed without complications. Naruto dedicated himself to getting to know Rias's and Sona's entourages better, having his favorites. Of Rias's, it's Kaneko, since it's very cute how she moves away from his presence, but when he lowers his guard, she approaches him because of the chakra he emanates. It's like playing with a cat, and she simply loves it. While with Sona his favorite is the queen herself, Tsubaki, kind, attentive, cheerful, calm with a lot of patience and takes the trouble to explain anything he doesn't understand in the simplest and easiest way. If she were in his world easily 80% of the men would fight to have her as their wife, surely him included. Now with Rias, he kept everything professional. She wanted to get closer, but he automatically backed off. The rejection he feels towards her is strong, and he knows it perfectly well. He accepted everything that happened with his daughter because it's all reasonable and understandable why things were done that way. But every time he thinks about missing the day she was born, the day she said her first word, the day she walked for the first time, the day she learned to write on her own, his blood boils. He even cried once thinking about what it would have been like to hear his daughter say, "Dad," for the first time. The emotional wound he has right now might not be very big, but it hurts like hell itself. And Rias senses that rejection, wondering if she really has a chance. At least she managed to get Naruto to agree to see all the photos she has of Akane, from when she was in her womb until the day she took her to meet her father. Rias really has to work hard if she wants to win Naruto's love, not only for herself but also for their daughter. As Moegi said, with a steady and optimistic step. Meanwhile, she kept asking Sona for a rematch to beat her at chess, but without success. She also helped the student council with anything they asked for. It was very frustrating for Sona, but she preferred it that way. She finally had an opponent to face in order to improve her level of play and strategic intellect. The more time Sona spent playing games with Naruto, the more she wanted to know about him, asking about his life, friends, likes, and anything else that came to mind while they played. She didn't realize that she, too, was beginning to get lost in Naruto's sky-blue eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 14 The Meeting. Part 1 *. The day before the meeting. Naruto is in the middle of the forest helping Issei improve as a fighter since Issei's combat skills are not only pathetic but non-existent. Naruto began training him recently because Rias mentioned wanting to train Asia and Issei, so he offered to help. Since he didn't understand how magic worked, he decided to train Issei, as RIAS mentioned that Drake is more of a sacred gear for fighters, something Naruto excels at. Furthermore, when Naruto told Issei about Jiraiya when he asked about his master, after hearing his full story he became even more inspired to become the harem king, which made Naruto wonder if he did something good or bad, and he simply left it at that. The final straw was when Naruto gave him a copy of Jiraiya's books. This inspired him to write his own novel as well. Naruto figured if he did a good job, he'd make a fortune with the book he wanted to write, especially since he discovered that this world was 100 times more lustful than his own. With the other boys in Rias's entourage, he did different activities, taking the time to explain how religion works in his universe with the help of toads because he knows very little about the subject. He didn't do much with Kiba, since they have nothing in common, so it all ended with polite greetings and random questions between them. As for Akino herself, Naruto is somewhat afraid of her, since she has seen the way she speaks and moves in some women when she traveled with Jiraiya, and they are the kind of women who, if you let your guard down even a little, will end up in their bed tied up with handcuffs and probably expecting a child. He highly doubts that Akino would try to do something like that, but a cautious person is worth two, so anything Akino offers Naruto, he examines in detail. The situation with Kaneko was very funny because when Naruto approached her, she backed away, and he was very curious about Kaneko's ears and tail since the toads told him that she is a Nikomata, which surprised Naruto since in his world Nikomatas are literally intelligent cats with ninjutsu just like toads, so seeing a Nikomata with a human appearance caught his attention. So, by applying reverse engineering, making her come to him, which worked wonders with a little warm chakra and cat grass from his world, he managed to get her to approach him. All he had to do was pretend to be asleep in the garden and attract her with warm chakra. Once she passed by, she took the bait. She cautiously approached until she was beside him. When Naruto felt her close enough, he released the scent of cat grass from seals he had placed on his clothes that released the aroma. These seals are used for medical situations or to lay a toxic trap for the enemy. It is a very versatile seal. By the time Kaneko realized the scent, it was too late, as it doesn't smell the same as in this world, but they serve the same purpose, causing her to unconsciously summon her feline ears and tail and begin rubbing herself against Naruto's face just like any cat would. Naruto took the opportunity to admire Kaneko's completely white ears and tail. Knowing that a cat's tail is quite private, he refrained from touching it, though the urge was strong. He couldn't resist, however, when it came to her ears. He stroked them and her fur, causing her to purr loudly with a bright smile on her face, a picture-perfect moment. It was a shame he didn't have a camera at that moment. Later, he remembered the device Azazel had given him, a cell phone, and realized he could take pictures with it. He asked Issei for help learning how to use it. Naruto wondered if Kaneko arched her back if he stroked it, so he gave in to his curiosity and gently stroked her back, which made Kaneko arch her back with a deep purr of contentment while her tail wagged all over the place with happiness. At that moment, Naruto just wanted to shout, "Kawaii," at the top of his lungs. Naruto remained like this for 30 minutes when he began to feel the scent of the cat grass diminishing, causing Kaneko to return to normal at any moment. So, fearing he would be beaten like a punching bag, remembering how she treats Issei, he put her to sleep with a simple sleep seal. He placed her comfortably under a tree and used his chakra to make Kaneko hide her ears and tail again, to avoid any trouble. Naruto's curiosity regarding the tails and ears of the Nikomatas of this world was fully satisfied, so he no longer had any reason to bother Kaneko. When Kaneko wakes up, she doesn't know if what happened with Naruto was real or fake, since when she went to ask him, he denied everything. Therefore, she sees two possibilities: he told the truth or he was lying to her. She has no way of verifying either of these, so she will be more careful when approaching him. And with RIAS the situation was very awkward since she wanted to do things with him, nothing out of the ordinary, simply go out to talk, eat, and other activities. However, Naruto rejected each and every one of them with totally believable excuses, since in his current state it is impossible for Naruto to have that friendly attitude with RIAS, due to what happened with his daughter. He understood the reasons why RIAS erased his memory, as well as why she hid their daughter from him. His conscience and senses had already forgiven them, but his heart did not. His heart still resented what had happened, having lost those 3 precious years of Akane's life. He tries to put it aside because that's not who he is, but he simply can't. his heart is still not ready to forgive RIAS for what she did, even though it was the right thing to do, not in the most appropriate way, but the right thing to do nonetheless. And he knows that RIAS knows how he feels right now, but at least he mustered the strength and will to accompany RIAS to see things related to their daughter, from photos, important moments, cosplay, funny moments, and more. RIAS then shared details of what had happened to Akane during those 3 years. She also showed video and audio recordings of the times she had spoken to her daughter about Naruto. These actions, and seeing how excited her daughter was at the idea of meeting her father, helped heal Naruto's emotional wounds somewhat. He was greatly relieved to know that his daughter was, in a way, present in his life, allowing RIAS to get a little closer. Naruto's responses to her were no longer dry and cold, but rather more cheerful and relaxed. He still felt the rejection, but seeing how she had managed to change the way he spoke to her filled RIAS with hope that their relationship would improve and that they could have something more in the future. However, she knows she can't pressure him because doing so could undo all their progress, and she doesn't want to do that. She genuinely wants to be with Naruto, but she has to earn it. During those days RIAS never found out about Naruto and Sona's constant chess games since everyone assumed that she already knew about it and was okay with it. Meanwhile, Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon were preparing everything for their fight in case it happened, while also helping the student council and the occult club. Issei, exhausted, lying on the ground, "Please, let me breathe. Naruto, please, Issei, it's only the 3rd day. And all I've asked you to do is common exercises, like sit-ups and push-ups." Exhausted and annoyed, Issei slowly stood up. "Yeah, the problem is, he made me do 1,000 of those exercises, not to mention I had to start running 10 kilometers before classes even started. I just hope I don't go bald in the process." "Naruto, and why should you go bald from exercising?" Issei starts to catch his breath. "Never mind, forget it. What's the next step?" "Not with my arms, I think they're about to fall off like Lego pieces." "Naruto, you have Asia-chan to replace them for you." Issei stares at him blankly. Very funny, very funny." "Naruto, that's all for now. The meeting is tomorrow, and you need to be with RIAS-chan, ready for anything." Issei sighed in relief and thought about what might happen once the RIAS problem was resolved. "Excuse me, Naruto-sensei, what will you do after the meeting?" "I mean, when this is over, you won't have any reason to be here anymore." "Naruto, that's true, but the fact that RIAS-chan and I have a daughter means we're obligated to interact. Our relationship is very difficult to explain since it's very complicated and confusing because of everything that happened before the pregnancy. If you're asking about your training, I'll be around for a long time if you want me to help you achieve your dream. So don't worry, you won't get rid of me that easily." Issei, "I see, in that case I'm counting on you, Naruto-sensei." "Naruto, sure." He extends his fist and Issei, understanding the gesture, bumps his fist against his. "Alright, it's time to go, I'll tell RIAS-chan that I gave you permission to return home." Issei, "Understood, thank you very much, see you tomorrow." He returns home as best he can since there is no part of his body that doesn't hurt from the exercises. Naruto, good night. Issei started heading towards the occult club to talk to the others before returning home. As he walked, he was thinking about everything that had happened during the week when he suddenly sensed hostility in the air. Naruto kept walking, pretending nothing was wrong, and began counting his opponents. Naruto -5. 10, 13, 17, there are 24 demons surrounding me. Apparently, someone doesn't want me to attend tomorrow's meeting. It could be the Phoenixes, or these old men, or even RIAS's parents. In any case, they chose the wrong opponent. At that moment, one of them leaped straight at Naruto with a strange spear. Naruto didn't move until the last possible second so as not to attract the attention of the others and let them get too comfortable. Naruto grabbed the spear by the lower part of the tip and pulled the demon to the ground. With enough force, he struck the demon's head with his elbow, instantly knocking it out of the fight. All with the same arm. At that moment, he caught the attention of the others, who were surprised by his reaction speed. Before any of them could jump on him, he threw the spear towards another of them, hitting one in the stomach with enough force to penetrate the armor but not enough to pass through the demon so as not to kill him. Everyone turns around in shock when they see that no one looked when he threw the spear, and when they turn around again, their eyes widen in confusion when they see that he is no longer on the ground. Naruto had jumped on top of one of them, injecting a knee strike to his chin, knocking him out of the fight. He grabbed him by the arm and threw him with such force that he hit two others, slamming them to the ground with enough force to knock them out. The rest begin throwing dark energy spears at him, which Naruto uses as platforms to jump into the air. Naruto grabs one by the head before he can dodge it and slams his head against the head of another demon who was a few meters away from him, then kicks them to the ground. Four of them charged at Naruto with their spears from all four directions, trying to pierce him. Naruto spins around to grab the four spears, two with his left leg and the other two with his right hand. He then pulls the spears together, causing them to crash into each other, and delivers a powerful kick from behind, sending them flying into a tree, which they knock down and injuring. At that moment, the remaining 14 generate magic circles that create a massive blaze, 10 meters in radius, which heads towards Naruto. Naruto repositions himself by falling to the top of a tree, performs a hand seal to perform the dragon lungs jutsu, beginning to absorb all the flames with his mouth, leaving the demons surprised. Naruto coughs a little, damn, that's disgusting, I've never eaten llamas so fucking disgusting, not even gourmet salt and pepper can fix that shit. The demons became enraged by the humans' comment and began launching dark spears at Naruto again, which he used as platforms to approach them. The demons tried to put distance between them again, but Naruto did not allow it, using the last spear to fall on top of them. Naruto lands a double kick on top of one of them, sending him crashing to the ground. He then pulls a steel wire from his utility belt, ties it to 10 kunai, and throws them with such force that they pierce one of the demon's legs or arms. He pulls the wire sharply, causing the demon to spin and fall to the ground. The 10 demons hit by the kunai are pulled away from him, trying not to be dragged, but without success. Naruto's strength plus the action of gravity was greater than their strength, causing them to be pulled to the ground. As Naruto was spinning on his own axis, the wires began to tangle with each other, causing the 10 demons to crash into each other. The moment Naruto reached the ground, he pulled the wires and with a second movement tied up all the demons, holding all their limbs and immobilizing them. Before they could break free from their bonds and the 3 still in the air could help them, Naruto used lightning chakra to electrocute the demons to the point of unconsciousness. The 3 remaining demons were in total shock as everything happened in a matter of seconds, and before they could react and escape, Naruto threw a paper bomb at each of them with such force that it knocked them out of the air, impacting the ground. However, one of them grabbed him by the neck before he could touch the ground. From his appearance, he deduced that he was the platoon captain, so he needed him conscious to interrogate him. Naruto stared at him intently, wondering if he had any useful information. However, a comment from Kurama made him let them go. Kurama, let him go, he's just another soldier in the pile, his orders probably came from some radio or letter, so he's useless. Naruto, I think I agree, he doesn't seem like anyone important. I pressed hard on the demon's neck seriously. I'll give you 3 minutes to clean up your mess or you and your colleagues will never see the light of day again. The demon nods his head, Naruto lets go and then goes with his companions to teleport to a safe place, but not before rebuilding the destroyed parts of the forest and disappears with his companions. Naruto sighed in annoyance. How pathetic. Whoever sent them seriously underestimates me. I'd better go. I made too much noise. Naruto forgot that he had to go to the occult club to talk to his students and headed home only to find it completely destroyed by what appeared to be an explosion. The firefighters told him that something had exploded inside, but they had no idea what caused it, and Naruto thanked them for the explanation. Kurama, they definitely want you dead. Naruto, I know, and it's a nuisance. They destroyed my house, and I had only just finished fixing it up to my liking yesterday. Whoever did it, I'll make them pay every last penny, and with a huge amount of interest. Sighs, I guess in the end I'll have to sleep in the occult club. Kurama, don't make such a big deal out of it, they've already shown you they don't have ulterior motives. Naruto sighs again, I know. Naruto heads to the occult club, with the demon captain. Captain, I'm sorry, my lord, the human was too strong, there was no chance of defeating him. Unknown, don't worry, I already knew they weren't going to win. I sent them there to see how quickly they'd be defeated, how much effort it would take, and above all, if their origin is what I think it is. I already have those results. They did their job well, now leave. The captain is a little angry about being used as disposable parts, but he simply bows, "Yes sir," and disappears in a magic circle. Unknown, RIAS GREMORY's actions to end her arranged marriage have just triggered a butterfly effect that no one can stop now. This childish tantrum has just opened the door for us to rescue and restore a fallen king to his former glory. Very soon, my Lord Morio, very soon he will rise again as the true lord of the underworld. In the occult club, Naruto enters through the main door, as RIAS gave him a copy of the special keys used to enter the building as a sign of trust that he is in his home. In the main room were RIAS and Akino finishing the tasks they had to do. "Naruto, I'm back." "Akino, welcome Naruto-sama, huh? Where's Issei-kun?" "Naruto, the poor guy was completely exhausted, I took him back home, there's no problem with that, right?" RIAS staring into space, "Not at all, it's better this way. Tomorrow will be a very long day." Akino discreetly leaves the room to leave them alone. Naruto understood Akino's intentions and could sense RIAS's nervousness. He couldn't just leave her in that state, so he sat down in front of her. "Worried about what might happen tomorrow?" RIAS sighs, "More than you can imagine. The conversations will be far more tense coming from the elders than from my own family or the Phoenix clan. If you were a demon, this would be far too easy. Because they'd treat you the same, but they'll look down on you, regardless of your strength or where you come from. And they'll use every trick in the book to force the arranged marriage. The worst part is, my brother can't help me, as the leader of the underworld, he has to be unanimous in his decisions. So if we don't give them a convincing enough argument to persuade them, and at least somewhat persuade the elders and both clans, I'm afraid we won't be able to request the raiding game. In fact, even the cavalry duel sounds rather difficult to obtain." Naruto, "Well, I discovered that recently." RIAS, "What do you mean?" Naruto, "About 24 armored demons attacked me and blew up my house." RIAS, "WHATTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTTT guarantee the guys who attacked me will remember my face, and whoever attacked me will pay me back with interest for the house they destroyed. RIAS gets so angry that the sofa behind her disintegrates. This is outrageous. How dare you do something like this? I'm not going to let this go. I will definitely make this known at the meeting. After that, she starts saying a bunch of things in so many different languages that Naruto is starting to get a headache. Naruto stood up and touched Sasuke's forehead to get his attention. Sasuke had told him that when Itachi wanted Sasuke's attention, he only had to touch his forehead. Naruto tried it, and it really worked. Naruto, relax, ranting like that won't do you any good, you're just wasting breath and saliva. Channel that anger into the meeting when the time is right, but there's no point in getting angry about something that already happened. RIAS sighs deeply and nods, yes, you're right, but I simply can't let it go. Going to the point of attacking you is unheard of and unforgivable. Naruto, relax, it wasn't a problem for me, and now thanks to this we have an extra card to play in the meeting. RIAS, yes, and I plan to use it extensively, but the situation remains difficult. Naruto, you seem more distrustful than the day I arrived here. What's happened? And what did you mean by them when you mentioned them? RIAS shows him a letter. This letter is from Graphia, my brother's wife and queen. It says that the 4 demon kings will be present at the meeting, meaning Falbium Asmodeus, Hell's greatest military strategist, Seraphol Leviathan, Sona's older sister, and Ajuka Beelzebub, who heads the entire technology department, will also be there. Naruto, and why are the 4 demon kings here? At a meeting about a problem of this magnitude, isn't that a bit extreme? Thinking to himself, was that demon's attack half an hour ago they're doing? And what about the 4 demon kings? Are they trying to intimidate me? Kurama, they're probably taking precautions because they don't know you, even though you're human. Naruto, that makes more sense. RIAS, I'm sure my brother must know something about you and your world, otherwise he wouldn't have bothered to include the other 3 kings in that meeting. My brother is overprotective of me, so I'm sure he's doing it with the intention of covering up anything you might do against me or the underworld. Naruto, well, if we put ourselves in his shoes, it's understandable. RIAS, I know this well, I know it better than anyone, but the odds of them being in our favor have dropped to less than 30%. In the worst case scenario, I'll be forced to renounce my name, and that means being expelled from the underworld for desertion. And I don't want it to come to that, or something much worse, like them trying to force me and causing a physical conflict. She sighs heavily. Naruto, RIAS, look at me. She turns to look him in the eyes. Everything will be alright, trust me. I give you my word that this will be resolved in the best way possible. RIAS stared intently into his intense sky-blue eyes, as if the sky and ocean lived within them, blushing deeply. Yes, I trust you. RIAS looked away, unable to continue staring so intently into Naruto's eyes. Now that you have nowhere else to sleep, will you accept sleeping here tonight? The silence was a little awkward, causing RIAS to think she was putting her foot in it and try to correct herself. I'm sorry, I guess you still don't feel comfortable sleeping here. Naruto is still hesitant to accept due to their personal issues, but he can't simply leave RIAS in this state. His frustration and anger over what happened to his daughter are causing him to act in a rather deplorable way, but if he truly wants to become Hokage, he has to learn to let go of these useless feelings. At the end of the day, what happened is in the past and there's no changing it. All that's left is to look ahead and live in the present. Although it's easier said than done, he has to take the first step, or else his daughter will suffer the consequences, and he doesn't want to see her suffer. No, that's fine, I'll accept sleeping here. The last time I slept in nature ended badly, and I'm not in the mood to look for a hotel, so this time I'll take you up on it. RIAS smiles at that. Thank you for trusting me. In that case I'll take you to your room, or would you prefer to take a bath first? Naruto, I'd say the bathroom, but my clothes burned down along with my house. The only things I have right now are my uniforms, which I always carry with me, so I guess I'll go to my room. RIAS, that's not a problem, I can give you Kuo sportswear so you can sleep in it. Naruto, that's fine, I don't want to be a bother. RIAS, it's no trouble at all, I'll bring it to you right away. In the meantime, she takes out her familiar, a bat with a spherical shape and a human face. Despite these features, it looks kind of cute. Please escort it to the bathroom. Once it comes out, escort it to the bedroom. Meanwhile, Akino overheard the conversation and laughed maliciously, knowing perfectly well what RIAS's familiar would do since she hadn't been clear with her request. The bat nods and goes to Naruto to signal him to follow, while RIAS went to get men's sportswear before taking a bath herself. Naruto followed RIAS's familiar and began to take a bath, surprised by its large size. RIAS, Naruto-kun, I'll leave the clothes here, says RIAS from behind the door. Naruto, thank you very much. RIAS leaves and goes to get ready for bed. Naruto stared at the door. I thought he'd try something. I guess he's taking it easy, which I appreciate. Kurama, you know, kid, you should forget this resentment you've got stuck in your chest. The reasons why she hid the girl from you were valid, and you accepted them. She already apologized for the memory wipe and how she introduced you to her. You need to take the next step. The girl really seems to want to get along with you. Look, I don't really care what kind of girl you end up with, but at least this kid is clear that she likes you. I'm not telling you to give her a chance, just that you should stop acting like that shitty Uchiha and go back to being yourself, because you're terrible at being like the Uchihas. Naruto sneers slightly. I didn't think you were the kind of person who gave emotional advice. Kurama, and I'm not, I'm just fed up with hearing you sigh and make angry cat noises, it's annoying. Naruto sighs, I know, Kurama, but it's easier said than done. What do you recommend? Kurama, let the girl try to be your friend, and see if she convinces you to be something more. If you discover that you really like the way the brat is, simply leave the engagement contract as is, and if you don't like it, simply make it clear, and you divorce to avoid problems. I don't understand the human need to complicate life so much. Anyway, if you don't like her, you can try with the girl with violet eyes. Naruto blushed. What makes you think I like Sona-chan? Kurama, hey, you're such a little brat, you sigh every time you see her or talk about her, it's obvious you like her, don't play dumb. If it doesn't work out with the redhead, you'll go out with the one with violet eyes, it's a sure thing. Naruto, damn Kurama, as if everything were that easy. It's not just about personal relationships, but also about my duty to Konoha and the shinobi world, and above all, my new duty as Akane's father. Kurama, it's very simple, you're just complicating it by turning the same key without putting it in. We've solved more complicated things. If you do things right, there shouldn't be any problems, and if some demon or being from this world tries to get smart, we'll kick them in the ribs. Naruto, damn, if you were in my situation you wouldn't say all that. Kurama, lend me your body for 3 days and I'll solve all your problems, so you can see that you're just kicking the ground stupidly. Naruto, not even as a joke, the last time I did it I ended up in the land of snow in Yuki-chan's bed naked. Kurama, yes, that day I understood why that white powder drives humans crazy ha 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 ha. Naruto, and that's why I won't lend you my body again. Kurama, okay, I understand, but seriously, kid, try to get along with the girl, you've got nothing to lose by trying. Naruto sighs, I suppose you're right. Naruto finished his bath and dressed in the clothes RIAS had given him. He was about to check them for anything unusual, but decided to follow Kurama's advice. If either of them had hostile intentions, they would have already discovered it. So he got dressed, left the bathroom, and followed the bat to the bedroom. The room looks truly luxurious, in every way. Even if RIAS or her family are rich, I still think this is a waste of money, but anyway, I'm nobody to tell people how to spend their money. Then a scream is heard, Natu. Naruto-kun, what are you doing in my room? Naruto turns around only to see RIAS in a bath towel. Naruto looks at the bat, very well, shorty, how do I bribe you, Akino-chan, to do this? RIAS's relative looks at Naruto in surprise, because he understands that the room he had to take him to is his teacher's room since they are married. Naruto sighs heavily, seeing that RIAS's familiar didn't do this maliciously and was genuinely doing what was asked. I deserve to be hit hard by Sakura, all week preventing Akino from putting me in this situation only for a little bat to do it, and on top of that I can't even be angry because the little guy did it without malice. RIAS, embarrassed, said, I'm sorry, I think I should have been more specific with the order. I didn't mean to put you in such an awkward situation. Naruto, don't apologize, I'm also to blame for not anticipating something like this. Fine, in that case, I'll leave. I don't want to make this any more awkward. RIAS, sure, go 2 more doors, you'll find an empty room there. Naruto, thanks, he goes out alone to see that there is no door there, returning to RIAS, there is no door there. RIAS, confused, leaves the room only to see that the bedroom is indeed gone, but that's strange, there used to be a bedroom there. Kurama, that was definitely the black-haired brat's doing. Naruto, doubt it. RIAS clutches her head, Akino, what are you doing? This will only get me into more trouble instead of helping me. She turns to look at Naruto, I'm sorry, surely there's an explanation for this. Naruto, there is one and I know what her name is. RIAS laughs nervously and embarrassed, I'm sorry, this isn't supposed to happen. Naruto, yes, I understand that. Look, I know you don't have any ulterior motives, and this time I'll sleep on the sofa because I don't want to bother the guys. However, if I sleep on the sofa, I'll wake up in a terrible mood, so if you'll allow me a few sheets, I can sleep on the floor. That's enough. RIAS, no way, if necessary you can take my bed and I'll sleep on the sofa. Naruto, are you kidding me? I would never let a girl sleep on the couch, and it's not out of chivalry, but because I would never take someone's bed. It's your bed, your sacred sanctuary, because I don't know how else to put it, for sleeping and resting. If you just give me the sheets, that's more than enough. Kurama, for God's sake, just tell her that if SH doesn't mind, they can sleep in the same bed. That thing can fit up to 6 people. Showing his clear anger about the situation, Naruto's way of acting about worrying about the coasts is irritating him greatly since he has always been relaxed and carefree with many issues, even more serious ones. Naruto, damn it, Kurama, it's not as simple as just going out with something like that. Kurama, damn it, brat, if you won't do it, I will. Naruto, what about you? RIAS sighs, not wanting to argue. Trying to convince him to stay in bed and suggesting they sleep in the same bed isn't an option either, she'd only lose points. So she'll agree to the sheets and talk to Akino very seriously about this. He appreciates their intentions, but this isn't the way. Naruto isn't Issei, he shouldn't try to take this path. It will only ruin any chance he has of having a relationship with Naruto. Just as I was about to tell her, the next thing she said confused her. Kurama took advantage of Naruto's confusion to speak for him, unless you don't mind sleeping in the same bed. RIAS, Naruto, Kurama, what did you do? Kurama, stop being a fucking joke and go to sleep already, because tomorrow there are 4 demon kings waiting and you're worrying about something as petty as where To sleep. Look, your mother used To overthink things but you're already reaching the edge of ridiculousness. Naruto wanted to reply angrily at Kurama's actions, but RIAS spoke to him, turning his attention back to her. RIAS, embarrassed, said, "It's fine with me, but I can't sleep with my clothes on. It's a bad habit I picked up when I was younger, and I can't seem to break it. I even tried to get rid of it with magic, but I couldn't. I kept undressing in my sleep, so I gave up. If that doesn't bother you, I don't mind you sleeping in the same bed." She said this with a lot of embarrassment. In another situation, she wouldn't care. Naruto, yes, I discovered it with our daughter. RIAS, worried and embarrassed, I swear I'm doing my best to break him of that habit, I didn't think I'd end up inheriting it too. Naruto, yeah, Akane told me, but don't worry, I already took it off. RIAS, huh? What? Naruto, I asked a friend to enter his subconscious to delete it, and she did. RIAS, nothing happened to our daughter. Naruto, just a headache, but it quickly went away when he saw the chocolate bar they gave him. RIAS sighs in relief upon hearing, I see, that's good to hear. Naruto, we can try it once all this is over. RIAS, embarrassed, that seems fine to me. Naruto, embarrassed and with a slight blush, said, and as for sleeping with you, I have no problem with that. Kurama, see, it wasn't that difficult. Naruto, just go back to sleep before I say and do things I don't want To say or Do. To say he's angry right now is an understatement, and it only takes a small spark to explode. Kurama, you'll thank me later, he says, going to sleep. Naruto, God. RIAS, embarrassed, fidgeted with her hands. In that case, let's go back if you want to wait outside. I still need to dry my hair. She didn't expect Akino's tactic to have worked, she was sure there was another reason why she said something like that. Naruto, I can help you with that, genuinely wants to know if his daughter's hair is hereditary from her mother. RIAS, okay, this turned out better than she expected. They both return to the room. RIAS sits on her bench in front of her mirror, completely nervous and anxious about the situation. She hadn't expected this to happen so soon, she was sure it would take at least a month to achieve something like this. She supposes that in the end she will have to thank Akino. RIAS handed him a hair dryer so he could dry it. Naruto could fix RIAS's hair with a couple of jutsus, invented by Kunoichi to quickly fix their hair when they are in the middle of a mission, which he learned when he had to do R-class missions because there were no kunoichi available, and generally men don't do them. It's not like he needed the money, but that was better than doing nothing, so the option was obvious. Since they hardly give him any other missions because for him they would be a walk in the park, and they are needed so that the other ninjas can continue to accumulate experience. But since he's involved because of Kurama, he could at least indulge RIAS in something as trivial as drying and combing her hair. Naruto, it's not necessary. That confuses RIAS. Naruto makes his hands glow with orange chakra and takes RIAS's hair and moves it as if it were a hair straightener. RIAS was surprised, but not at all, on the contrary, she could feel the warmth emanating from Naruto's hands, which was very pleasant and calming. So much so that she closed her eyes to better concentrate on what she was doing. While helping her, Naruto is mentally preparing himself to sleep with a naked RIAS. He's unsure whether to sleep with blankets or not, so to avoid succumbing to lust, he'll sleep with his senjutsu activated, something he's done before as a training method. However, he's unsure if he can maintain it this time, as the natural chakra in this world is wilder and more aggressive. But to avoid further trouble, he'll give it a try. After drying her hair, she proceeded to comb it with the comb on the small table until it was completely straight. Her daughter definitely inherited Diria's hair, the same texture, strength, and softness, but she wouldn't admit it. When RIAS finished, she looked at the result with a smile on her face. Thank you very much, Naruto-kun. Naruto scratched his cheek, a little embarrassed. You're welcome. Naruto turned around, RIAS understanding his message, and lay down first, removing his towel and wrapping himself in the sheets. She would have tried to wrap herself in them more provocatively, but doing so would risk Naruto leaving the room, so she would be content with what had happened that day. Naruto activates his senjutsu and maintains his concentration until he stabilizes, he just hopes it lasts all night. Naruto turned around when he heard she was ready and lay down at the other end of the bed. Too soft, how can RIAS sleep in a bed like this? Anyway, I'm not one to judge, since her bed is basically as hard as the floor. RIAS turned off the light with a snap of her fingers. Good night. Naruto, good night, sleep well. Without paying any more attention to the naked girl next to him, he lies down in a matter of 2 seconds. RIAS tried to fall asleep but without success, as she desperately wants to be able to hug Naruto, or even just hold his hand, but she knows she shouldn't. Having him so close and not being able to do anything is driving her crazy, and she knows perfectly well that if she falls asleep unconsciously her body will move to embrace him, so before she does something stupid she summons some handcuffs and ties her arm to the base of her bed so she doesn't do anything while she tries to fall asleep. She tries her best to sleep. However, that doesn't stop RIAS, who, despite the special material of the handcuffs, rips them off with a single pull on her arm and ends up on top of her chest, hugging her with her whole body. Luckily for her, she ends up getting up first, blushing deeply as she sees how he destroyed not only the handcuffs but also part of the bed. She was grateful to whoever was the first to wake up because explaining this situation, besides being awkward, would have cost her all the points she had with Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto is completely unaware of everything while he remains fast asleep. When RIAS saw that he wasn't waking up so easily, she got dressed to be ready. Once she was ready, unable to contain herself, she stroked Naruto's cheeks, causing him to purr and making her smile tenderly. Kawaii. RIAS wondered if she stroked his back, he would react the same way Kaneko did when given the chance. She couldn't resist the temptation and did it, and Naruto reacted the same way, arching his back and purring louder. They are so cute. Akino, RIAS Kaisho. RIAS was extremely surprised to be discovered by Akino. She covers her mouth so as not to wake Naruto and looks at her queen with an annoyed expression. Akino, he, sorry to burst your bubble, but we have important things to do today. RIAS, don't do that. If he finds out I'm doing something like that, I'll lose all the points I've earned these past few days. Akino, he, sorry, I'll be more careful. RIAS makes a face, you and I both know you don't regret it. Akino just laughs because it's true. RIAS sees Naruto-kun, it's time to wake up, we have things to do, but Naruto doesn't react. Akino, let me try. Naruto-sama, I've prepared pork ramen with extra meat for breakfast. By the time they both blinked, Naruto was no longer in bed but in the kitchen looking for his breakfast, dressed in his updated and more modern shinobi uniform. Where? Akino, era, I didn't think it would be so effective. RIAS, I definitely have to learn how to apply that in the future, laughs with amusement and they both head to the kitchen. Naruto only looks at anything but ramen. Akino, I'm sorry, Naruto-senpai, it was necessary to wake him up. Naruto collapses to the ground in utter despair, you should have kicked me in the groin, it would have hurt less. RIAS, a bead of sweat forming on the back of her neck, asked, a little exaggerated, don't you think? However, Naruto didn't answer because he was still lamenting that there was no ramen for breakfast. The trio of students arrived at the kitchen in their Chunin uniforms. Their faces were filled with excitement and seriousness. They looked at each other and smiled, seeing that they were ready. Then everyone else arrived, with Asia and Issei being the last, as they lived the furthest away. An hour after breakfast, they were waiting in the main hall when a GREMORY family magic circle appeared. From it emerged Graphia, the queen and wife of RIAS's brother, Surzex Lucifer. Graphia is a beautiful young woman who, judging by her appearance, seems to be just over 20 years old, with silver hair down to her back, featuring a long braid on each side with small blue ribbons at the ends, while the rest is loose and ends in twin braids, and red eyes. She is seen wearing a blue and white maid outfit with long sleeves and a white maid headband on her head with red lipstick as a cosmetic accessory. Naruto senses Graphia's hostility towards him, even though she maintains a completely neutral expression while looking at RIAS. Naruto knows that if he wants to be taken seriously, he can't be soft, so he had to give a serious warning. At that moment, Naruto unleashed a burst of invisible chakra directly at Graphia in such a way that only she could feel it, thus preventing Kaneko from being affected by her sensitivity to it. The moment Graphia felt Naruto's chakra burst in her mind, she visualized Naruto's face with the appearance of Kyubi. The amount of chakra is so dense and heavy that it almost jumps out of range of a possible attack, however it could not move. At that moment, a kunai appears at his neck. Looking back, he sees Naruto with the same appearance as Kyubi. Try anything and you'll die before you can even move. Before he could say anything, RIAS spoke to him. RIAS, is something wrong, Graphia? Graphia looks ahead only to look back again and see nothing. The dense, heavy chakra had also disappeared. She looks at RIAS, regaining her composure. It's nothing, RIAS-sama. I just thought someone was watching us, but it was only my imagination. RIAS, you must have felt one of my husband's toads, they're always watching me to make sure I'm okay. Graphia, I understand, that must be it. She glances discreetly at Naruto, but he doesn't notice her when he looks at his husband's sister again. RIAS-sama, everything is ready to begin the meeting. The 4 kings, the advisors, your family, as well as the Phoenix clan are waiting for us. RIAS, very well, in that case let's not keep him waiting any longer. Graphia, very well, please everyone come closer. They all approached her, and beneath them appeared a huge magic circle that teleported everyone to the underworld. But not before Naruto left a kunai with the flying thunder god Jutsu in the main room of the occult club in case things got ugly and they had to escape. He wasn't interested in fighting 4 demon kings. Then they appeared in the middle of a huge empty room. Konohamaru, where are we? Akino, we're in the underworld, in the GREMORY territories. In short, we're at RIAS-sama's house. RIAS, in my parents' house. This place isn't mine, not until I inherited the clan name and leadership. The only territory that's rightfully mine is the occult club. Graphia, please follow me. They all followed Graphia through the enormous GREMORY clan mansion. After a few minutes, they arrived at a huge door where Graphia told them to wait a moment before letting them in. Graphia, RIAS GREMORY, as well as Uzumaki Naruto, lie waiting behind the door. Surzex, let them in. Graphia nods and opens the door for them to enter. Upon entering, they saw that it was a large room with a circular table. All the demons present were seated on 3/4 of the table. There were 2 empty seats. Rias's seat was close to the other demons. Naruto deduced that those on that side of the table were probably Rias's parents, and the other seat was in the 4th part of the table where no one was sitting. Graphia, RIAS-sama, your seat is next to your parents. Mr. Uzumaki Naruto, your seat is the one in front of you. RIAS silently walks to the seat next to her parents, while Naruto takes his seat. It's clear that the way the seats are arranged is intentional, emphasizing that Naruto is the one being judged. Before sitting down, Naruto snapped his fingers and a torrent of fire appeared on the chair and on his part of the table, startling everyone and making them a little defensive. After 3 seconds he turned off and looked around. Well, I guess they didn't try anything. In that case we've started off on the right foot. Sorry if that made them tense. He took his seat with complete self-confidence. With those words, everyone understood that he examined his place to purge any kind of trap prepared for him, which speaks well of him. Although Naruto couldn't care less, it happens so often that he even enjoys it, with a strong urge to say, all of you against me alone, I see it as fair, but he never says it because he knows that it will get him into a lot of unnecessary trouble, but he certainly wants to. Rias's entourage stood behind her, as did Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon behind Naruto. The 4 demon kings stared intently at Naruto, examining every last detail of him because of the information Surzex obtained from the crow and shared with them to be prepared for anything, not forgetting the 3 boys who were with him. Both the Phoenix clan and the GREMORY clan are viewing Naruto with a critical eye. From the outset, it was clear he was a well-trained man, judging by his physical attributes and the 3 children who accompanied him. But it wasn't necessary to use DNA proof to know that the boy in front of them was 100% human, which led them to wonder why Rias would marry a species inferior to them. At least that was the general thought in the room. While the GREMORY clan in general has no prejudice against humans, they are still an inferior species to them. That was a truth, however cruel it sounded. Rias's blood began to boil inside when he saw that Rias was insulting him by choosing a mere human over another pureblood demon. Rias's parents wanted to speak to the human first, but their son prevented them from doing so, as he was unsure whether the human posed a threat to them despite being human. In contrast, the elderly remained neutral on the situation. They have lived long enough to know that appearances can be deceiving and, above all, that judging prematurely can lead to the worst decisions. Crow, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The reason we are all gathered here is to discuss the disruption of the arranged marriage between RIAS GREMORY and RIAS Phoenix. Because RIAS GREMORY showed a seemingly legal document proving she was married to the human present named Uzumaki Naruto in lands called Mount Mayaboku. The problem is that the existence of this place has never been heard of, as well as certain parameters of the document, which may invalidate this commitment between the two. The aim is to resolve this problem so that arranged marriage plans can proceed as planned, or else be cancelled altogether. Today we have a special case involving the 4 demon kings, who will act as impartial judges to make the best decision for everyone. Is there anything you would like to add, Surzex-sama? Surzex, nothing to comment on. Crow, very well, in that case, I will state the rules to conduct this meeting in the most civilized manner possible. Both clans will make clear the reasons why the arranged marriage between their children is important, as well as ask Uzumaki Naruto questions about why he is the best option to be RIAS Gremory's husband. Uzumaki Naruto will have the opportunity to defend himself with arguments, and even propose alternative ways to resolve this conflict. The venerable advisors of the 4 kings will give their opinions on the matter, both for and against those involved, and in the end, the 4 demon kings will have the final say on what will be done about the issue. Have I been clear? Everyone nods. Very well, in that case, I declare this meeting open. End of chapter. Chapter 15. The meeting part 2 asterisk. Crow, Lord Gremory, since his family is the one most affected by this matter, we give him the privilege of beginning. Zeoticus, thank you very much, Crow-sama. He stares intently at Naruto. My name is Zeoticus Gremory, current leader of the Gremory clan and father of Lucifer and RIAS Gremory. I will ask you a series of questions about yourself and your intentions with my daughter. I am sure the Phoenix clan also wants to know this. Do you agree to this? Naruto dislikes those kinds of questions, as if he has the option to refuse. He could, but doing so will only bring him more problems than solutions. Yes, Zeoticus, very well, please tell me, who are you? Where do you come from? Judging by the clothes you're wearing, it must be a uniform. So, what is your rank? What role does your clan play? And what benefits can it offer us that would make us prefer it over the Phoenix clan and the preservation of the pure blood lineage of demons? Naruto, my name is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. I come from a world called the Elemental Nations, an alternate version of Earth. As the name suggests, the landmass is distributed differently, and the countries are named after elements of nature. I am the current leader of the Uzumaki clan in Konohagakure, the Hidden Leaf Village, a village of professional assassins, or in other words, shinobi. It is located in the Land of Fire. As you may have guessed, I am a shinobi. My current rank is Elite Jounin, the last rank in a hierarchy of 4 positions. I am currently being trained to be the next Hokage, the highest rank a ninja can aspire to. It is a unique rank, and the Hokage is the one who leads the village. It is the equivalent of a demon king. This caught the attention of several people by classifying that rank as one of the demon kings. Naruto, before becoming part of Konohagakure, my clan was an ally of the nation and the village, but due to certain circumstances, we were forced to join. My clan's primary role is to protect the village from external threats through protective seals, tracking, detection, setting traps, and capturing potential threats. What they saw when I set fire to the chair and table was to make sure they weren't trying anything suspicious, although I deduced that most of them deduced that. My family's lineage is among the oldest in the shinobi world. We were feared by all nations for our knowledge of Fuinjutsu, or the art of sealing. He snapped his fingers. Zeoticus quickly touched his throat as he realized he had lost his voice, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Naruto shows his index finger where everyone is looking at a seal with a kanji that means silence. As you just saw, by simply snapping my fingers using the finger where the seal is, I can silence someone for as long as I want, and this is just a small demonstration of all the kinds of seals we have created for personal use or to protect the interests of the village. He snaps his fingers and Zeoticus regains his voice. Zeoticus, I will politely ask you not to do it again, he says with very clear irritation. Naruto, you were going to ask for a demonstration, and what better way than to experience it for yourself? Getting back to the matter at hand, the members of our clan possess a great life force that grants them incredible longevity for us humans. The record for human life through natural processes was 220 years, achieved by a member of our clan. By the standards of average human lifespan, that's quite an achievement. This vitality also allows us to recover from injuries and exhaustion in short periods of time, which allows us to last for days or even weeks fighting. This kind of vitality granted to a demon could give it a lifespan of up to 6,000 years. It also grants much greater stamina and a basic level of physical regeneration. I don't know what you call bloodlines, but we call them Kekkei Genkai, and my family's bloodline can grant the ability to heal wounds through the absorption of life energy, in simple terms, letting someone else bite you. The healing is so powerful that it can dispel the destructive effects of the power of destruction. This made more than one person raise an eyebrow at such a fact. Another bloodline that can obtain the ability to use chakra to create adamant chains capable of restricting all types of energy from those caught by them. In simple terms, anyone caught by these chains will be unable to use chakra or magic. I cannot demonstrate either of these two Kekkei Genkai because they are unique to the women of the clan. Any questions about this, my dear father-in-law? That last part made both clans tense, since they took it for granted that the document was being validated. Surzex, exactly as described in the report, but the bloodline thing is something completely new. Being called father-in-law made a vein pop out in Zeoticus's head, but he brushed it aside and continued speaking neutrally. Please address me by my name, thank you very much. What is the importance of shinobi in your world? Naruto, we are the largest military regime in our world. We wield so much political power that the decisions of the daimyo can be influenced by us. But don't misunderstand, we are completely independent of the governments they run, we simply cooperate for our shared interests. We operate on a mission system, or assignments, to maintain a village, with the amount depending on the mission's difficulty. When a ninja successfully completes their mission, the village receives payment that sustains it financially. Every day, a ninja village receives countless requests, varying in importance from simple babysitting services to assassination requests for dangerous and important individuals. The specialized ninjas, in conjunction with the village leader, take this wide variety of requests and classify them into 5 categories, from D to S, depending on the level of difficulty and the skills required to complete the missions. There are also categories R and Z, but these are not something I can mention publicly. Naruto, in turn, shinobi are divided into classes according to their level of experience and skills. Then, members of a higher tier in the village's organizational system properly categorize each request, distributing it to those whose skill level is most appropriate for each one. These missions, when successfully completed, are rewarded with a sum of money that is used to maintain the village and the work of the various ninjas that comprise it. Before they can continue, they are interrupted. Elder 7, excuse me for interrupting, but I'd like to know the weight of those missions. Naruto, the village leaders decide the mission details and rank based on the difficulty involved. Every day, requests flood the village, meaning we're involved in almost every aspect of civilian life, as well as being constantly present in military and political matters. The Kage and other village leaders rank them into one of 5 ranks, assigning them to appropriate teams based on their skills and abilities. The fee varies depending on the nature of the mission. Missions beyond the capabilities of the assigned team could damage the reputation of the village in question if they cannot be completed. S-rank missions are assigned to Jonin and Elite Jonin, and even the Kage himself. They are generally dedicated to the assassination or capture of ninjas listed in the Bingo Book, a judicial registry of highly dangerous criminals due to their technical prowess and criminal acts. These missions are based on the national secrets of a village or country. Examples of this include requests from other countries to join the war, VIP assassinations, or the transport of secret documents, among others. Missions of that category can be paid for a minimum of 1 million Rio, although they usually range from 4 to 7 million. Rio is the equivalent of the yen in their human world. A-rank missions are missions assigned to Jonin. These missions typically involve assassination, espionage, capturing powerful individuals, or escorting people such as feudal lords. They are based on the interests of the village and the country. Examples include requests from other countries to join specific battles, VIP guard duty, subjugating other ninja squads, among others. The fee ranges from 200,000 to 1 million Rio. B-rank missions are assigned to Chunin or higher. They are considered typical ninja missions, espionage, creating confusion, gathering intelligence, and silent assassinations. Its basis is derived from possible confrontations against other shinobi. Examples of this include requests from smaller countries to join a conflict, bodyguards for private individuals, espionage work, assassination of other ninjas, among others. The fee ranges from 80,000 to 200,000 Rio. C-rank missions are assigned to Chunin and, in some cases, genin. These missions are relatively easy but possess a certain degree of complexity, which, in extreme cases, may require the use of ninja techniques. Here are generally classified basic missions that involve ninjas leaving their hidden village since they cannot leave the village without permission to do so, such as protecting a person or object when traveling from one village or country to another, against bandits or outlaws of little importance, or capturing a notorious criminal. Their classification is based on bandits, thieves, and occasionally a ninja. An example of a request for individual private guard, behavioral investigation, capture/killing of wild animals, among others. The fee ranges from 50,000 to 100,000 Rio. Finally, the most common are the D-rank missions, assigned to genin, especially recent graduates of the Ninja Academy. These are extremely easy, generally involving everyday or community tasks such as mowing lawns, helping with farm or estate chores, walking or rescuing pets, and so on. They are not related to shinobi activities since the purpose of these missions is to build trust with those interested for higher-ranking missions in the future. The goal is for individuals to feel comfortable and protected by us. The fee ranges from 5,000 to 50,000 Rio. With all this in mind, shinobi are present in 75% of the activities that take place every day on the planet. Does this answer your question? Elder 7, better than I expected. Venelana, hello, my name is Venelana GREMORY, wife of Zeoticus GREMORY and mother of Surzex Lucifer and RIAS GREMORY. You mentioned your clan's role in your village, but generally speaking, what is your clan's position within its politics? And what is the power hierarchy in your village? I ask because we need to know the importance and weight of your word with your brethren. Naruto, we are a leading clan within the village. The leaders of shinobi clans are direct advisors to the Hokage as well as fundamental administrators for the protection of the village. The hierarchy of power is as follows. The Hokage is the highest authority in the village, then there are the Hokage's advisors, shinobi who have survived numerous events throughout their lives, third are the leaders of shinobi clans, fourth are the leaders of political clans, fifth are the leaders of business clans, and finally, leaders of civilian clans. As I mentioned before, I am being trained to be the 7th Hokage. Zeoticus, 7th. Naruto, the titles are numbered as new ones appear, and upon rising to power, I will be the 7th to hold the title. It's similar to a royal system. The Hokage is replaced when they die, retire, or can no longer fulfill the role. Currently, and for a long time, we are and have been the most powerful village on the planet, as well as the first to be founded. Elder 4, everything you said sounds very well structured, but recently when you mentioned your bloodline you implied that they possess outstanding abilities if we consider the comparison with humans from our reality, so, what exactly are they? Naruto, we have the gift of controlling chakra. Like the yokai of this world. We can also use magic, but only priests and monks use it. The general use of chakra in society. Elder 4, can you cooperate? The seal he used to silence Zeoticus-san could very well have been a magical effect. Naruto raises his hand, face up, and instantly generates a Rasengan in front of everyone. The force and condensation of the Rasengan are so intense that it shines brightly, covering the room and causing more than one person to have to cover their eyes. Is this alright, or do you want an even bigger demonstration? The old man said nothing, and Naruto made the Rasengan disappear in the blink of an eye. Elder 3, you just mentioned priests and monks, that means they possess demons and angels too, is that correct? And if so, what are they like? Naruto, we don't know what angels look like since they have never made an appearance, but we know they exist because a priestess communicates with them, she is the only one who has that privilege. As for the demons, if I have to compare them to you, they are like oil and water. The demons of my world are brainless beings that behave like wild animals. The closest thing you can imagine to their appearance are the illustrations in many stories about you in this world, creatures with many limbs and heads, animal bodies, etc. Priests and monks have the role of hunting them down and banishing them back to the underworld. They carry out their activities separately from us, we rarely see the need to work together. They live in a country that bears the same name as the beings they swore to exterminate from the face of the earth. In this country lives the priestess who claims to be able to communicate with the aforementioned angels. This priestess is said to be trained and capable of killing a demon king if necessary. This caused the 4 demon kings to sharpen their gazes. Was it an affirmation of the priestess's strength or a threat? Probably both. RIAS knows that the priestess's name is Cheyenne, and that she is in love with Naruto as well as having a political arrangement with her, but she was unaware that she was so strong, which worries her. Suzaku, my name is Suzaku Phoenix, wife of Czar Phoenix, and mother of Raizer Phoenix, Ravel Phoenix, Kataru Phoenix, and Roval Phoenix. Why are you giving us this information so easily? Naruto, the information I'm giving you isn't of military relevance, it's just general information, something anyone in our world would know. Besides, my wife explained to me in detail how the underworld works. Consider it an equitable exchange of information. And I'm providing my family's information because my intentions are clear. I don't think I need to explain them as well, do I? Suzaku sharpened his gaze towards Naruto. RIAS couldn't help but blush when she was called that. Something that didn't go unnoticed by her parents and brother. Suzaku, the marriage certificate mentioned something called Mount Mayaboku. What place is that? You haven't mentioned it. Naruto, Mount Mayaboku is a territory inhabited by frogs and toads that share characteristics with yokai. There are many similar territories where we shinobi make summoning contracts with them to help us in combat and other areas. Likewise, they can summon us to help them. I am part of this place as an official inhabitant since I have a summoning contract with them, in addition to being officially a sage of this place. The marriage took place in those lands because we shinobi are extremely cautious about any kind of action, and at that time Konoha was on high alert due to several events that happened in the village in a short period of time. Therefore, making my marriage official in Konoha with a demon clan from another reality would have raised unnecessary alarms and concerns at a delicate time for Konoha. For this reason, it was kept a secret until a few days ago when Konoha once again became the most powerful on the planet. Has that cleared up your doubts? Suzaku, I have nothing more to say. Czar, my name is Czar Phoenix, leader of the Phoenix clan and father of Raizer Phoenix, Ravel Phoenix, Kataru Phoenix and Roval Phoenix, my next heir. How can you prove to us that what you said is true? RIAS, I can verify that. Everyone's attention is drawn to him, and then he snaps his fingers, revealing a pentagram of summons. Everyone sees the pentagram and knows perfectly well who it belongs to. At that moment, the syndicate crow appears from the shadows. Naruto saw the crow and almost jumped out of his chair to slit its throat if it weren't for the fact that it's crucial for this meeting to take place, and killing it would not only be detrimental but would cause 1,001 more problems. That's for another time. The Crow Syndicate sensed Naruto's murderous intentions towards him and will now try to be much more cautious when dealing with him, or simply avoid doing so altogether. RIAS, good afternoon, Crow-san. Would you be so kind as to confirm everything my husband said? She emphasized the last part so that Raizer could hear it clearly. Crow, of course. He gestures with his hand and a pentagram appears in front of everyone except Naruto and RIAS, and a document appears from it. It's a document where I prove that everything Uzumaki Naruto said is true. Naruto developed a nervous tic upon seeing the thickness of those leaves. Definitely, if he saw him again, there would be no heaven or hell that could save him from him. They all began reading the document, which contained irrefutable evidence that everything Naruto said was entirely true, without compromising the most important aspects of the Naruto world. RIAS wasn't going to give that kind of information, not even to her family. RIAS, as you can see, all the information is true, both their organization and my husband's lineage. Zeoticus, release the document. I don't know what to think, to be honest. This isn't just positive for us but for the underworld in general. Czar, I cannot debate this, however this compromises the interests of preserving pure blood. That comment from Raizer's father gave RIAS hope that they could resolve this, but that didn't last long when they heard one of the oldest elders of the council speak. Art Ego, allow me to introduce myself, young human. My name is Art Ego Beelzebub. I am one of the first demons born alongside King Beelzebub. While this sounds positive for us, I fear that the option of marriage between RIAS and Raizer remains more feasible. Naruto, what are your reasons why the given documentation is not relevant enough for you? Art Ego, unlike the rest of my companions, I already knew about your world. This greatly surprised RIAS and Naruto, as well as Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi, and I understand from past experiences that your world is completely reluctant to have relations with demons or similar species. There are demon detectors throughout your world, and there's even mention of a country dedicated to marrying us. Naruto, as I've said before, the demons of my world don't possess minds, they act like animals driven by murderous instincts. They have to be hunted down and killed or returned to the underworld so they don't pose a threat to public safety. They can't be compared to you. If one of you were to speak to them accompanied by figures of authority like myself, they would be willing to listen and even enter into an agreement with you. Art ego, that's true, but it's also true that we can't trust you as much as you can trust us. While I know something about you, my knowledge is superficial, and I'm sure RIAS GREMORY wouldn't be willing to share what she knows with us. Not to mention that your knowledge of us is also limited, after all, RIAS only knows what we want her to know. Now, let's consider the capabilities of your world and what they do. Do my brothers and sisters really believe we can trust humans whose specialty is assassination and espionage, when they possess abilities similar to yokai, who have always been considered experts in stealth? The answer is no, not forgetting that RIAS GREMORY has always been reluctant to commit to RIAS or Phoenix, so if we officially accept their engagement, who's to say they'll keep their word and not cancel it the moment the existing engagement between the Gremorys and the Phoenixes dissolves? That's why, while the Uzumaki clan's offer is tempting, I understand that they are redheads like the Gremory clan, and you, young human, are blonde. Therefore, you are not a pure Uzumaki bloodline, or am I mistaken? Those last words made RIAS start to fear where everything was heading. Meanwhile Naruto didn't show any facial reaction, but Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon felt the weight of the air of the energy that Naruto emanated around them. Art ego, let's consider a hypothetical situation. Let's pretend there's trust between us, and both clans agree to break their engagements to accept yours with the Gremorys. We know that such a child will inevitably carry either Gremory or Bale genes, but who can guarantee they'll also carry Uzumaki genes? After all, we're not interested in your other half. Ultimately, we're abandoning the idea of pure blood in exchange for abilities that can benefit both of us. They could have up to 100 children, and those 100 children could carry the gene we're not interested in. After all, the genes inherited are a matter of luck. Furthermore, we can't ignore the fact that the child might be born with chakra or magic, since it's been proven that it's impossible to be born with both. If a child is born with both, they will die within a few days because they won't be able to withstand so much power. And we all know that those who can control both types of energy are either reincarnated as a demon or transformed into a yokai, a clear example of which is the young Nikomata with RIAS GREMORY. Don't misunderstand, young human, everything in this document is truly fascinating and could be productive for both of us, but forming an alliance between our species and worlds is too hasty, and this is not the right or appropriate method to do it at this time. Therefore, at this time, marriage between the Phoenix and Gremory clans is the safest path. Even if a marriage certificate exists between them, it's not yet part of this reality, so it doesn't necessarily have to be valid. Even so, based on my experience, it would be wise to consider a future alliance with these humans. We could even consider them equals. Reiser was inwardly smiling at the wisdom of the elders. RIAS knew that the argument she had just been given was irrefutable. To contradict it, her only option was to talk about her daughter, but she absolutely did not want Reiser to know of her existence. She knew that sooner or later he would find out about her, but not now. Therefore, she only had two options left: either give up her name or submit to a rating game, with a high probability of losing. She felt cornered. Naruto has valid reasons as well as a claim that I cannot counter-argue regarding the trust between us at the moment, but it should be clarified that my genetic mix is not an impediment, since those born of the Namikaze clan are faster and quicker by nature compared to other clans. We are also endowed with intelligence, strategy, and logic, so much so that we are able to analyze countermeasures to attack seconds away from them. The best example of this is my own father, who was the fourth Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash. He was recognized as a genius in his generation, a title and honor not bestowed upon just anyone who demonstrates outstanding abilities. Furthermore, if you want a demonstration of strategic intelligence, I understand that Sona Citri is gifted at chess, as she herself has claimed to have defeated many important figures within the underworld. Serafal, what does my sister have to do with all this? Naruto has defeated his sister in 65 consecutive chess games. Serafal, impossible. My sister is one of the best chess players. She couldn't have lost, especially not so many times in a row. Crow, Levitana-sama, I kindly ask you to calm down. we are in a courtroom and you must be treated with the respect you deserve. Serafal, yes, an apology Judge Crow. RIAS, surprised and alarmed, huh? You beat Sona at chess. And so many times, no less. Naruto, yes, she even gave me this, shows the gold chess piece that Sona gave him, leaving both RIAS and Serafal speechless. RIAS, Naruto. Did she really give you that piece? Naruto, yes, she told me she'd give it to whoever beats her at chess. At first I didn't think much of it, but now that I look at it closely, it's really pretty. Serafal, didn't she tell you what the piece is for? Crow just slapped his face at the attitude of the Leviathan Queen. Naruto, besides being a prize for whoever manages to defeat her, the truth is that it's nothing, but we're not here to talk about that. If you want to confirm what I said, you can talk to her directly. And no, I don't plan to return the piece. I won it fairly, and she insisted that I keep it, so I don't plan to let it go. I put it away again. Surzex, Graphia, please bring the Citri heiress to validate that information. Serafal, as I commanded. After a few minutes of silence, Graphia appears with Sona and her queen Tsubaki. Here she is as requested. Sona, good afternoon, venerable elders and kings of the underworld. What is my purpose in this meeting? Serafal, sister, he claims to have beaten you in 65 consecutive chess games. Is that true? Sona, upon hearing that, understood why RIAS began to glare at her, although she wasn't surprised, she had expected that kind of reaction when she found out. What surprised her was that it took her a week to find out. Beelzebub, the question is to verify the genetic qualities of Uzumaki Naruto. Sona, although it makes me angry and ashamed to admit it, I must affirm what Naruto-san said. In fact, a week ago he didn't know how to play chess, but it only took an explanation and a practice game for him to surpass me and beat me 65 times in a row, with a playing style I've never seen before. Therefore, I can contribute that Naruto's strategic abilities are an invaluable resource for the underworld. This statement surprised those present with the frankness and confidence of the young heiress. Serafal, but why did you give her that piece? You haven't forgotten what it means, have you? Sona, no, it's something I always have in mind, and if I gave it to her it's because she deserves it, and I don't regret doing it. Serafal, RIAS is about to explode because of what Sona said. Issei whispers to Akino, excuse me, Akino-senpai, Sona-senpai is speaking positively about Naruto, so why does RIAS Kaicho look like she's about to explode at any moment? Akino, you see, that piece is the equivalent of an engagement ring. Issei, huh? If Naruto is married, why did he give it to her? Akino, Sona-sama swore she would marry whoever defeated her in a game of chess, and if what she said is true, then she had good reason to have given you the piece. Besides, polygamous marriages aren't frowned upon in the underworld, so anyone can ask another married person to marry them and join the group if all parties involved agree. That's why your dream of being the harem king isn't strange to us, nor is it impossible. Issei, I understand, but then why is she so angry? Akino is not only her friend, but also a sworn rival, so Sona-sama's actions are portrayed as an attempt to take something that RIAS Kaicho sees as hers, not to mention the Akane-chan issue. Issei, oh, I understand. Kiba, and apparently Naruto is unaware of the meaning of that piece. Naruto, why do I have a feeling I've gotten myself into more trouble? Kurama, and when you're not, brat. Naruto, tush. Surzex, thank you very much for validating the information, you may now leave. Sona, if Lucifer-sama will allow me to stay until the end, I would like to know how this whole situation ends. Surzex, very well, in that case please proceed to the spectator seats. Sona gives a slight bow, thank you very much, she and her queen take their seats. RIAS looks at Sona, making hand signals dash, afterwards, you and I will have a very serious talk about your audacity. Sona just smiles and makes hand signals dash, I promised to give that piece to whoever defeated me at chess, and I kept my word. It's just a coincidence that it was Naruto-san, and just to be clear, I have no intention of quitting. What Sona said made RIAS even angrier. The only thing RIAS needed to make things worse was to now have to worry about Sona too. Beelzebub, Crow-san, can you confirm what you said about your other biological gene? Crow, indeed, Uzumaki Naruto's father was the fourth leader of Konoha, he didn't last long in power due to many conflicts that arose in a very short time in Konoha. If he had lived long enough, I would dare say he could rival a demon king. Everyone took that statement very seriously, because anything the crow said should be taken with the utmost seriousness, not because of his power, but because of his analytical ability and, above all, his speed of movement and reaction, so the Namikaze genes aren't a bad choice either. Art ego, that sounds interesting and adds more value to the discussion, however, it doesn't affect the arguments I mentioned earlier, which are more important. These are the trust you place in us and vice versa. Naruto, drawing one last card, but I do have something that might be much more important to you than considering this marriage. Art ego, and that would be it. Naruto looked at RIAS's parents. Excuse my boldness in asking, Zyudoka-san, how long did it take for your wife Venolana to become pregnant with your firstborn son? The question confused everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 16 The Meeting. Part 3 Asterisk. Zyudokas, embarrassed, you're not pulling my leg with such a question, are you? Sirzex, father, please, just answer the question. Zyudokas sighs, very well, it took me about 70 years and my daughter Rias another 120. Note, I made up the time values since there is no information about that. Naruto, and you, Czar Phoenix. Czar, 80 years with the first, 30 with the second, 50 with the third, and 36 years with my fourth daughter. Ajuka, excuse my interruption, I am Ajuka Beelzebub, leader of the Underworld Technology Department, as well as one of the four Mao. Uzumaki Naruto. What are you trying to achieve by asking about that specific topic in this meeting? Naruto, regarding the topic of demon reproduction, I understand that you invented the evil pieces to increase the demon population because their reproductive capacity is very small. If I'm not mistaken, the probability of a demon becoming pregnant by another demon is 1%, and with any other species it's less than 0.1%, correct? Ajuka, correct. Naruto, well, it turns out the Uzumaki clan has a very high birth rate, due to their great life force. Ajuka at that moment already knew what was going on, and depending on what he said it could be something very good for them. In other words, the ability to get someone pregnant is almost guaranteed whether they are from the clan or not. Before becoming part of Konoha, the Uzumaki clan had its own hidden village called Uzushiogakyure, with around 20,000 members. The average clan size is between 100 and 1,000 members, though some clans had over 3,000 or 4,000 members. But none could match our numbers due to our very high birth rate. Adding to that, we are the clan with the longest life expectancy. Uzushiogakyure didn't need any more clans to sustain itself as a shinobi village. The Uzumaki clan was self-sufficient, but extra protection never hurt, so they formed an alliance with Konoha. Their friendship was so strong that Konoha uniforms bear the clan's logo as a sign of friendship. At that moment, Konohamaru's team reveals their backs, displaying the Uzumaki clan logo on their uniforms. That birth rate, combined with the fact that we are the clan with the highest life expectancy, not to mention our capabilities and lineage, makes us the greatest threat in the world. That is why, in the Second Ninja War, a very structured and specific plan was created to attack us. A diversionary attack was launched on Konoha to prevent them from participating in the main attack on Uzushiogakyure. We were attacked by 2 of the 5 most important villages in the shinobi world, as well as 3 smaller villages. Sadly, my clan nearly perished that day, only a handful of survivors managed to escape, mostly children. One of those survivors was my mother, who was rescued by a messenger who delivered the bitter news to the 3rd Hokage. The positive side of that attack is that the military forces of all those villages were severely damaged and had no choice but to surrender since they could not maintain constant fighting on other fronts against Konoha. Well, I'm getting off track. What I'm trying to say is that we, or rather, can help you solve this problem. While it's true that the issue of trust is still very much in its infancy, I believe that this arranged marriage could be a first step in helping you resolve one of your biggest problems, through my DNA. Ajuka, is that true, Crow? Raven, indeed, while not scientifically proven, the clan's history reinforces this fact. The Uzumaki clan's fertility rate is so high that the probability of a female demon becoming pregnant increases to approximately 25%. If an Uzumaki is born a demon and decides to have children, the probability increases to approximately 65%, considering historical events and the number of Uzumaki during their glory days. Elder 3, if those numbers are real, our birth rate problems could be solved. Elder 1, but that implies renouncing all forms of pure demon blood. Elder 2, but is that sufficient justification to consider forming an alliance with them so prematurely? The elders talked amongst themselves, reflecting on what they had just learned, which was definitely very beneficial for them. At that moment, Uchiha raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Uchiha, if we accept something like this, how would it help us? Would it turn all the clans into Uzumakis? Or is there something more complex behind it? Naruto, what I can attribute from my world regarding technology is its numerous scientific advancements dealing with DNA. With the scientists of Konoha, we can give you that genetic modification, allowing you to have offspring more easily, preserving your genetics without interference from my clan. If I remember correctly, it is defined as genetic code in its pure or free state, something I'm sure they'd be very interested in. After all, they had to resort to transforming other species into demons to avoid extinction. This way, they won't have to use the evil pieces for that purpose anymore. Uchiha, how can we ensure that you guarantee you will keep your word? Naruto, my clan has contract techniques. These techniques compel those involved to keep their word, or else they will suffer one of the most painful deaths, one you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy. As a shinobi, I'm always willing to give my life for the mission. Now, the question is, would you be willing to give yours? Uchiha closed his eyes, thinking about his current situation. Hadu, hello Uzumaki Naruto, my name is Hadu Astaroth, advisor to Uchiha Beelzebub, and I find it interesting that you can help us with this problem, but I have 2 questions for you. Do you have any way of verifying what you've claimed? And also, why are you so fixated on the idea of officially marrying RIAS GREMORY in the underworld, even though you're capable of providing us with a solution to a problem that has plagued our species for generations? The first question makes RIAS very nervous, since the only way to verify that is to introduce her daughter, and that's something she doesn't want to do, at least not in front of the phoenixes. Naruto, answering your question is quite simple, I'm looking for options. Sirzex, did he evade the first question? Hadu, options? Naruto, we have just emerged from certain troublesome circumstances, but thanks to that, the shinobi alliances are currently the strongest. However, due to our cautious and somewhat paranoid nature, we fear that the next threat will be much worse than the one we just emerged from almost 2 years ago. My teachers, throughout their lives, shed sweat, tears, and blood to achieve this peace that now reigns in the elemental nations. A peace they have earned after surviving so many hardships. My duty now is to protect this peace until my last breath, which is why I seek ways to fulfill that mission. Currently, a peace reigns that existed since the death of the Sage of the 6 Paths. Therefore, it is my duty to protect it for as long as I can, since nothing lasts forever. Sirzex, even if you had to become a demon to protect your brothers, would you do it? The question surprised everyone a little. Naruto, to be honest, Lord Lucifer, I prefer not to lose my humanity, as it's something I value above all else. But if I'm forced to sacrifice it, I will personally give my soul to death to protect my brothers, and I will fight against anyone who wants to destabilize the peace of the elemental nations. And if I have to kill my own children, I will. I will seek and place the peace of my world above all else. Everyone was left processing Naruto's words, given their frankness and seriousness. Naruto, and I fully understand that you are all looking for the same thing. This surprised everyone a little. Someone told me absolutely everything that happened in the 100-Year War, as well as the revolution that followed, and what happened in recent events is what caused the need to search for pure-blood demons, even if it means mixing the clans among themselves. Therefore, their story and ours are no different. Only the warriors and the settings have changed. I want to maintain peace in my world, and if that means forming an alliance with you, so be it. If what bothers you is the lack of trust, there's no reason to be open about it. It's no secret that my world wouldn't readily accept an alliance with demons, just as you wouldn't readily treat us as equals, being so accustomed to the humans of this world. That's why this marriage can be a first step in helping each other, which doesn't necessarily have to go any further. We're giving you a way to save your species from extinction, and in return, you'll help us in an extreme emergency. Not a bad offer, is it? At that point, all the elders were talking amongst themselves to consider all the possible probabilities of this happening and whether or not it was a good idea to have that kind of agreement, taking into account all the unknown dangers of the world of these humans, as well as their combat capabilities and many other things. RIAS sighed in relief, thinking that the demons had forgotten the first question, but that relief was short-lived because of King Asmodeus. At that moment the last king who had said nothing spoke. Asmodeus, hello human, my name is Falbium Asmodeus, Demon King, head of the entire military department of hell, and I have a question for you. Naruto, of course, demon, what is your question? If he didn't use his name to refer to him, he's not obligated to do the same. Asmodeus smiles, seeing that the human didn't hesitate to disrespect him just as he had, demonstrating once again that he has no fear. Before continuing with the topic, can you answer the first question? Naruto changing the subject, which question? I only heard one. Asmodeus, in that case, I'll refresh your memory. Hadasan mentioned if you have any way of proving to us that everything you said about your ability to improve the birth rate of our species is true. Naruto mentally grimaced in disgust, he wanted to avoid that question. Asmodeus, because if you are unable to show us this information in some way, it would be a path full of uncertainty for us, which could lead us absolutely nowhere, which amounts to a waste of time, money, and above all, the clan's trust in canceling an engagement that could have improved our blood ties and strengthened the underworld in the long term. Regardless of the blood benefits that the future leader of the GREMORY clan might bring us by joining the Uzumaki clan, because ultimately the reason for this arranged engagement is to ensure the preservation of the demon's pure bloodline. Many elders agree with King Asmodeus's way of thinking, while others still have their doubts. All of this made Naruto sigh, since in the current state of the hall, his request for a raiding game wouldn't be considered, forcing RIAS to do it on her own. Issei and Asia don't have that kind of combat experience, something Raizer likely does. So the only thing that can get him out of this right now is his daughter. He doesn't want to show her in this hostile environment, but apparently he has no other choice. Naruto, in that case, let me show you what I mean. RIAS gets up from her chair, Naruto waits. Surzex, RIAS, shut up and sit down, with all the authority he could muster. RIAS had no choice but to follow orders. At this moment, it is not her brother but King Lucifer. Naruto, but first, I need Raizer to do something first. Raizer, huh? Naruto charges energy with 2 fingers and snaps them, instantly knocking Raizer unconscious. This draws everyone's attention and alerts them. Zar points his hand, charged with blue fire, at Naruto. I hope you give a good explanation for attacking my son. Naruto, I didn't attack him, I simply put him to sleep. I used a sleep seal, I just put him to sleep. I'm doing this because I don't want him to see what I'm about to show you, since the young Phoenix heir won't be pleasantly surprised by what you're about to see. I apologize if my behavior was suspicious and aggressive, but if I ask you if I can do this or not, you'll only react negatively. Now, if there are no more interruptions, I'll show you the evidence of what I'm saying. Many elders have already begun to speculate and suspect what the human is going to show them, where several of them have already found the answer but want to confirm it with their own eyes. Naruto slightly cuts his hand, makes a couple of hand seals, and immediately touches the table, causing a green toad with black stripes, about the size of an 8-year-old child, to appear, drawing the attention of most of them with curiosity. Gomerio, hello Naruto-sama, what do you need? Looks around, and why are there so many demons here? Naruto, I'll tell you later, can you bring her? Gamari, are you referring to her? Naruto nods. Gamaro, very good, he'll be back in a couple of minutes, disappears in a puff of smoke. Naruto, it will take a few minutes, please be patient. It only took 5 minutes for Gomerio to reappear, which felt like hours with her heart pounding in her chest, knowing it was about to happen. Gomerio appears before Naruto with his daughter on his back, dressed in traditional Uzumaki clothing. The sight of the girl, where the elders had suspected something, has now been clarified and confirmed. Gomerio, here is Naruto-sama, he leaves the girl standing on the table and he leaves. However, the demon's surprises intensified when they saw the girl's features and compared her to RIAS and Naruto. Those most shocked were the Demon Kings, the GREMORY clan, and Phoenix. Akane, huh? Dad? Not going on a mission. Naruto, mission. Akane, 6th Sama, arrive home to go on a mission, very important, problems with Luna. Naruto, okay, I don't like the sound of that, but anyway, I'll explain the situation later. Tell me, my baby, would you like to meet your uncle? Akane gets excited, Uncle Surzex. Naruto, yes, he's the redhead in the middle of those guys over there. Akane turns to look at her uncle, excited because of what her mother told her about her family. Surzex is a little surprised to see how the girl looks at him with joy and excitement. Akane, dad, 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 can I go hug him? Naruto, sure, I don't think he'll mind. Akane runs straight towards Surzex and was about to lunge when she suddenly remembers what her mother told her about her uncle's position. Akane, oh, I'm sorry, she gives a slight bow. Uzumaki GREMORY Akane, daughter of RIAS GREMORY and Uzumaki Naruto, Lucifer-sama, may I hug you? Surzex doesn't know what to say about it. His beloved sister has a 3-year-old daughter, when she is 18, indicating that she became pregnant at 14 by a human, which should be statistically impossible. Graphia, Lucifer-sama, look. Surzex watches as Akane trembles nervously at not receiving an answer. Oh, of course, go ahead. Akane smiles and throws herself into his arms. And King Lucifer returns the embrace, unsure of how to feel. Zeoticus, what, how? When? The current Gremory leader finally snaps out of his surprise. RIAS, 4 years ago, my baby is just 3 years and a couple of months old. Zeoticus, you had a daughter at 14, who do you think we are? African humans or what the hell? RIAS, I'm sorry, Dad, getting pregnant wasn't in the plans. Zeoticus, plans? What plans? RIAS, this, she just put her foot in it. Naruto, just to clarify, I'm a victim in all of this too. Zeoticus, you shut your mouth, how could you think of getting a 14-year-old girl pregnant? Naruto, he says it like he's a 40-year-old man, I'm even almost a year younger than RIAS and it wasn't my idea, it was hers, I only found out I was a father a week ago. Zeoticus, and on top of that, the father didn't even know. RIAS, completely flustered by her father's anger, he, what a thing, right? Zeoticus, laughter. Zeoticus is about to have a fit because of everything that's happening. Venelana, RIAS, how did you manage to hide the pregnancy? RIAS, I wasn't here, my husband's toads helped me, one of them pretended to be me for 2 years, while the toads took care of me and my pregnancy. Venelana, 2 years. How could we not have noticed for 2 years? RIAS, just like the crow, she does her job well. Crow, order in the court please. Zeoticus, but, Crow, I said order in the hall. Zeoticus reluctantly sits down in his chair. Anything you'd like to say, Lucifer-sama? Meanwhile, everyone stares at Lucifer with a foolish expression as he plays with and hugs his niece. Crow coughs discreetly to get Lucifer's attention. Lucifer got the message and returned to his serious expression, but he sat his niece on his lap and hugged her with one arm. RIAS, how many tries did it take you to get pregnant? Akane, OH. Hello MOM. RIAS greets her daughter with a smile and signals to her brother to cover her ears, which Lucifer understands and does. He covers Akane's ears. Just an attempt, and it wasn't planned, it just happened. When I was looking for members for my retinue, the original plan was simply to settle all this with a rating game, and well, I met Naruto and one thing led to another, and well, that's why we're at this meeting, he said, not wanting to elaborate. Surzex unblocked his niece's ears by massaging his temples. Naruto, they recently mentioned that a child can't be born with both chakra and magic at the same time, so why don't they check my daughter's condition? Beelzebub looks at Akane, hello little one, can you extend your hand to me? Akane looks at her mother and she nods, okay, she extends her hand. Beelzebub places his hand on top of Akane's and emits a green light around his hand. Akane, he. Tickles. After a few seconds, he lets go of the girl's hand and takes his seat. Beelzebub, to our surprise, RIAS GREMORY's daughter has both energy sources circulating in her body in perfect synchronicity. Zar, are you sure about what you're saying? Beelzebub, you can see for yourself, it wasn't necessary for the Phoenix Patriarch to try once he heard those words, somehow both energies circulate through his body in a synchronized way without one hindering the other, however. RIAS, scared, damn, he realized the divine power he possesses. Seraphal, however, seeing RIAS's scared and worried face, Beelzebub decided to remain silent and discuss this privately later. No, it's nothing important, just a few details I need to investigate carefully later. More than one person raised an eyebrow, but they wouldn't dare question King Beelzebub. On the other hand, RIAS sighed with relief upon hearing Beelzebub's words, although she knew she would have to explain everything to him later. Now that everyone has seen that the blood capacity of these humans is compatible with them, they see this alliance as quite feasible. Swaim, my name is Swaim Bale, one of the first 100 Bale born in the underworld. My lords Mao, if I may, I firmly believe that forming this alliance with these peculiar humans is entirely beneficial to us. Even if trust between us is still low, I believe this is something we can remedy by deepening our trade relations with them. Hadu, do you think we can develop trust between us? Swaim, indeed, after all, the younger sisters of the two Mao seem to have complete trust in Lord Uzumaki Naruto, so much so that one of them is already married to him and the other didn't hesitate to propose to him. Not to mention that Lady RIAS already has a daughter with the human. Therefore, I am absolutely certain that the future heiress of the GREMORY clan would not compromise the underworld if she didn't know what she was doing, much less affect the reputation of her brother and her family. RIAS, indeed, I would never compromise the underworld if I didn't know we could form an alliance with them, for the purpose of helping each other. Naruto in shock, wait a minute, what do you mean marriage? Wasn't the peace just for beating him? RIAS, honey, we'll talk about that later. Crow, anything that needs to be discussed will have to wait until this situation is over, Mr. Uzumaki. Asmodeus, taking everything that's been said into account, I agree with Swaim to accept this alliance with them, at least to start with the bare minimum. Ajuka, it's rare to see you agree with something that doesn't involve demons. Asmodeus, if I see correctly, it is true that trust leaves much to be desired at the moment. It is also true that this ability to reproduce is very necessary. The quality of the soldiers has decreased because many use your parts with the purpose of fulfilling their desires without taking into account the quality of the user in question. That's why having pure-blood demons, even if they are mixed between clans, is absolutely necessary, since we also cannot forget the constant movements of angels and fallen angels that have occurred in the last decade. Seraphol, that's true, they've been more aggressive lately. They might be plotting something. Azazel's mind is always a gamble. Naruto, so he's a fallen angel. Surzex, did you know him? Naruto, yes, the first day I got here, we arm wrestled, had a few drinks, he was a nice guy. Now, if you ask me if we did anything, the answer is no. He probably came to meet me in person once I got here, he probably felt my energy and wanted to know who I was. Seraphol, something quite common for him. Asmodeus, yes, I said that, the agreement between the GREMORY clan and the Phoenix must be respected since it has been in effect for almost 10 years. Naruto and RIAS were already cursing internally when they saw that they hadn't changed their minds, but this thought didn't last long when they heard what he said next. Asmodeus, but Uzumaki Naruto's offer cannot be ignored since we have evidence of the effectiveness of what was said in Lucifer's arms, not to mention that he is already married to RIAS GREMORY by the standards of his world, so I suggest a rating game between the suitors. RIAS celebrated internally upon learning that they had finally entered into this topic. Zar, a rating game, isn't a cavalry duel better? Crow, with all due respect, Zar-sama, if your son wants a chance to win, it's with the rating game. Your son is no match for his opponent, you only have to see how he put your son to sleep with just a snap of his fingers. The Phoenix King merely made a gesture of annoyance at the truth spoken. Furthermore, many demons present were going to deny that option, since the strength of both is too evident. Naruto, I don't have a retinue, but behind me I have my 3 students, they can do the rating game and we can make it even fairer. Zar, and that would be it? Naruto snaps his fingers and puts his daughter to sleep so she won't hear what follows. If Raizer and his entourage defeat my students, then not only will I officially break off my engagement to RIAS on Mount Mayaboku, but I will also grant them the genetic enhancement for reproduction without asking for anything in return. Ajuka, nothing. Naruto, nothing at all. Ajuka, what are you saying, Surzex? In the end, you have the final say. Surzex closes his eyes and after several minutes of thinking, during which the entire room remains silent, he opens his eyes and answers. Surzex, very well, the rating game will take place between Uzumaki Naruto's students versus Phoenix Raizer and his entourage. There will be no rule changes. But the venue will be the Combat Coliseum. This surprised everyone in the room. I want all the clans to witness the potential of the elemental nation's humans, and only then will I determine if it's worthwhile to further formalize the alliance instead of basing it solely on marriage. The duel will be held tomorrow at 10 a.m. Needless to say, the prize for victory is clear. Any objections? Total silence in the room. Xerxes looks at Chloe. In that case, I adjourn this meeting. The session is adjourned. All the demons begin to withdraw from the enormous room where the GREMORY clan, Sona and her queen, the Leviathan kings and Lucifer and his queen, and Naruto and his students remained. Xerxes approaches his sister. Look, in a situation like this I should scold you very strongly for getting pregnant even knowing about your arranged marriage. RIAS, and why won't you? Xerxes tenderly hugs Akane. Because my niece is too cute for me to get angry, he says with hearts swirling in his head. RIAS, I understand, I'm glad to know you like her so much. I was worried about what you would think of her. Now, could you please give me my daughter? Xerxes, no. RIAS, huh? What do you mean, no? Xerxes, right now Lucifer is spending time with his adorable niece, and you have to plan everything for tomorrow, so once the day is over I'll leave her with her grandparents, but right now it's quality uncle-niece time, so I'll see you tomorrow. Disappears. RIAS, give me back my daughter you idiot brother, leaves with a teleportation seal. Zeoticus, and doesn't the opinion of grandparents count? Venelana, if you were recently furious about what happened. Zeoticus, yes, but the girl isn't to blame for anything with her parents, and besides, you wanted to hug her too. Venelana, I can't deny it. RIAS is back, damn, she locked herself in her office. Venelana, why are you so upset? You don't think your brother would do anything to the girl, do you? RIAS pouting, it's not about that, I haven't hugged my baby in a week, I want my baby in my arms. She starts making circles on the table depressed. Zeoticus, there will be time for that later, right now I want you to tell me everything and in detail. RIAS, to begin with, all of this was my doing, Naruto-san has nothing to do with this, if I ended up with a daughter it was solely my fault. At that moment RIAS only told the truth about how she met Naruto, how she erased his memory, how she stole the scroll from the yokai, how she carelessly ended up pregnant, how she hid it from Naruto, and about the only servant who knew in the GREMORY clan. The only thing he didn't mention was the numerous spies from Mount Mayaboku who are still hiding in the underworld as a life insurance policy in case the demons become violent when everything comes to light. Even now, there is one watching over King Lucifer, none other than a Philibates Terribilis trained to neutralize the King of Hell if absolutely necessary. Zeoticus, what is the hatred towards the Phoenix clan? RIAS, none. I have a lot of respect for the Phoenix clan, but Raizer Phoenix is too vulgar a man to even consider being with. He hasn't changed at all in these 10 years since this arranged marriage, and I'm grateful that Naruto put him to sleep because I didn't want his disgusting eyes to see my daughter. Venelana, and is everything you said at the meeting true, or was it just to finalize this arrangement? RIAS, everything is true, but the last thing about fertility was a lie about the Uzumaki clan, getting pregnant was just a matter of luck. Venelana, so, they gave us false hope. RIAS, no, he wasn't lying when he said that scientific advances in genetics were definitely more advanced than you or the humans of this world. They can definitely help us with that problem. Venelana, I'm surprised you played along, were you paid to lie? Cuervo, not at all, I said that, there is no scientific evidence but history could refute that fact, at no point did I say it was true, I only emphasized that the possibility existed. RIAS, I don't regret getting pregnant. I admit my initial intentions with my daughter weren't the right ones, but as she grew in my womb, it only awakened that maternal desire to protect and love her. Will they reject their granddaughter because she's half human? Zeoticus, you know perfectly well that we couldn't care less about the fact that our granddaughter is half human, we're worried about what might happen from now on. RIAS, nothing will happen, if everything goes well this will just be a bitter pill to swallow. Venelana looks at Naruto talking to his students, and tell me, when this is over, will you get a divorce? RIAS, that was the initial plan, but now, she looks at Naruto, I don't really want to do it. I want to be with him, so I'll do whatever it takes to make him fall in love with me, but this time for real. It will take time because he didn't take our daughter well, so he looks at me with some resentment, but I'll do everything in my power to make this relationship real. Zeoticus, I don't know what to think about it, I don't really know this guy or his background. At least with Raizer I could give him a good ear pull if he got too cocky, but with him? RIAS, go meet him and you'll see you won't have to worry about anything. You've only seen his serious side, but get to know him as he really is and I guarantee you'll love him like your son-in-law. Zeoticus, I suppose I can try. RIAS, I guarantee you won't regret it because I won't. Venelana, and what will you do about what Sona did? RIAS, I don't know, I need to have a serious talk with her. I shouldn't have told her about the clan restoration law that Naruto is involved in. Venolana, restore clans. RIAS, Naruto's clan is almost extinct, only he and a cousin named Karen remain, so they put him under a law in his village to restore his clan, where he is obligated to marry 5 women to repopulate his clan. Zeoticus, damn it, and the plot thickens. Venolana, so you'll be willing to be part of a polygamous marriage? RIAS, it's not like I had another choice. If I hadn't erased his memory and had told him about our daughter, he wouldn't have this problem. But it was necessary because of the personal problems Naruto-kun was having at that time, and during that time, Naruto promised the priestess of the demon country a child. Zeoticus, the same one the boy mentioned? RIAS, the same one, her name is Cheyenne, and she's exactly as he described her, she's the priestess and basically queen of the demon land, and she's the only one who has contact with the angels of her world. I don't know how powerful she is, but if Naruto said she can fight a demon king, I believe him. Although the way it all happened was a misunderstanding, in the end he promised, and he's a rock when it comes to his problems. When he promises to do something, he'll do it no matter the consequences. Zeoticus, and what will happen when she finds out that the boy has a daughter with you? Crow, she truly hates demons but loves Naruto much more, she wouldn't dare attack her daughter, no matter how much of a demon she is, and neither would the mother, because that would mean earning the hatred of the person with whom she wants to have a child, and surely an enemy she couldn't defeat. Venolana, how strong is Naruto-san? Raven, I don't know an exact measure of his strength, but he could fight the 4 demon kings at the same time. I don't know if he has a chance of winning against all 4, but he could definitely defeat any of them one-on-one. I think a good way to measure his strength is that he could destroy the moon several times over. His greatest strength isn't raw power, strength, or energy, his greatest strength, and what makes him a truly dangerous enemy, is that he is completely unpredictable. The level of strength described by the Raven left RIAS's entourage, who were listening to the entire conversation in silence, in total shock. Zeoticus, this has to be a joke. Crow, I'm not joking, I've studied it enough to know that, and there's another person with the same power level, as well as other shinobi comparable to a demon king. The elemental nations are full of humans who can be defined as true monsters. All the species of this world also exist there, but the only difference between this world and yours is that they are at the top of the food chain. RIAS's parents were speechless at what was said. Issei, I can hardly believe everything I'm hearing. Kiba, now there are 2 of us. Asia, are there really humans that powerful? Crows, they exist, and Naruto is the best example of that. RIAS, now that you know about her strength, you should be convinced that she is a better option in every way than Raizer. Zeoticus, okay, you win. We'll trust your judgment and what you want to do. When all this is over, I'll try to spend time with him. Venolana, right now I'm just hoping Surzex doesn't forget to bring Akane-chan tonight so I can meet her. RIAS, with a murderous glare, he better not, because otherwise I'll destroy his entire collection of Porsches if he doesn't give me back my baby. Zeoticus felt a chill when he saw her reaction, it reminded him of his mother in Surzek's early years. RIAS, now if you'll excuse me, father, mother, I need to talk to Sona. She turns to walk straight to where Sona is. While all this conversation was happening, something was also going on Naruto's side. Seraphol hits Naruto on the forehead with a magical girl staff. What's wrong with you? Seraphol, how dare you beat my sister and get engaged to her when you're already married? I can't allow anyone to marry her without completing my course on how to be an excellent boyfriend and being stronger than me and Surzex. Sona approaches along with Tsubaki. Don't be ridiculous, sister, few people can defeat you both and Naruto isn't obligated to do so either when I've already made my decision. Seraphol hugs her sister with teary eyes, but my beautiful sister, you only deserve the best. Sona takes her men away and leads her off, and what makes you think Naruto-san isn't part of that? Because he's human. Seraphol, because he's from another world and he's married to RIAS-chan, how can you propose to him when he's married? Do you think it's okay to just date your best friend/rival's husband? Do you want to be in a polygamous relationship? Sona said angrily, how I look at him is none of your business, just like whether I want to be in a polygamous relationship or not. Besides, aren't you supposed to have things to do right now? Seraphol, what's happening to you right now is more important, everything else can wait. Sona, Well, whether you like it or not, I've already made a decision, and it's something that only concerns me. As for you, Leviathan-sama, you should be attending to more important things than throwing a tantrum like a little girl. Seraphol, but Sona-chan, Sona just looks away with total disapproval. Seraphol is depressed by her sister's rejection and glares at Naruto with utter annoyance. Look what you did. Naruto, me? I'm the victim here. Seraphol points at him with predatory eyes. I won't let you do anything to my sister, cat boy. Naruto, I'm more worried about what she'll try to do to me. She tricked me into accepting a marriage proposal by making me look like a helpless chess piece. I've never seen such a trap. Graphia, Leviathan-sama, don't forget that you have a meeting that I cannot allow you to miss because that will cause Surzek-sama a lot of problems later. She grabs her by the neck and starts dragging her. Seraphol, Graphia-chan, I can't leave it like this, let me go. Graphia, stop acting like a brat and do your job, Leviathan-sama. Seraphol, but I can't leave him with this threat. Graphia, yes, she can, makes a teleportation circle and they leave. Naruto looks at Sona, your sister is a freak. Sona sighs, you can say that again, and you haven't really seen the worst of her. Naruto in front of Sona, now I demand an explanation. What kind of trap was the chess piece? Sona, there's no need to get upset, it is what it is. I promised to marry whoever defeated me in a chess game, and handing over the piece is proof of my defeat and my commitment. Naruto, just like that? Without even knowing me before? Sona, if RIAS trusts you, I see no reason to undermine her judgment. That's why I started asking you about your private life and your tastes, to get to know you better, just as I also told her about the things I like. She also told me that you are under the law of restoring clans in your village and that you have a current promise with a priestess from your world. Naruto, damn it, they even know that. He massages his temples. Sona, that's right, it doesn't really bother me anymore. There are very few demons who care about polygamy. Generally, we're all open to the idea. Even RIAS's father, Zyataka-sama, has a harem of 7 women, and Venolana-sama manages her husband's harem and is proud of it. Naruto, you know I have no intention of continuing this. Once the raiding game is over, this is over. I don't want to involve the worlds any more than we already are. Sona, but RIAS will, and she'll do everything she can to keep you with her. I know her better than anyone. You won't get rid of her so easily, just like you won't get rid of the elders and the Mao Kings. Whether you like it or not, both worlds are now connected. Naruto, damn it, how am I managing to make the well bigger? Look Sona in the eyes, and are you okay with that? Wouldn't you rather have a love interest all to yourself? And with a human? Sona, as I said before, most demons don't care about polygamy, and I see you as an excellent match even with all your humanity. You're very intelligent, very unpredictable. It's like 1,000 images pass through your mind and at the same time your mind is blank, not knowing what's going through your mind. I really like it. I want you in my life even though you're already married and have a daughter with RIAS. She gives a seductive and flirtatious look. Instead of making Naruto blush with her compliments and showing her true feelings, causing Naruto to turn pale and take several steps back, guys, are you hungry? I'll treat you to sushi. Moegi, but the novel is getting interesting. Konohamaru, yes, let's ignore you. Naruto, did I say yet, do you want sushi? The 3 scared, yes sir. Naruto touches the 3 and uses the flying thunder jutsu to return to the occult club. Tsubaki, Sona-sama, was it really necessary to be so direct about it? I think such a casual statement might have cost you points. Sona, I think the opposite, besides, you also like it when he spends time with us, right? She adjusts her glasses. Tsubaki, a little embarrassed, it's not about what Sona-sama thinks. At that moment, Sona feels a destructive power on her shoulder. RIAS, Sona, I hope you're free to have a private conversation, with a smile that expresses everything but happiness. Sona smiles cheekily, sure, what would you like to talk about, RIAS? Akino, guys, I'll go with them to avoid any problems, trots off to meet RIAS. Venolana, guys, come with us please, we're going to the GREMORY house. Kiba, thank you very much, Venolana-sama. RIAS's entourage follows RIAS's parents while RIAS and Akino go with Sona and her queen. The hours passed and just as Surzek said, he brought little Akane to meet her grandparents. Rias's daughter enjoyed her time with her uncle, as she also met her cousin Millie Cass. After an hour of playing with her granddaughter, she falls asleep in her grandfather's arms. When Rias arrived, she was throwing a tantrum. But that stopped when she saw her daughter's face in her father's arms. Rias goes to where her daughter is, so she kept her word. Venelana said she had things to do and couldn't have her with him, and also that she knew we wanted to meet her too. Zeoticus hands his granddaughter to his daughter. She had just fallen asleep. Rias, thank you, begins to caress her daughter's face, more precisely her facial markings, and she begins to purr like her father. I miss doing this, he. Venelana looking at her daughter, why did you choose that name? Rias blushes and with love in her gaze, because it means two things. The first meaning is that she is beautiful like a plant that shines in the sun, she is a beautiful sun that shines like her father, and the second is because there is a plant called Rubia cordifolia, its roots are red like her hair. That second meaning is a tribute not only to our hair color but also to that of the Uzumaki clan as part of her lineage. Venelana, it's beautiful, it definitely couldn't have been a better name. Rias, thank you, mother, you have no idea how much this means to me. She looks around, haven't they brought Naruto here yet? Venelana, Akino went to look for him but he wasn't at the occult club or at school. Zoeticus, don't worry about him, if you trust him so much he'll appear tomorrow. Rias, yes, you're right, now if you'll excuse me I'll get ready to sleep next to my baby. She retires to rest, tomorrow her future will be decided. Meanwhile, Naruto was organizing how to act in the tournament since all the clans would be present. It was no longer just a matter for two clans, but something that concerned the entire underworld. The only thing that worried Naruto was the mission the clone was currently undertaking. He couldn't possibly leave Akane in the care of the toads. Tomorrow will be the moment of truth. To end this shit, in Naruto's words. End of chapter. Chapter 17 Raiding Game Part 1 *. During the afternoon, Naruto and Konohamaru rethought their strategy for the Colosseum. They didn't know what they might encounter in the scenario that would unfold there. Since their plans to fight in Kuo went down the drain. Therefore, they decided to do the following. At the start of the test, they will dedicate themselves exclusively to reviewing the entire scenario as quickly as possible, and once the map has been completely covered, they will use all the tools and traps they made for the duel, using the terrain to their advantage. In order for the GREMORY family not to lose their relationship with the Phoenix clan, they had to defeat RIAS in a safe but not overwhelming way. This will make clear the capabilities of the humans in his world and show that RIAS was not up to the task without offending the Phoenix clan in the process, making them see RIAS only as someone who was not ready to carry out such a great task as Naruto was. And in this way the relations of both clans are not compromised. Naruto also took the time to talk to Azazel to get a few bottles of holy water. The next day, it was 8 a.m., and everyone was preparing for the event that would change Rias's life for better or for worse. Naruto and Konohamaru's team arrived at the GREMORY mansion with the help of Akino, who was waiting for them in the occult research club. Akane sees her father arrive. Dad, 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 Dad. She jumps with the help of her wings and lands on her father's chest, who catches her in his arms. Where were you? You didn't come home to sleep. Naruto, Dad had some things to take care of before coming back. How was your afternoon with your grandparents? Akane, amazing. Oba-san showed me her jewelry collection, and Aji-san showed me her family pet costume and her beetle collection. Do you want me to tell you everything? Naruto, it will be later, daughter, Dad will be very busy soon. Akane looks disappointed and her face falls slightly dull. I see. Naruto, how about we take a walk through the Imperial Gardens in my village tomorrow? You'll find everything there, and you can tell me all about what you did yesterday. Akane, getting excited, really? Her father nods. Great, 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 great. I can't wait for tomorrow. Venelana, good morning Naruto-san, we've already had breakfast, but if you'd like, I can ask the servants to prepare something for you before we go to the Colosseum. Naruto, thank you very much, but we've already had breakfast and are ready to finish this once and for all. Venelana, in a subtly serious and calm tone, asked, in that case, can we talk in private? Upon hearing the tone of voice, Naruto looked at his students. Guys, gather with RIAS-chan and the others. I'll catch up later. Konohamaru, of course, look Akane, come on Akane-chan, your dad and your grandma need to talk alone. Akane, understood. Naruto lowers her, takes Konohamaru's hand, and starts walking beside him. Venalana, the rest are in the main hall. If you get lost, ask any maid for directions. Konohamaru, thank you very much. Naruto, what do you want to talk to me about? Venalana-san. Venalana, not here, please follow me. Naruto silently followed Venalana to a room that looked like a library. Venalana, no one is in this room at this hour, so no one can hear us. I wanted to talk to you about my daughter. Naruto, what's wrong with RIAS-chan? Venalana, I would like you to be honest with me. My daughter told me that your memory was erased at her request due to situations beyond your control. Naruto, that's right, so what? Venalana, I want you to tell me, what do you think of my daughter? Naruto, what do you mean? Venalana, I mean, do you see my daughter as a woman or just as the mother of your daughter? Naruto, why the question? Venalana, I'll get straight to the point. My daughter has feelings for you that go beyond being my granddaughter. I want to know if that happens, will you stand by her or push her away? I don't know if your students will win the rating game, but if they do, I want to know what your position will be with my daughter from now on. Naruto, to be honest, I don't know. Your daughter is beautiful, that's undeniable, but even though we've started getting to know each other again, I'm still a little resentful towards my daughter, but not like the first day when I was really angry. I'm sure you understand my position. Venalana, my daughter told me all that when I spoke to her alone. I can say that I'm not happy about that decision, but the conditions you were in made it the most appropriate thing to do. Naruto, I'm deprived of the best moments of my daughter's life, but there's no point in talking about it now. The past is the past, and it can't be changed. I really couldn't say for sure whether to have a more formal relationship with your daughter, since it's not just about her. I already have similar problems in my world, not with one, but with 2 women. And now it turns out I've accepted an engagement with the Citri heiress, so now I'm involved with 4 girls. I know that polygamy is well received by demons, but I don't know if I'm ready for something like this. Furthermore, I currently have very important things to do that I had to put aside because of all this, and later on I will have many more responsibilities when I become Hokage. Being from different worlds, we would be separated most of the time, so having a relationship together is difficult because when she becomes the GREMORY heiress, she will have to be here to do her job and I will have to do mine. Venalana, I don't see it as a problem. If she's been coming and going from your world so easily, I don't see the problem with them spending time together, even if it's in an office. Naruto, therein lies another problem. This confused Venalana. If I accept and we do it as you say, sooner rather than later the elemental nations will know that I have a relationship with a demon. At the moment, only my closest contacts know that my daughter is a demon, the rest only know that I have a daughter. If it's discovered that she's a demon, many excuses can be made for why she's of her species, but if RIAS is there and it's discovered that she's from another world, everything would get out of control. Other nations will think that we are acting behind their backs with hostile purposes, and the peace we have achieved will fall to pieces. If we speak optimistically and manage to make them understand that it's only about my daughter and their daughter's problem, and that there are no other intentions, we still need to talk about the other side of the coin. I want you to tell me, Venalana-san, how long will it take for all the other species to find out about us? I mean, the fallen angels, the Greek gods, the Norse gods, etc., etc. If someone like the crow can enter my world so easily, I don't want to imagine what other beings will do when they discover how to do it. The last thing my world needs is to start another conflict with issues that don't concern us. I don't want to be dealing with them and have them start prying into my world just because they think they can. If what RIAS and Sona-chan said about them is true, a friendly conversation would be nearly impossible because of their pride and arrogance. And even if I were to somehow manage, through some kind of miracle, to create a barrier that prevents beings from this world from coming to mine and solve that problem, there is still the issue of life expectancy. My life is longer than the average human, but I don't think my life will reach 250 years and you can live up to 2 millennia or more. RIAS would be having a relationship with someone who can't live even a quarter of their potential life. I don't think that's healthy. Venalana, there is always the option of. Naruto, I refused. This surprised Venalana because of the sudden abruptness. I know that someone like Beelzebub could create a special piece for me that doesn't require linking with someone to revive as a demon or for angels or fallen angels to turn me into one, but I have no intention of abandoning my humanity. Don't get me wrong, but abandoning my humanity would be betraying my world. We have been able to face all kinds of supernatural beings, even beyond our planet. Abandoning my humanity means that humans are no longer capable of going further to overcome all the difficulties that may arise. At this moment, as much as I dislike it, and it may even sound arrogant of me, I am a symbol for my world. To abandon my humanity would be to stab in the back all those who trust me. That's why I have no intention of changing my humanity, even though that means my life will be relatively short. Besides, I wouldn't know what to do with so much time. I don't even know what I'll do living those possible 250 years. Venelana, I understand everything you're trying to say, but speaking like that is like speaking from a place of fear. Are you telling me you're not confident enough in your own world to deal with the extreme cases you just mentioned? Naruto, it's not fear, it's caution. I like to be an optimistic person, but I can't speak for everyone. If something were to happen, like a Greek god attacking an allied village, all the blame would fall on us for having this contact with the beings of this world. And even if we manage to convince them it's not our fault and point the finger at the real culprits, they'll demand blood from the aggressors, and the conflict would escalate. I don't want to expose my world to another war, much less one of that magnitude. The last one left more than a few people traumatized. Venelana remained silent, her eyes closed, and after a few seconds sighed and looked Naruto in the eyes. What if I tell you something completely confidential so you feel more secure? Naruto, and what would that be? Venelana, that information will not leave this room. I hope you understand the importance of this. Naruto nods his head. Very well, my son along with the other demon kings plan to make an alliance pact with the angels and fallen angels. Naruto, an alliance pact. Venelana, indeed, I don't know the reason why, since it seems a threat is beginning to form on the horizon of tomorrow and there will be no other option than to form an alliance with those who were once our enemies, therefore, there is a possibility of a future conflict in this world. Naruto, and why would that make me feel safer? On the contrary, I'm starting to doubt myself more about whether to do this or not. Venelana, I don't know more about the subject, but it seems she made it clear to me that it's because the past wants to reclaim the future again. Naruto, does the past want to claim the future? Venelana, that's right, and I don't like that statement at all, but it makes it clear that your world won't be involved in this problem since they have no connection whatsoever. Besides, the Akane issue will surely remain hidden in the underworld since it wouldn't be in our best interest for that information to be revealed. The knowledge of you and your world will remain in the underworld, as he made the announcement of today's raiding game, and only the most important people among the demon clans know it. He made it very clear to all clans that divulging this information to lesser clans or any being that is not a demon will be punished with the execution of the culprit and all those involved. My son also worries about what you might represent to us and the world in general. Your concerns apply to both sides. We are being very discreet about this. Even though the Colosseum will host special events for the general public, on this occasion it will remain 100% private to only clan leaders and their children. You've probably already noticed that my son is taking the same precautions you're taking, and if I accept this raiding game it's because he knows there's a possibility, however small, that we can handle this in the most discreet and civilized way possible. And if you're still worried about your humanity, there are still many ways to live a long life without losing it. Naruto, really? Venelana, there are many solutions. How willing you are to take the risks is your decision. That's why I want to know if you will be able to love my daughter. She is really determined to be with you. Your problems with the other girls are not really a concern for the demons, and I am sure she will know how to handle it after all she has seen me managing the polygamous marriage that my husband has. Naruto, does Mr. Zeoticus have a polygamous marriage? Venelana, that's right, and I'm the one who manages it, so she's already used to living in a situation like this, so it won't be a problem. She wants to live her life with you, that's why I'm asking you again, will you accept my daughter? Naruto, I'm sorry, Venelana-san, but I can't give you that answer right now. Venelana, why? Naruto, because frankly I still don't know what to think about her. I know little about her, about you all, and about many things in general. I have to think about it more and get to know her better to be able to answer that question, and this doesn't just apply to RIAS, but also to Sona. The fact that she accepted the peace doesn't mean she'll do it in the end. Venelana oozes, I understand, I just hope that when you get that answer it's positive. Naruto, the future is uncertain, so all we can do is wait. Venelana heads towards the door. Come on, my daughter and your students will already be waiting for us. Naruto, damn it, why am I asking that now? I wasn't ready for that kind of question. Could I really accept having a relationship with her? Damn it, why do they just keep making things more and more complicated? Venolana, is something wrong? I thought you were following me. Naruto, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about everything we talked about and I forgot to continue. Follow Venolana. With the others at 9:30 a.m. RIAS had taken her daughter to Mount Mayaboku since she cannot be present at the Colosseum, much less witness what is going to happen, as she must not know. RIAS is happy to see Naruto and his mother enter through the door. Good morning Naruto-kun, is everything alright? Have you had breakfast yet? Naruto, yes, I ate with the toads. RIAS, so, are we all ready to begin? Naruto, yes, looks at the boys, ready. Konohamaru, we want it to start already, this feels like it's taking forever. Moegi, me too, I want this to be over. Udon, me too, there are many things to do in Konoha. Zeoticus, very well, in that case let's go to the Colosseum. He snaps his fingers and 3 pentagrams of the GREMORY clan appear, the one on the left, please take Naruto's students, the one on the right, the rest of us, and in the middle you will stand, Naruto. Konohamaru, looking somewhat confused, stands at the pentagram Zeoticus mentioned, as do the others at theirs. Why separately? Zeoticus, that will take the 3 of you inside the Colosseum. After all, the condition of the game is that only the 3 of you will participate without a king piece. The other one will be moved to the private room for the GREMORY clan, and the one in the center, Naruto, will be moved to the main hall of the Colosseum contenders as your representative. Issei, give it your all, guys, we'll be supporting you. Kaneko, good luck. Asia, I give you my deepest blessings, guys. Akino, you can. Kiba, don't forget what we told you about the capabilities of your entourage. Konohamaru, sure, thank you guys, leave it to us. Zeoticus makes a couple of movements with his hands and they are all teleported separately to the Colosseum. The Colosseum was enormous, 20 times the size of the Konoha Colosseum where the Chunin exams are held, although it was understandable since the stage has to be enormously large for the fights. Naruto appeared in the room where the challengers were supposed to be, and judging by his appearance, he was the black pieces, meaning the first move was given to RIAS, although he wasn't surprised. In the challengers' room of the white pieces is the Phoenix clan, but RIAS was not there since he is participating. Naruto could sense RIAS's aura on the other side, a serious and sickly aura. He was with his entourage, all of whom were women without exception. Meanwhile, RIAS could see the human students on the other side, as well as the human in the challenger's room. Naruto looked at the stands and indeed there was no one in them, but the dressing rooms of the demon clans were all present. For each dressing room there were around 10 to 20 demons that Naruto defined as the most important of each clan, therefore the only ones who know about them. The largest dressing room had the 4 demon kings. With RIAS, a 6-eyed crow discreetly lands on RIAS's shoulder. Raven, don't forget what we agreed on. RIAS, explain to me why I should do what you said. Raven, you are stubborn indeed, boy. I already told you, your chances of winning are slim to none. Forget about marrying the young GREMORY girl. Believe me when I say that once we free him, women like the GREMORY heiress will be plentiful. All you have to do is take those 3 children as far as you can, you have to make them shine as much as possible and not be humiliated in the process by your family. The alliance with these humans is of utmost importance. RIAS, why should I believe in the strength of your lord? Raven, my lord possesses the power that is the origin of demons. He is beyond this or any other underworld. When he regains his true form, the 4 Mao will be reduced to mere children. When we free my lord from his prison, you will be even more of a king than you already are. My lord is generous with his loyal followers. RIAS, why do you think I want to change the current underworld system for your lord? Raven, change the current system? Ha 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 ha, he doesn't want something as primitive and insignificant as ruling land stripped of their former glory. He has a much bigger goal. You can be a part of it or be relegated to being the phoenix that dishonored his family by losing to mere humans. Ha 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 ha. RIAS tries to kill the 6-eyed crow, but it had already disappeared from his shoulder. You damned bastard, if you want a show, I'll give you a show, but RIAS is definitely mine. Presenter, good morning, ladies and gentlemen leaders of the underworld, we are gathered here for a most unusual event in the underworld. Currently, the marriage of the young heiress RIAS GREMORY is being contested. The contenders are the young RIAS Phoenix, who was already engaged to her, but we all know the unexpected news of what happened, strange humans, capable of using chakra from another universe, came to claim their wife's hand in this world, since RIAS GREMORY is married to the second contender, Uzumaki Naruto, a human very capable of facing us and any other species. We also need to clarify that these humans have offered us the ability to solve the problem that has plagued our species for millennia, our very low fertility, but we cannot ignore the compromise that had already been arranged between the GREMORY clan and the Phoenix clan. That's why we're all here, to resolve it in the most popular way in the underworld, a rating game between RIAS Phoenix and the students of Uzumaki Naruto. The rules of this rating game were modified for this match, only the students of Uzumaki Naruto will participate. Therefore, RIAS Phoenix has to defeat his 3 students to win the match, while the students of Uzumaki Naruto will have to checkmate RIAS Phoenix. There will be no time limit, the duel will end only when the other side has been completely defeated. We all know this already, but I have to say it anyway, if RIAS Phoenix wins the match, his marriage to RIAS GREMORY will proceed as planned. Furthermore, Uzumaki Naruto will end his marriage to RIAS in his world, and, importantly for everyone, he will help us with the fertility program using his world's technology without asking for anything in return. If Uzumaki Naruto wins, the arranged engagement with RIAS Phoenix will be completely annulled, and his marriage to Uzumaki Naruto will be honored, including in our world, with a possible alliance with them in the future. Before starting, as is tradition, the anthem of the underworld must be played. At that point, an anthem begins to play. Zarina, mother of Sona Citri and Seraphol Leviathan, is looking at the Black Piece's dressing room. Did that boy really beat you so many times at chess? Sona, I hate to admit it, but it's true, and he's not even the smartest person in the world, since in my conversations with him he was trained by one of his best friends who still can't beat him. Zarina, I find it hard to believe that such capable humans exist, but being from another reality, anything is possible and good. What do you think of him? Sona, in what sense? Zarina, in all of them. After all, you proposed to him as promised and you seem to think about him a lot. Sona, I couldn't give you a completely honest opinion about him, but what I do know is that I don't regret giving him the marriage piece. He's a very curious and unpredictable human, which is why I think he's worth it. So much so that every time we talk, I start to like him more and more, and I have no intention of letting him go, no matter how much it makes RIAS's blood boil. Zarina, I understand, daughter. I support whatever decision you make. Now, about the other matter. Do you really think these humans can solve your father's problem? Sona takes her mother's hand. We can't lose hope. That disease has a cure. If they can solve the fertility problem in our species, they can discover the cure my father needs, and I have a feeling they are the key to saving him, not only him, but all those who were cursed in the same way. Zarina, please stop, don't give me false hope. Sona, hope is something that cannot die. If your wish is to save someone, and I will save my father, not only for us but for the entire underworld. She looks at Naruto in the distance. I'm sure they have at least the clue we need to end that damned sleeping sickness, and if I have to give my body and soul to Naruto, so be it. Presenter, very well, now I will introduce the stage for this rating game, and the location is, a screen appears and shows many stages in the form of a roulette wheel that gradually stops until it stops on a place that surprised even the demons, on Mount Everest. At that moment the battlefield was transformed into a huge pentagram that covered the entire Colosseum, and all the participants were released into the highest and most dangerous snowy mountains in the human world. Konohamaru, this place is frozen. What the heck is this? This place is horrible. Moegi, freezing cold, staring down, and this place is ridiculously high. If we fall it's certain death. Freezing Udon, there are many icy peaks from here to where our opponents are supposed to be. Konohamaru, but they can fly, and to top it all off, their main magic is fire. This is fixed. Moegi, we have no choice but to adapt. Let's use the ice and snow to our advantage. We can't fail RIAS, much less Naruto. The 3 of them nod their heads and then a map of the area appears in front of them. Presenter, you will have 5 minutes to analyze the map of the area before we begin. And when that time is up, the starting bell will ring to see who wins the hand of the young and beautiful lady of the GREMORY clan, as well as the potential benefits for the underworld. May the best one win. End of chapter.